The Rise of Magicks. Chronicles of the One, Book 3. By Nora Roberts. Prologue. On the shield, one of 7 forged in the timeless past to hold back the dark, fell a single drop of blood. So the shield weakened, and the dark, spider-patient, waited as the decades passed, and the wound spread under the grass and ground. And on the last day of what had been, a good man, in all innocence, broke the shield open. The dark rewarded him with deadly infection, one that would pass from man to wife, from parent to child, from stranger to stranger. While the dying world reeled, its framework, governments, technology, laws, transportation, communication, crumbled like bricks of dust. The world ended with bangs and whimpers, with blood and pain, with fear and dread. A cashier handing change to a customer, a mother nursing her child. Businessmen gripping hands over a deal, these and so many simple contacts spread death like a poisoned cloud over the world. And billions fell. They called it the doom, for so it was, a murderously speedy sickness with no cure that killed villains and innocents, statesmen and anarchists, the privileged and the penniless with equal glee. While billions died, those who survived, the immune, struggled to live one more day, to find food, to protect whatever shelter they might have, to escape and evade the unchecked violence unleashed. For some, even in their most dire hour, would burn, pillage, rape, kill for the sheer pleasure of it. Through the poisonous cloud that enveloped the world, light sparked. Darkness pulsed. Powers, long dormant, awakened. Some bloomed bright, others black through choices made. But they bloomed. Magicks began to hum. Some embraced the wonders while some feared them. And some hated. The other, the not like me, would always spark hate in some hearts. What came to be known as the uncanny faced the fear and hate of those who hunted them. Governments, desperate to hold their own power, sought to sweep them up, imprison them, experiment on them. Magicals hid from or fought against those who called on a fierce and bitter god to torture and destroy. From those mated to their own bigotry like a lover. And from and against those who bloomed dark. On a storm-lashed night, a child whose light sparked at the moment of a good man's death drew her first breath. She came from love and sacrifice, from hope and struggle, from strength and grief. With that loosed cry of life, a mother's tears, the strong hands of the man who held her, the warrior, the leader, the one took her first step toward destiny. Magicks began to beat. In the years that followed, wars raged between men, between dark and light, between those who fought to survive and build, and those who sought to destroy and rule the rubble. The child grew, as did her powers. With her training, her mistakes, her triumphs, she took the next steps. So a young girl full of faith and wonder reached into the fire and took up the sword and the shield. And became the one. Magicks began to rise. Chapter 1. A storm raged. It crashed around her with wild, wind-whipped rain, sizzling strikes of lightning, bellowing booms of thunder. It whirled inside her. A torrent of anger she knew must be suppressed. She would bring death tonight, by her sword, by her power, by her orders. Every drop of blood shed would be on her hands. That was the weight of command. And accepted. She was not yet 20. Fallon's Swift touched her fingers to the cuff she wore on her wrist, one she'd conjured from a tree she'd destroyed out of temper, and carved to remember never to destroy out of anger. It said, "Celeste on sale. Light for life." She would bring death tonight, she thought again, but she would help others live. Through the storm she studied the compound. Malik, her teacher, had taken her to one similar enough on her 14th birthday. But while that one had been deserted, with only the stink of black magics, the charred remains of the dead, the dying cries of the tortured left, this one held more than 280 personnel, and 332 prisoners. 47 of those prisoners were, according to their intel, under the age of 12. She had every inch of the compound, the containment center, every room, every hallway, camera, alarm, in her head. She'd made detailed maps, had spent months planning this rescue. It would be, in the 3 years since she'd begun to raise her army, since she and her family had left their home for New Hope, the biggest rescue attempt by her resistance forces. If she failed, a hand gripped her shoulder, steadied her as it always had. She turned her head, looked at her father. "We've got this," Simon told her. She let out a breath. Bespelling the surveillance cameras, she murmured, and relayed that to the elves mind to mind so they'd pass the word. Now those at security monitors would see only the trees, the rain, the swampy ground. Take down the alarms. She and other witches worked the spell, painstakingly, while the storm blew. When the all-clear ran through the ranks, she ignored the pang, gave the order. "Archers, go." The guard towers had to be taken out, swift and silent. She felt Tonia, lead archer, friend, blood of her blood, knock an arrow, release. With eyes gray and focused, she watched arrows strike, men fall, in the towers on the 4 corners of the prison walls. Moving in, she took the electronic gates, using power to disarm. At her signals, troops flowed through the opening, elves scaled the walls and fences, shifters leaped, tooth and claw, fairies glided with a whisper of wings. Timing, she thought as she spoke to the elf commander Flynn, to Tonia in her mind. They would breach the 3 doors simultaneously, and each team leader would focus their troops on priorities. Destroy communications, eliminate security, take the armory, secure the lab. Above all, shield all prisoners. After one last glance at her father, seeing the courage and determination in the face she trusted completely, she gave the order. Drawing her sword, she blew the locks on the main doors, charged in, blew the secondary doors open. Part of her mind overlaid the now with the prison on Hatteras, the visions she'd stirred there at 14. So much the same. But here, soldiers lived, reached for weapons. Even as gunfire rang out, she struck, and flaming sidearms that left hands blistered and men screaming with pain. She struck out with sword, swung out with shield to cut through the enemy. Fighting through, she heard the shouts, moans, pleading from behind the steel doors, and felt the fear, the terrible hope, the pain and confusion of those locked in. Drenched in it, she cut down a soldier as he rushed to his comm. Sliced her sword across the radio, sent a bolt of shock through the entire system. Sparks showered, monitors blanked to black. Boots clanged on metal stairs, and death, more death, met them as arrows sliced through the air. Fallon took a bullet on her shield, sent it flying back and into the shooter as she pivoted to the iron door someone inside the prison had managed to secure. She blasted it open, taking out 2 on the other side, and, leaping over the smoking twists of metal, cleaved her sword through a 3rd before she rushed toward the stairs leading down. War cries followed her. Her troops would spread out, swarm through barracks, offices, mess hall, galley, infirmary. But she and those with her surged toward the lab and its chamber of horrors. There, another iron door. She started to punch her power through, stopped a breath away from the blast as she sensed something more, something dark. Magicks, black and deadly. She held up a hand to halt her team. Forcing patience, she searched, tall in elf-made boots and leather vest, black hair short, eyes blurred with power. "Stand back," she ordered, and shouldered her shield, sheathed her sword to hold her hands to the door, the locks, the deep frame, the thick metal. "Booby-trapped," she murmured. "We push in, it blows out. Stand clear." Fallon, "Stand clear," she told her father. "I could unwind it, but that would take too long." She swung her shield up again, and her sword. In 3, 2. She shoved her power. Light against dark. The doors erupted, spewing fire, raining out jagged, flaming metals. Shrapnel thudded on her shield, whizzed by to impale the wall behind her. Into the torrent she leaped. She saw the man, naked, eyes glazed, face blank, shackled to an exam table. Another in a lab coat flung himself back, sprang on his hands, then scaled the back wall in a blur of speed. She flung power at the ceiling, brought the one in the lab coat down in a heap as Simon dodged the scalpel swipe by a third before taking him out with a short-arm jab. Search for others, Fallon ordered. Confiscate all records. 2 to secure this section, and the rest move out, clear the rest of the level. She approached the man on the table. Can you speak? She heard his mind. The struggle to form words. They tortured me. I can't move. Help me. Will you help me? We're here to help. She watched his face as she sheathed her sword. Blocked out the chaos of fighting from above while she kept her mind linked to his. Got a woman over here, Simon called out. Drugged, cut up, but she's breathing. They hurt us. Help us. Yes. Fallon laid a hand on one of the shackles so it fell open. How long have you been here? I don't know. Please. She circled the table to release the shackle on his other wrist. Did you choose the dark before or after you came here? She wondered. He reared up, glee on his face as he struck out at her with a bolt of lightning. She simply swatted it back with her shield, impaling him with his own evil. I guess we'll never know, she mumbled. Jesus Christ. Fallon. Simon stood, the woman limp over his shoulder, his gun drawn. I had to be sure. Can you get her to a medic? Yeah. We'll clear the rest. When they had. The count was 43 enemy prisoners to transport. The rest they'd bury. Medics moved in to treat wounded from both sides while Fallon began the laborious process of vetting those held in cells. Some, she knew, might be like the ones in the lab. Others might have had their minds broken, and a broken mind could bring danger to the rest. Take a break, Simon told her, and shoved coffee into her hand. There are some shaky ones. She gulped down coffee as she studied her father's face. He'd mopped off the blood, and his hazel eyes held clear. He'd been a soldier long ago in the other time. He was a soldier again in this one. They'll need to move into one of the treatment centers before they're clear to go. Why does that always feel as if we're keeping them prisoners? It shouldn't, because it's not. Some are never going to be right again, Fallon. And still we'll let them go unless they pose a real danger. Now tell me how you knew that bastard on the table down in the lab was a bad guy. First, he wasn't as powerful as he thought. And it leaked through. But logically, the spell on the door, witchcraft. The other magical in the lab was an elf. Bad elf, she said with half a smile. Elves are good at getting through locks. But they can't bespell them. I felt his pulse when I released the first shackle, and it was hammering. It wouldn't have been if he'd been under a paralytic. But you released the second one. He could have done that for himself. She shrugged. I'd hoped to question him, but, well. She downed the rest of the coffee. And blessed her mother and the other witches who'd created tropics to grow the beans. Do you have the status of the woman they dumped off the table? Fairy. She'll never fly again. They excised most of her left wing, but she's alive. Your mom's got her at Mobile Medical. Good. The fairy's lucky they didn't just kill her instead of tossing her off. Once our injured prisoners are cleared, I need you to debrief. I know it's hard for you, she added. They're soldiers, and most of them are just following orders. They're soldiers, he agreed, who stood by or even abetted while their prisoners were tortured, while children were kept in cells. No, baby, it's not hard for me. I could do this without you because I have to do it. But I don't know how. He pressed a kiss to her forehead. You'll never have to figure it out. She spoke to magical children who'd been ripped away from non-magical parents, reunited to whose parent, by blood or choice, had been locked in another cell. She spoke to those who'd been locked in for years, others who had been swept up only days before. She checked each one off the very precise records kept by the now-deceased prison commander, reviewed the horrific records of experiments done in the lab. Both dark, uncanny, the witch. The elf, who'd worked there, had hidden their natures, so her intel hadn't shown any magicals on staff. Intel only went so far, she thought as she marked the witch as deceased. The elf as a prisoner of war. The storm passed and dawn broke when she did a last pass through the building. Cleaning crews already worked to scrub away the blood staining the concrete floors, the walls, the stairs. The supply team had gathered everything worth taking: the rations, the equipment, the vehicles, the weapons, clothing, shoes, boots, medical supplies. All would be logged, then dispensed where most needed or held in storage until it was. The burial unit dug graves. Too many graves, Fallon thought as she walked outside, across the muddy ground. But today they dug none for their own, and that made it a good day. Flynn slid out of the woods, his wolf Lupa by his side. 7 of the prisoners need more treatment, he said. Your mom's helping with their transport to Cedarsville. It's the closest clinic that can handle their injuries. The rest are on their way to the detention center on Hatteras. Good. Flynn. She thought, fast, an elf, after all, efficient and solid as the rock he could blend into, had met her mother and birth father when he'd been a teenager. Now a man, he stood as one of her commanders. We'll need a rotating security detail here, she continued. Hatteras is close to capacity, so we'll need this facility. And they may come and check when they can't get through. Or just bring in another load of prisoners. She rattled off several names for the detail, including her brother Colin. I'll set it up, Flynn said. But Colin took a hit in the op, so… What? She whirled around to Flynn, grabbed his arm in a vice grip. I'm just hearing this? You're the one, but the mother of the one is downright scary, so when she says keep it to myself, I keep it to myself. He's good, Flynn added quickly. Took a bullet in the right shoulder, but it's out and he's healing. Do you think your mom would go with enemy wounded if her son wasn't okay? No, but… She didn't want you distracted, and neither did your brother, who's more pissed off than hurt. Your dad already shoved him in the mobile heading back to New Hope. Okay, all right. But she pushed her hands through her short crop of hair in frustration. Damn it. We freed 332 and didn't lose anyone. Tall and lean, eyes of sharp green. Flynn looked back toward the building. No one will be tortured in that hellhole again. Take your victory, Fallon, and go home. We're secure here. She nodded and walked into the woods. Breathed in the smell of damp earth, dripping leaves. In this swampy area of what had been Virginia, near the Carolina border, insects hummed and buzzed. And what she knew to be sumac grew thick as walls. She moved through until she stood within the circle of the shimmering morning sun to call Leok. He glided down to land, huge and white. Silver wings spread, silver horn gleaming. For a moment, because despite victory she was bone-weary, she pressed her face to his strong throat. For that moment she was just a girl. With bruises aching, with eyes of smoke gray closed, with the blood of the slain on her shirt, her pants, her boots. Then she mounted, sat tall in the saddle of golden leather. She used no reins or bit on the ollie corn. Bale, she murmured to him. Home. And he rose up in the blue sky of morning to take her. When she arrived at the big house between the New Hope barracks and the farm where Eddie and Fred raised their kids, their crops, she found her father waiting on the porch, his boots up on the rail. A mug of coffee in his hand. He'd had a shower, she noted, as his mop of dense brown hair still showed damp. He rose, walked down to her, laid a hand on Leaka's neck. Go on in and check on him. He's sleeping, but you'll feel better for it. I'll see to Leak, then there's breakfast for both of us keeping warm in the oven. You knew he'd been hurt. I knew he'd been hurt and I knew he was okay. Simon paused when she dropped down. Your mom said not to tell you until you'd finished. She said that's that. And when your mom says that's that, that's that. I'm going to see for myself, grab a shower. I could use that breakfast after. Travis and Ethan? Travis is at the barracks working with some new recruits. Ethan's over at Eddie's and Fred's helping with livestock. Okay then. And now that she knew where her other brothers were, she went in to check on Colin. She went inside, turned for the stairs in the house that served as home, but one she doubted would ever really be one. The farm where she'd been born, had been raised, would forever be home. But this place, like the cottage in the woods where she'd been trained by Malik, served a purpose. She walked to Colin's room, where he sprawled over his bed wearing an old, fairly disreputable pair of boxers. He snored heroically. She moved to him, laid her hand lightly, very lightly, over his right shoulder. Stiff, achy, she noted, but a clean wound already well healed. Her mother had serious skills, Fallon reminded herself. Still, she took another minute. Touched his hair, a darker blonde than their mother's and worn these days in what he thought of as a warrior's braid, short and fat. He had a warrior's body, muscular and tough, with a tattoo of a coiled snake on his left shoulder blade. Done at 16 without parental permission. She stayed a moment in the chaos of his room. He still collected whatever small treasure appealed to him. Odd coins, stones, pieces of glass, wires, old bottles. And had never learned, apparently, to hang, fold, or put away a single article of clothing. Of her 3 brothers, he was the only one without Magicks. And of the 3, the one who seemed born to be a soldier. So she left him sleeping. Walked downstairs, down again to her rooms on the lower level. Unlike Colin's, her room was scrupulously neat. On the walls she'd pinned maps, hand-drawn or printed, old and new. In the chest at the foot of the bed she kept books, novels, biographies, histories, books on science, on Magicks. On her desk she kept files on troops, civilians, training, bases, prisons. Food supplies, medical supplies, maneuvers, spells, duty schedules, and rotations. On the stand by her bed sat a white candle, a ball of crystal, gifts from the man who'd trained her. She shed her clothes, dumped them in the basket for later laundering, and with a heartfelt sigh, stepped in the shower to wash away the blood, the sweat, the grime and stench of battle. She dressed in jeans, worn at the knees and barely hitting the ankles of long legs, a t-shirt that bagged a bit over her slim frame. She pulled on her second pair of boots until she could clean the ones she'd worn to battle. She strapped on her sword, then went upstairs to have breakfast with her father. "Your mom's back," he told her as he moved to the oven to pull out plates. "At the clinic, but back. I'm heading over there after breakfast." She chose juice as she wanted something cool. "You need sleep, baby. You've been up over 24. Eggs, scrambled, bacon, crisp." She dug in like the starving. "You, too," she pointed out. "I caught some sleep on the way back and had a nice porch doze, as my dad used to call it, before you got here." She shoveled in more eggs. "I don't have a scratch on me. Not a single scratch. Soldiers I led bled. Colin bled. I don't have a scratch. You've bled before." He laid a hand over hers. "You will again. I have to see the wounded and they should see me. And the rescues. Then I'll sleep. I'll go with you." She glanced at the ceiling, thought of the soldier who slept. "You should stay with Colin. I'll pull Ethan back to sit with him. Your mom said he'd likely sleep until afternoon." "Okay. Give me a sense of the prisoners," she said, and he sighed. "A mix. Some hard asses with a lot of hate and fear of Magicals. They skew older. And it's not likely we'll have much luck turning them around. But we may be able to educate a few of the younger ones. They need to see the lab recordings. They need to see people being drugged, strapped down, tortured, experimented on just because they're different." Though what she'd reviewed at the prison turned her stomach, she continued to eat. She needed fuel to function. Let that educate them. He couldn't miss the bitterness in her voice, rubbed her hand again. "I agree. It should wait a few days. A lot of them expect torture and execution from us. We show them we treat our prisoners humanely, decently. Then show them proof of the contrast," she finished. "All right. But some won't ever change, will they?" "No." She rose, took his plate and hers to the sink to wash. "There's no point asking why, but I keep circling back to it. 20 years ago the world you knew, Mom knew, ended. Billions died terrible deaths from the doom. We're what's left, Dad, and we're killing each other." She turned to look at him, This good man who'd helped bring her into the world, who'd loved her, fought with her. A soldier who'd become a farmer, now a farmer who lived a soldier's life again. He had no magics, she thought, and yet he was all the light stood for. You didn't hate or fear, she said. You opened your home, then your life, to a stranger, a witch, and one who was being hunted. You could have turned her away, and me inside her, but you didn't. Why? So many answers, Simon thought. He settled on one. She was a miracle, and so were you, inside her. The world needed miracles. She smiled at him. It's going to get them, ready or not. She rode into town with him, taking Grace to give her mare some attention and exercise. The hills rolled around them, green with summer and surging wildflowers. She smelled earth freshly turned and planted, heard the shouts, the clang of metal from the barracks where recruits trained. A small herd of deer slipped out of the trees to crop their way along a steep ridge heavy with trees. Above, the sky held soft and hopeful blue after the night storm. The road, cleared of abandoned cars and trucks, all laboriously towed to an outlying garage for repair or dismantling, wound toward New Hope. Houses, she thought, most in good repair now and most occupied. Those that couldn't be salvaged had been, like the vehicles, scavenged for parts. Wood, pipes, tiles, wiring. Anything that could be used. On the reclaimed land, beef cattle, milk cows, goats, sheep, a few llamas, more horses grazed behind carefully tended fences. At a bend in the road, the pulse of magic thrummed from the tropics her mother had helped create. There grew groves of citrus trees, olive trees, palm, coffee beans, pepper, and other herbs and spices. Workers on harvesting detail paused to wave. Miracles, Simon said simply. After passing the security checkpoint, they rode into New Hope, once at the height of the doom. Occupied only by death and ghosts. Now it thrived with more than 2,000 people, and a memorial tree honored the dead. The community gardens and greenhouses, a site of 2 vicious attacks, continued to bloom and grow. The community kitchen her mother had established before Fallon had been born served meals daily. The Max Fallon Magic Academy, named for her sire, the New Hope schools. The town hall, the shops open for bartering, the homes lining Main Street, the clinic, the library, the life reclaimed through sweat, determination, sacrifice. Wasn't all this, she wondered, another kind of miracle? You miss the farm, she said as they guided the horses to the hitching posts and troughs. I'll get back to it. You miss the farm, she repeated. You left it for me. So every time I come into New Hope, I'm glad you left it for a good place with good people. She dismounted, gave Grace a stroke before looping the reins around the rail. She walked with him to what had once been the elementary school and now housed the New Hope Clinic. They'd made changes over the years. Fallon had gone back through the crystal to see how it had all begun. The entrance hall held chairs for those waiting for an exam or checkup. A section held toys and books collected from abandoned houses. A couple of toddlers played with blocks. One had wings fluttering in delight. A pregnant woman sat plying knitting needles and yarn over the mound of her belly. A teenager sprawled in another chair, looking bored. An old man sat hunched, his breathing a rattling wheeze. As they turned toward the offices, Hannah Parsoni, the mayor's daughter, Duncan and Tonia's sister, hurried down the right corridor, a clipboard in one hand, a stethoscope around her neck. She had her luxurious mane of dark blonde hair pulled back in a long tail. Her eyes, already a warm brown, deepened with pleasure at the sight of them. I was hoping to see you both. We're swamped, she added, so I've only got a minute. Rachel has me working with the scheduled patients and walk-ins, but I helped with the first triage on the wounded. We haven't lost anyone. Some of the people you freed. Compassion rolled off her, so deep Fallon felt the waves on her skin. Some of them are going to need extended treatment and counseling. But none of them are critical now. Lana, she's amazing. How's Colin? Sleeping, Simon told her. No fever, no infection, Fallon added. Make sure to let your mom know. She does know. But it would help her to hear it. In the way she had of offering care, Hannah reached out to touch them both. You look so tired, both of you. Maybe I should do a... As Fallon lifted a hand to her face, Hannah took it. A glamour? I wish she wouldn't. They should see the effort. They should know what it costs, what freedom costs. That you pay the price for it, too. She gave Fallon's hand a squeeze, then moved on. Hey, Mr. Barker, let's go back. Have a look at you. He rattled, wheezed. I can wait for the doctor. Why don't we go back to an exam room? Just have a look. I can get you started for Rachel. Soothing, cajoling instead of insulted, Fallon thought. That was Hannah who'd been studying. Training to be a doctor, essentially since her childhood, and who'd served as a field medic on rescues for years. Patience, Fallon realized, was just one form of Hannah's magic. She saw the girl in the office, working briskly on a computer, a skill she herself had yet to fully master. April, she remembered. Fairy, about her age. Wounded in the attack in the gardens 2 years before. An attack instigated by Fallon's own blood, her cousin, the daughter of her sire's brother and his woman. Dark uncannies who wanted her death above all. The girl looked up, beamed a smile. Hey, hi. Are you looking for Lana? I wanted to see the wounded, any who are up for it. We have the freed prisoners who were treated and cleared holding at the school auditorium, and the troops treated and cleared sent home or to the barracks. The rest are in the ward. Jonah and Carol are doing rounds, and Ray's monitoring the ones we released medically. It's been kind of an all-hands-on-deck morning. And right now, she smiled her bright, fairy smile. Rachel and Lana are delivering a baby. A baby? One of the prisoners. Lysandra Yee, wolf shifter, Fallon finished as she'd read every report. She's not due for nearly 8 weeks. She went into labor in the mobile heading here. They weren't able to stop it. As some worry leaked through, April pressed her lips together. They've got a kind of NICU set up for it. As best they can. But I could tell Rachel was worried even though Jonah said he didn't see death. He'd see it, right? April reached out for reassurance. Jonah would know. Fallon nodded. Stepped out. Death's not the only consequence. She spoke softly to Simon. Lysandra Yu was in that prison for 14 months. She was raped inside there. And they kept right up with experiments on her after she got pregnant. You need to trust your mother and Rachel. I do. She walked down another corridor. Classrooms converted to exam rooms. Treatment rooms, surgeries, storage for supplies, another for medications and drugs. Labor and delivery. She laid a hand on the door, felt the power simmering. Her mother's power. Heard Rachel's calm voice reassuring, and the moans of the woman in labor. I do, she repeated, and because that fate was in their hands. Continued to the sprawling cafeteria set up as a ward for patients who needed continued treatment or observation. Curtains, scavenged or fabricated, separated the beds and made an oddly festive show of color and patterns. The monitors beeped. Not enough, not nearly enough for so many patients. They would rotate them as needed, she knew. She saw Jonah looking as weary as she felt hanging a fresh 4 bag. Start on Jonah's side, Simon suggested. I'll start on Carol's. So she walked to Jonah and to the stranger with her eyes closed in the hospital bed. Under her eyes circles spread dark and deep. Her skin had a gray cast, and her hair, deep black, had been shorn brutally short like a skullcap. How is she? She asked Jonah. He rubbed tired eyes. Dehydrated, malnourished, that's common throughout. Burn scars old and fresh over about 30% of her body. She's had her fingers broken and left to set on their own. Your mother worked on that. And we think she'll get the use of her hands back. Her records show she was in there for over 7 years, one of the longest in the facility. Fallon glanced at the chart. Naomi Rodriguez. Age 43. Which? The records listed an elf she'd taken into her care. Dimitri, Jonah told her. He doesn't know his last name or remember it. He's 12. He's okay if any of them are. He finally agreed to go with a couple of the women we were able to release. Okay. I want to. She broke off when the woman opened her eyes, stared at her. Eyes nearly as dark as the shadows dogging them. You're the one. Fallon Swift. When the woman groped for her hand, Fallon took it. Not physical pain. She realized the medicals had taken care of that. But they couldn't touch the mental anguish. My boy, Dimitri, he's all right. I'm going to go see him soon. We'll bring him to see you. Jonah added, as soon as we can. He's safe now, and so are you. They held a gun to his head, so I had to go with them. They said they'd let him go if I did, but they lied. Full of lies. They drugged me and my boy. He was just a boy. They wouldn't let me see him, but I could feel him, hear him. They kept us drugged so we couldn't find our power. Sometimes they kept us gagged and blindfolded and shackled for hours, maybe days. They'd take us to that jackal and his devils to torture us. Some looked ashamed, but they took us to him. And they knew what he did to us. She closed her eyes again. Tears leaked out, trailed down her cheeks. I lost faith. There's no shame in it. I wanted to kill. At first I lived by imagining killing them all. Then I only wanted to die, just end it. No shame, Fallon repeated, and those anguished eyes opened again. But you came, even though I had no faith. Fallon leaned in. Do you see me? Do you see the light in me? It's like the sun. I see you, Naomi. I see the light in you. When Naomi shook her head, Fallon laid her free hand on the woman's cheek, let some of that light flow in. They dimmed it, but I see your light. I see the light that shined, that took in a frightened boy, a small, confused, grieving boy, and gave him a home. I see the light that was willing to sacrifice herself for the boy. I see you, Naomi. Fallon straightened. Now rest and heal. We'll bring Dimitri to you. I'll fight with you. When you're well, Fallon told her and moved to the next bed. It took nearly 2 hours. She joked with a soldier who claimed being shot, then kicked and stomped on was just a day in the life. She comforted the distraught, reassured the confused. Before she left, she saw the boy, the bone-thin boy with dark skin, sitting on the side of Naomi's bed. Haltingly, he read to her in a voice rusty with disuse from one of the children's books in the waiting area. She slipped outside for some air. Saw her father had done the same and was currently kissing her mother. You know, you guys don't need to get a room. You've got a whole house. Lana turned bluebell eyes on Fallon and smiled. There's my girl. She moved quickly, gathered Fallon up tight. You're so tired. I'm not alone. No, you're not. She drew back. We didn't lose anyone. Thank the goddess. Including the premature baby? Including. It was rough, but I finally got the baby to turn. Rachel wanted to avoid a C-section unless he stayed breech. Brennan. For pounds, 3 ounces. 16 inches. Rachel's still monitoring, but she's pleased with him and his mother. She's one tough lady. So are you. Now go home, check on Colin, then get some sleep. I'm going to. We're about to rotate here. Let's all go home. I need to talk to the people in the auditorium, then I'll be home. With a nod, Lana ran her fingers through Fallon's hair. You're going to find some of them need more time to acclimate. Katie's working on housing. There are so many, and many of those shouldn't be left on their own yet. We've got volunteers who'll take some in, Simon pointed out. Those who seem steadier can take some of the housing we prepped before the rescue. But some may just want to go. They shouldn't. Not yet, but I'll talk to them, Fallon assured her and guided her mother to the horses. Want a flash? Actually, a ride would be good. Lana waited until Simon mounted, held up a hand and swung up behind him, as if she, once an urbanite, a New York native, had been riding all of her life. Come home soon, she said, and nuzzled into Simon's back, wrapped her arms around him. Love, Fallon thought as they rode off. Maybe that was the biggest miracle. Feeling it, giving it, knowing it. She swung onto Grace and rode toward the school, hoping to convince the tortured, the exhausted, the sick at heart to believe. Chapter 2. When Fallon arrived home, She spotted Ethan coming out of the stables, the dog Scout and Jem trotting at his heels as usual. His recent growth spurt still gave her a little jolt. She remembered, clearly. The day he'd been born at home, in the same big bed where she, Colin, and Travis had come into the world. He'd let out a cry that had sounded to her ears like a laugh. When she'd been allowed to hold him the first time, he'd looked at her with those deep newborn eyes, and she swore, still swore, he'd grinned at her. As the baby of the family. His sunny nature revealed itself in that first laughing cry and every day since. But he was, Fallon admitted with some reluctance, no longer a baby, though he remained slight of build. He'd put on some muscle. He had their mother's butterscotch hair and lovely blue eyes, but it looked as if he'd inherited their father's height. As he'd sprung up inches in what seemed to be 5 minutes. She smelled the stables on him. He'd been mucking them out, no doubt, as she dismounted. "How's Colin?" "Mom says good." He slept the whole time she and Dad were gone. Probably still is. As he eyed her, Ethan took Grace's reins while the dogs leaped, leaned, and looked for attention. "You should sleep, too." "I will." "Travis?" He came home for a few minutes, just to check in. He's taking Colin's schedule with the recruits, so he had to get back. Her middle brother may not have lost his penchant for a good prank. But he stood up. Travis always stood up. "Grace is happy you took her for a ride," Ethan said as he managed to nuzzle the dogs and the horse at the same time. When it came to animals, Ethan understood their thoughts, feelings, needs. That was his gift. Now she's hoping for a carrot. Is that so? Fallon imagined the garden, the rows of carrots, the orange spears in the ground, the springy green tops. Choosing one, she let the words form in her head, flicked out a hand, and held a carrot, fresh from the ground. Beside her, Ethan laughed. "That's a good one. I've been working on it." Fallon swiped the dirt off the carrot on the thigh of her jeans, fed it to her sweet, loyal mare. "I'll cool her down, get her settled," Ethan said. "Go get some sleep. Mom said to tell you there's leftover pasta if you're hungry. They're conked too." "Okay. Thanks, Ethan." He started to lead Grace away, paused. "When Eddie got back, when I was over helping Fred with the farm, and he got back, he said what they did to the people you rescued was an abomination. That's his word for it. It was. It's exactly the right word for it. He said there were little kids locked up there. There were. Now they're safe and they're free and nobody will hurt them. Those lovely blue eyes. So like their mothers, clouded. It never makes any sense, you know? Being mean never makes any sense." For Ethan, she thought as she walked to the house. The first choice and the last would always be kindness. She hated knowing he trained every day for war. She considered the pasta, decided she was more tired than hungry, so went straight downstairs. And found Colin waiting for her in the family room. Obviously he'd woken with an appetite as an empty bowl, plate, glass stood on the table. A good sign, she thought, as was his color. The clear look to his hazel eyes. "How's the shoulder?" He shrugged with the good one, lifted the other arm in its sling. "It's fine. Mom says I have to wear this dumbass thing for the rest of the day, maybe tomorrow, so I don't jerk it and screw things up. Pain in the ass. She'd give you a bigger ass pain if you screwed things up." Yeah. He might be a fearless soldier, but he wasn't stupid enough to take on their mother. Hell of a fight, huh? She let him talk it out. He'd need to, she knew, as most of the men and women she'd visited in the clinic had needed to. We were basically on cleanup, you know? Man, we had them on their heels. Foul, on their fricking heels. "This is when you were down in the torture chamber, right? Eddie said you were down there." He paced as he spoke, a nervous habit she understood, as she often did the same. "So, a couple of the fairies are working on the locks on the cells because we've got it under control, right?" You could hear some of them who were drugged to shit and back calling for help. And kids crying. Jesus. He paused at that. Jesus, kids. You just never get over that part. Anyway, this guy drops down, put his hands up. "I'm not going to neutralize some dude who's surrendering. So I move in to take his weapons." He laid them down, for Christ's sake. And, Jesus, Fallon, one of his own shoots him, and wings me before I could take him out. A soldier to the bone. One who'd formed a strong band of brothers and sisters in arms, Colin's disgust came with a lacing of fury. He shot his own man. His own unarmed man. Who the fuck does that? True believers, she said simply. Don't underestimate the true believer. Well, whatever the son of a bitch believed, I believe he's burning in hell now. He shot his own man. A man with his hands up. No threat. Anyway, he gave her that one shoulder shrug again. We got them out. Did you talk to Clarence? Yes. He's doing fine. Good. Good. I saw him go down. But I couldn't get to him. Most of our wounded have been treated and released. The others need a little more time in the clinic, but they're going to be fine. Yeah, Mom said. I think I'll go into town, see how everybody's doing anyway. Tell Ethan so he can tell Mom and Dad if I'm still sleeping. Sure. With his free hand, he stacked the plate, bowl, glass. Balanced them. Then his eyes met hers, warrior to warrior. It was a good mission. 332 prisoners freed. 333. One of them just had a baby. No shit? He grinned. Good deal. See you later. She walked back to her room as he started upstairs. He'd been raised a farmer, she thought. One who loved basketball and bragging and finding little treasures. Once he'd claimed he'd be president. He wouldn't, Fallon thought as she stripped to the skin. He was and always would be. A soldier. And a damn good one. She dragged on an oversized t-shirt she'd scavenged years before and used for sleep with a pair of boys' boxers. After countless washings, the image of the man and his guitar on the shirt had faded like a ghost. Her dad called him the boss, said he'd been, or was, who knew, a kind of rocking troubadour. She didn't have any musical talent, but she knew what it meant to be the boss. So she slid into bed thanking the gods no one she loved or commanded had died. And as the voices, the stories, the nightmares of those she'd helped save rang in her head along with their fears, their gratitude, their tears, she ordered herself to shut them out. And sleep. She woke in moonlight with the chill of fall in the air. Fog grazed along the ground, thin smoke that wound through the stone circle. Frost, sharp as diamonds, sparkled on the high grass of the field. The woods beyond rattled and moaned with the wind. Well, beside her, Duncan scanned the field, the woods, then turned to study her with dark green eyes. This is unexpected. Did you pull me in? I don't know. She hadn't seen him in nearly 2 years, and then only briefly when he'd flashed back to New Hope to report. She knew he'd come back at Christmas to see his family because Tonya mentioned it. He'd left New Hope 2 years ago come October. After the battle in the gardens when he'd lost a friend who'd been a brother to him. When she'd struck down her father's brother, his murderer, and Simon Swift had finished him. He'd gone to help train troops, to work with Malik, her own teacher, at a base far enough away to give them both time and space. Well, he said again. Since we're here. He kept his hand on the hilt of his sword as he spoke, as he went back to scanning the woods, the shadows, the night. I heard the rescue mission hit the marks. Big one, he added. Glancing at her again. We could have helped. There were enough of us to handle it. More are coming. You. He wore his hair longer than he had, she noted, or just hadn't bothered with a trim. It curled over the collar of his jacket. He hadn't bothered to shave, either, so his face, all the strong angles of it, carried a scruff. She wished it didn't suit him. She wished she didn't feel this want for him. Me? He prompted. I'm disoriented. I don't like it. She heard the angry edge in her voice, didn't care. Maybe you pulled me in. Can't tell you. Wasn't intentional either way. For me it was summer evening. I was in my quarters thinking about capping off a long day with a beer. We've got a nice little brewery going on base. You? Ordering herself to calm, she answered in kind. Summer, the day after the rescue. I'd just gotten home. I was sleeping. It could be evening by now. Okay then. We're likely on the same time both ways. It's not summer here. McCloud land, my mother's blood's land. The first shield, the one my grandfather broke. The dark broke the shield. The boy and the man he became was a tool, innocent. He was innocent. Her voice changed, deepened, when a vision came on her. She changed, all but glowed. He'd seen it before. Here she goes. He murmured. You are of him, Duncan of the McClouds. I am of him, for we are of the Tuatha De Danann. As our blood and the taint of the blood of what waits open the shield to Magicks. Bright and dark, so will blood close it again. Whose? Ours. Let's get to it then. He drew his knife from its sheath on his belt, prepared to score his palm. Not yet. She gripped his arm. And he felt the power in her, through him, pumping. You risk opening all, risk the end of all. Famine and flood, scorched earth and the ash of the world. There's so much more to come. Magicks rising. Light and dark, dark and light. The storm whirling, swords slashing. Now she laid her hand on his heart, and he felt too much. Every muscle in his body quivered when her eyes, dark with visions, met his. I am with you, in battle, in bed, in life, in death. But not this night. Do you hear the crows? He looked up, watched them circling. Yeah, I hear them. They wait, it waits, we wait. But the time is coming. Can't come soon enough, he muttered. She smiled at him, and something in the look was sly and seductive and full of power. You think of me. I think of a lot of things. God, she made his mouth water. Maybe you should snap out of it. You think of me, she repeated, and slid her hands up his chest until her arms circled his neck. And this. Her body molded to his, her mouth brushed his once, twice. Teasing, alluring. A damn laugh in her throat. He ached everywhere, all at once, and wanted, needed more than he could bear. The hell with it. All of it. Now sound like triumph in her throat as he took those offered lips. She tasted of the wild, and made him crave it. The savage and the free, the unknown. The always known. Desperate, his hands ran up her body, over it, at last, while he changed the angle of the kiss, deepened it. Crows circling overhead, the stones swimming through the fog. The wind like mad music over field and wood. Hard against her, his heart beating like thunderclaps, he would have dragged her to that frost-coated ground, taken her at the entrance of doom. But she knocked him back, and nearly off his feet with a sudden jolt of outraged power. Breath heaving, he stared at her, saw the visions had drained. What stared back at him was a very pissed-off female. What the hell is wrong with you? She demanded. Do you think we came here so you could move on me and... I don't know why the hell we're here. But you're not going to put that on me. You started it, sister. You moved on me. He watched the temper change to confusion, then, some satisfaction, at least, some shock and shame. I wasn't myself. Bullshit. You're always yourself, visions or not. And he remained so hard, so damn needy he had to fight not to tremble with it. The vision card doesn't play for me. I'm sorry. She said it stiffly, but she said it. I don't know why. More bullshit. We both know why. Sooner or later we'll finish this and see if that takes care of it or not. Meanwhile, I'm not a diddler. What? So much heat still inside her, she realized. From lust, she wasn't so stubborn she wouldn't acknowledge it, and from embarrassment. It's what Colin calls girls who come onto guys, then flick them off because they can. I'm not like that. No, you're not like that. Calmer, he looked at her again. We feel what we feel. You and me. One of the reasons I left is because I'm not ready to feel it. I figure it's the same for you. It'd be easier if you stayed mad. It'd be easier if you let me have you. Too bad for both of us. He tipped his head back, studied the circling crows. We've been here before, you and me. Yes, we'll be here again. What we do then, what we do between now and then. And after? It all matters so much. I can't think about sex. Everybody thinks about sex, he said absently. I told you I'd come back to New Hope, and I will. I told you I'd come for you. And I will. He drew his sword and flamed it, shot fire at the crows. He turned to her again as they erupted and fell. You think of me, too. She woke in her bed with the evening light of summer slipping soft through her windows. She sighed, rolled out of bed to dress and find her family. Duncan popped back to his quarters with the same rude jolt he'd popped out of them. Son of a bitch. He dropped down on the side of his bunk to get his breath back. Not like flashing, he thought. That brought a little zip to the blood, but this had been coming and going like being shot out of a cannon. He damn well didn't appreciate it. He needed a beer, maybe a good, long walk. He needed his hands on Fallon again. No, wanted his hands on her, and that was a lot different than need. He'd kept them off her for damn near 2 years, he reminded himself, and got up to pace around the bedroom of the house he shared with Malik. He'd have kept them off her longer if she hadn't moved on him. Not her fault, not altogether anyway. He wasn't stupid enough to think otherwise. They'd gotten caught up in something best to just leave it there. How many times had he been to that place in dreams, in visions? The stone dance, the fields, the woods. He'd never been inside the farmhouse where the McLeods had lived for generations before the doom, but he knew it. Tonya knew it, because she'd told him. Did Fallon? He should have asked. If he found himself in that field again, he'd go to the house, look for his ghosts. Look for the family who'd worked the land, lived and died there for generations. He knew their names because his mother had told him. Their names, their stories. But it wasn't the same. He strapped on his sword. Strange, he'd worn it at the Stones. But he'd taken it off to shower after the long training day. He'd worn his prized leather jacket, one he'd scavenged when he and some troops had flashed to Kentucky on a scouting mission. Dressed for weather and defense, he considered. Fallon, too, he recalled. Brown leather vest over a sweater, wool pants. She sure as hell hadn't been sleeping in cool weather clothes. So that was interesting. Magicks were, for him, endlessly interesting. A science, an art, a wonder all wrapped up with power. He glanced at the pile of books, most loaned to him by Malik. Study. The man said, constantly. Read and learn, look and see, train and do. His own personal Yoda. Man, he missed DVD nights back at home. He wandered the room, looking at the sketches he'd pinned on his walls. His mom, his sisters, friends, one of Bill Anderson outside Bygones. One of the memorial tree. It held his father's name. And the name of the man who'd stood as his father for a brief time. The man his mother had loved, for that brief time. And Austin had given him an art set, even more prized than the leather jacket. He'd long since worn the colored pencils, the charcoals, pastels to nothing. But he'd scavenged more. Malik had surprised him. As he'd expected a man who was that hard a taskmaster to scoff at sketches, and to complain about the waste of paper and supplies. Instead, Malik found an alchemist who could create more. Art, he'd said, was a gift. Of course, it didn't hurt that Duncan drew maps as well, minutely detailed. Or could recreate an enemy base on paper to help plan a mission. Still, Duncan hadn't shown him the sketches of Fallon. Not even the one he'd done of her drawing the sword and shield from the fire in the well of light. He nearly opened the drawer where he kept sketches of her, then drew back. Just asking for trouble, he decided. So he dragged his fingers through his disorderly mop of black hair, considered it groomed, and walked out to the living room where Malik sat by the fire. He knew Malik had chosen what was basically a vacation cabin for the fireplace, the trees. A plot of land he used for a garden, for beekeeping. And it had a loft for his workshop. Duncan, who'd considered himself pretty well versed in Magicks, hell. He'd taught the younger Magicals back in New Hope, had learned a hell of a lot in that loft. The place wasn't much. They had to bespell it in the winter to keep from freezing half to death, but they did well enough. Maybe neither of them could cook worth a damn, but they didn't starve. I'm going out for a beer. Have wine instead, Malik said, and tell me about Fallon. Duncan stopped in his tracks. You sent us there? God damn it. No, but I saw you, both of you, in the fire. You didn't send us? No, leaning forward, Malik poured the second glass of wine, a nice, tart apple wine he'd helped make the previous fall. Duncan dropped down on the other end of the battered sofa. He'd rather a beer, but the wine was okay in a pinch. He took a swallow, sized up Malik. The man didn't lie, so there was that. Now he sat, patient. He often displayed the patience of a damn cat at a mouse hole. Gray threaded through his dark hair, worn longer even than Duncan's. The white streak in his beard added a strange sort of pizzazz, Duncan mused. He kept his body soldier fit. Duncan supposed he looked pretty good for a guy with a few centuries under his belt. I was thinking about the beer and pop. There we were. She said she'd been catching some rack time. She'd have earned it from what Tonia told us. Yes. While we were there she had a vision. Malik nodded. Tell me. I could see, but I couldn't hear. Instead of the beer and the walk, Duncan drank wine by the fire and spoke of visions. Her blood, mine. Tonia's probably because of the twin deal. No surprise there. How and when? Duncan mused. That's the mystery. Visions are a bitch more than half the time. More questions than answers with the cryptic bullshit. The answers are there, Malik corrected. You're of the Tuatha De Danann, as is Fallon. As was your grandfather. His blood, innocent blood, played a part in opening the shield. Yours, and the blood of the one, will close it. Duncan tossed back more wine. How and when, he repeated. Courage, faith. These are the what that lead to the how. When you have them, when all that must be done has been done, leads to the when. More cryptic bullshit, Duncan thought. I put my life on the line. And will again. So does she. So do the people of New Hope, the people here at every base we've established. So do the people who are fighting who we haven't been able to reach. The gods are greedy. Boy, Malik said mildly. Tell me about it. I don't ask why. What's the point? Some people kill, torture, enslave other people. They just do. Fear, ignorance, a thirst for power. Just words. Duncan dismissed them as he might a thin layer of dust. It's nature, for some it's just how they're wired. I've read the histories. People did the same as far back as those histories go. Before Magicks faded and after. Maybe especially after. The world goes to hell, and they still do it. Life is long. Duncan smirked. Yours anyway. Amused, Malik shook his head. The life of all. Of worlds, of gods and magics and men. But since mine has been long, I can tell you there have been times of harmony and balance, and always the potential for it. Faith and courage build that potential. Faith in gods and their cryptic bullshit? In the light, boy. It's what it holds and offers. You would fight and die for your beliefs, your ideals. To defend the innocent and oppressed. But after the battle, the blood, the wars, will you live for them? Light for life. Solast on sale. Duncan thought of the words engraved on the wooden cuff Fallon wore. The one came to understand the fight won't be enough. Leaning forward, Malik poured himself more wine. You failed to report the rest of your time with her tonight. Not relevant. Annoyed, Duncan decided he could use a little more wine himself. Besides, you saw for yourself. Malik said nothing, just sipped his wine. Damn cat and mouse patience. She moved on me. I kept my hands off her until she made the move. And I took them off her when she said no. Except she didn't say no. She never says no, exactly. And I'm not getting into that with you. It's weird. You're young and healthy, as is she. This alone creates attraction. But there's more between you than a desire for physical release, and you both know it. Physical release. Duncan rubbed his hands over his face, left them there. Jesus. Do you think because I haven't indulged in the pleasures of the flesh I don't understand desire? I don't want to. Dropping his hands, Duncan stared. Those green eyes both fascinated and appalled. Ever? No sex, as in seriously ever? No, don't tell me. Talk about weird. Body, Malik continued easily, mind, spirit. There are some who find a mate in all three. I'm not looking for a mate. Malik nodded, sipped more wine. When you don't look, you don't see. Enough, Duncan thought as he pushed to his feet. Just enough. I'm going for a walk. Malik sat where he was as Duncan strode out. The boy would brood, he thought. He'd also check the sentries, the security levels. Do a spot check on the newer recruits. The boy was a born soldier, a born leader, though he still had much to learn. He would walk off his frustration and his brood, just as he would, eventually, meld his considerable courage with a faith he didn't yet trust. He'd make his way to where he needed to be. The world depended on it. Chapter 3. Fallon spent time with her maps, studied images in her crystal, and slipped into it to gather more intel. Out of habit, she trained before her family rose, in the dark before dawn, conjuring ghosts to battle. She helped mix bombs, potions, tonics because they were needed, and the skill in creating them needed regular honing, like a good tool. She went on hunting parties, scouting parties, scavenged, as those skills required practice as well. She'd learned from her parents that she couldn't lead a community without being part of it. From Malik, she'd learned that training, studying, looking could never cease. As she walked to the barracks, the air sang with the ring of steel against steel, the thump of the dummy bullets. Real ammo remained too precious for training. The whiz of arrows in flight. She watched soldiers and potential soldiers fight their mock battles, with call-in shouting orders and insults with equal fervor. Fuck it, Riaz, you're dead. Get the damn rocks out of your boots and move your feet. Get off your ass, Petrie. Catch your breath. She heard him layer in so much incredulity. She snickered as he grabbed Petrie's sword and used the enchanted blade to mock-slit Petrie's throat. Try breathing without a windpipe. Now give me 50. Petrie, easily twice her brother's age, rolled over. He may have snarled silently, but he started counting off the push-ups. The brand on Petrie's wrist gleamed with sweat. He'd train, she thought, and would take orders from a teenager because he knew what it was to be a slave of the Purity Warriors. The cult formed by the fanatical Jeremiah White branded Magicks on the forehead with a pentagram, then tortured and executed them. People like Petrie, the non-Magicks, they marked as slaves, used as they chose, in the name of their merciless god. So Petrie would train, he'd do the 50, pick up his training sword, and fight back. Some wouldn't. Some freed from slavery or oncoming death wouldn't pick up a sword or bow. That, she thought, was their choice. There were other ways to fight back. Planting, building, tending stock, teaching, sewing, weaving, cooking, treating the sick or injured, tending to children. Many ways to fight. Petrie had chosen the sword. And as he sweated out those 50, arms quivering on the last 5, she saw the potential soldier. He'd train, she thought again, then she glanced over at the shouts. Travis whipped another squad out of the woods, across the field, and through the last, brutal section of the obstacle course. A girl held the lead, maybe 16, Fallon judged, pale. Pale white skin flushed now with effort. Delicate features and a fierce determination in exotic eyes as she high-stepped through the old tires. She had a red streak, like a slash of defiance, in her hair while the long black tail of it bounced as she leaped onto the rope wall. Climbed it like a lizard up a rock, Fallon noted with approval. Sweat soaked her shirt, ran down her face, but she swung over the ropes, charged up a narrow ramp to vault onto the next wall. She found her handholds, flipped over and down, then bolted over the finish. A spotter called out her time. 23 minutes, 41 seconds. Impressed, Fallon walked over, offered a canteen as a couple others hit the final wall. Thanks. Marichu, right? Yes. That's a damn good time. Marichu swiped away sweat. You still hold the record at 20 on 12. I'll beat it. You think? I'll beat it. She handed back the canteen. I want to go on the next mission. How long have you been here? About 3 weeks. 5. I'm ready. That's up to your instructors. And you have 3 more weeks to meet the minimal 8. I'm ready, Marichu repeated and walked away to stretch. Fallon waited for Travis, waited until he'd seen the last man over the course. Ordered his squad to hit the showers before the next round, tactics, the classroom session their father taught today. Marichu, she said. Travis nodded, guzzled water. Lanky, his hair sun-streaked. And lately sporting a trio of thin braids on the left side, he glanced toward Marichu as she headed for the barracks with the others. Strong, smart, and freaking fast. Damn near elf fast. Well, a slow elf. But she's not an elf, right? Fairy. Yeah. She's the one who escaped the PWs before they got her to one of their compounds, but not before they'd raped her, knocked her around, and busted one of her wings beyond repair. Yes, I remember. She was in pretty bad shape when we stumbled on her, heading here, she said. That was me, Flynn, Eddie, and Star. Fever from infection. Half-starved, still hurting bad. Still, she had a stick she'd sharpened like a spear and would have jabbed the shit out of us if she could before we convinced her we were the good guys. I wasn't here when you brought her in. The healers tried to fix her wing. Mom tried. Couldn't. Too much damage, too much time between the break and when we got her back. Rough for her. But I gotta say, she's compensated. She's good with the bow, not great, but she could be. Sloppy with a sword yet, but she's got speed, endurance, agility. Nobody in her group comes close. Thoughts? Feelings? He blew out a breath. He'd been raised not to poke into people's private thoughts, not that he hadn't done so now and then. Now, since Petra had infiltrated and attacked, it was part of his job. She's good at blocking out the poke, I gotta say. But I get she's pissed, more determined, but pissed too. She wants to fight. She likes learning to ride. Wants to learn to drive. It's normal stuff, Fallon. No underbelly there, I can feel. Oh, and she's figured out Colin's got a thing for her. What? He keeps it to himself. Because she's kind of young and a recruit. But he's got a little thing there. I didn't poke in, I could see it. Anyway, she echoed for lack of anything else. How many are ready for a mission? You should ask Dad. I will. And Poe and Tonia and Colin and all of the instructors. Now I'm asking you. He hooked his thumbs in his front pockets as he chewed it over, bite by bite. The fact he'd think carefully was the very reason she'd asked him first. 4, maybe 5. Anson, Jingle, Quint. Lorimar, and maybe Yip. NM, non-magical, elf, witch, NM, and shifter. In that order. Okay, thanks. See you later. She moved over to where Tonia's archery group rotated out. Duncan's twin, and it was impossible to look at her and not see him even though Tonia's features were more delicate, her eyes a summer blue instead of a forest green. The humidity had her hair curling wildly as if it fought to free itself from the restricting band. She knocked an arrow, let it fly, and hit the strawman target heart center. How's it going? Tonia knocked another arrow. Not too bad. I've got 1 or 2 in the batch I just finished with who probably won't shoot an arrow or bolt into their own foot. Do you work with Marichu? Sure. She's got potential, and I'm thinking of switching her to a crossbow. She's got the strength, and I think she'd work better with a crossbow than a compound. She tends to drop her left shoulder, and that's probably from the damaged left wing. We're working on it. She shot a 3rd arrow. The 2nd had pierced the straw head between the eyes. The 3rd went straight through the groin. No straw babies for you, Tonia said, and smiled. Music in the gardens tonight. How about we hang? Before Fallon could answer, Tonia laid a hand on her arm. We reclaimed it, Fallon. We won't let Petra or her bitch of a mother take it from us. You said it yourself. Yeah, I did. Petra, she thought, her cousin. Daughter of her birth father's brother, and murderer. Blood of her blood. She pushed it back. I did, she repeated. We won't. But you hardly ever come. Plus, there's a guy I'm looking over. You could give me your take. Fallon envied how naturally, easily Tonia could look over a guy. And if the looking over part hit the mark, move to the next step. What guy? Anson, recruit. Worked his way up here from Tennessee. Totally cute accent, killer abs, and so far not an asshole. Travis said he was about combat ready. I'd agree there. So come check him out tonight. Come hang with me and Hannah. Next time, she said and meant it. I can't tonight. You've got something else cooking? Yeah. I'm still working out the details, and I need to talk to my dad. To Will, some of the others, including you. To start, how many do you think are ready for a mission? Of the boots? A lot of greenies, still. Tonia signaled so Fallon walked with her to retrieve the arrows. I'd say Anson with the Studley abs. He's got nearly 2 months of training, an NM, fearless, but not stupid. There's Quint, who came in about the same time. Which, damn good swordsman. He's still learning to harness his magics, but he keeps it wrapped well. Just the two. Thinking, Tonia replied, and swiped at sweat on her forehead. There's Sylvia, no, she said with a shake of her head. Not yet there. Shit, Hanson Lorimar. He's a show-off, and irritates the crap out of me, but he's solid. And she added. There's Jingle, very fast elf. She's a little goofy, but she gets down to it when it matters. What about Yip? Shifter. Possible. What's the mission? Fallon started to evade. But this was Tonia. PW Enclave, Arlington. Tonia's eyes widened. Arlington? It's huge, and it's cozied right up with DC. That's right. Word is they've formed alliances with Dark Uncanny and Raiders, fortified the shit out of the place. That's right, too. Like Travis, Tonia took time to think. A fat jay winged by to perch on the straw man she'd killed, peck at it. Fallon, I'm with you, but we just don't have enough to take it. I'm working on that. Keep it quiet, okay? Until I talk to my dad, Will, a few others. No problem. If we could take Arlington, it would be a major kick in their ass, Fallon finished. That's the idea. With her father, Colin. Poe all doing instructor duty, she walked back home. To her profound surprise, she found her mother, Fred, Arlies, and Katie swimming in the backyard pool. Caught us, Lana said with a laugh. So join us. What's going on? Committee meeting. Katie, town mayor and one of its founders, who'd given her dark curly hair to Tonia, her green eyes to Duncan, dunked her head back and giggled. Somebody's been into the wine, Fallon concluded. Oh, yes we have. Fred, naked, flowed out her wings, fluttered up, shaking her curly red mop, then dived back in. Come on, baby. Give yourself a break, too. Fred's youngest two are napping. Lana gestured to where Eddie and Fred's youngest slept on a blanket in the shade. The rest of the kids are doing what kids do on a hot summer day. And we're having a little private party, Arlie's finished. New Hope's chronicler, workhorse, founder wasn't naked. She wore a tank top and underpants as she floated blissfully on her back. I can't think of the last time I swam in a pool just because, she added. It occurred to Fallon she'd never seen the four of them this relaxed, and she wondered if, now and again, they had their little private parties when she wasn't around. God knows they'd earned them. Come on in. Fred waved her hands, added little fountains to the water. We're talking about men. And sex. I really like sex. Makes me all sparkly. I haven't had sex in. Who knows? Katie finished. The men I have sex with end up dead. She slapped a hand over her mouth as a laugh erupted, as Fred slid over to wrap an arm around her. Oh, it's not funny. It's just true. I'm not sad, she assured Fred. I loved them both. You know how that is, Lana. I do. I was thinking about having sex with Jeff Barlow. Arlie sank, came up spitting out water. Jeff Barlow. Considering it. But, Jesus, I don't want to kill him. Katie laughed again, pushed back her wet ropes of hair. But since it's a little lust and not love, maybe. He's a good soldier. Fallon said, she hoped helpfully. Katie shot back an indulgent wink. I was thinking more he has a nice ass, honey. Oh! Well, she could feel her mother's amusement as Lana treaded water and smiled. I'd say Mark McKinnon has a better one, and he doesn't have a wife or woman, either. Arlies let out a wild roll of laughter as Katie shook her head. He does have a better ass, Katie considered, but he's at least 10 years younger than me. What difference does that make? That's my girl. Mark McKinnon. Lana pointed at Katie. Go for it. I couldn't. Maybe. Try not to kill him, Fallon added, and after a shocked beat, all 4 women roared with laughter. You're now, officially, a member of our private party. Arlie sent a splash of water in Fallon's direction. Into the pool, girlfriend. She needed to get into town, needed to talk to Will. Check on the rescues. She needed to, what the hell. She unstrapped her sword, pulled off her boots. After a moment's consideration, she stripped down to the skin like her mother and Fred. And for the fun of it, leaped, rolled twice in the air, and dived in. Later, when she rode into town, Fallon thought how much she'd enjoyed that half-hour of silliness with a group of women. Her mother's circle, minus Rachel, who hadn't been able to get away from the clinic, and Kim, who had an herbalist class scheduled. She knew her mother's power, her mother's strength. She depended on it. How much strength and will had it taken for Lana Bingham, a child in her belly, grief in her heart, to leave new hope and that circle, to leave it to save the child and everyone. Everything she'd left behind? More than anyone she knew, Fallon decided. She thought of the other women, she knew their stories. Katie, who'd lost her husband, her parents, her entire family, but for the twins inside her. It had taken strength to survive, more strength, and such compassion, to take another infant whose mother hadn't survived as her own. With Jonah's and Rachel's help and friendship, Katie had escaped New York with her 3 infants. Arlie's Reed, intrepid reporter, had watched her colleague sicken and die of the doom, had watched her city fall, the world crumble. But she, along with a few brave souls, including Fred, had continued to broadcast for as long as possible. With Chuck, hacker and IT guru, as her source, Arlie's uncovered the truth and the lies. How many lives had she saved by telling the truth? Fallon wondered. What had it been like for Fred to discover the magic inside her to sprout wings? For some, the emergence of powers brought madness or turned them dark. For Fred, it brought joy, a passion for spreading that joy, and a devotion to defend and protect all. Her mother had chosen her circle well. Without them, without the sacrifices they'd made, the will not just to survive, but to rebuild, there would be no new hope. Without new hope and communities like it, the light would dim and dark prevail. She'd intended to ride through town to the police station in hopes of finding Will Anderson. But she saw him standing on the sidewalk talking to a couple, and Marla, she remembered, weavers who raised llamas. Will crouched down to the level of the little boy they'd taken in. After Petra had killed his mother, he'd be about 5, Fallon calculated, and chattered happily at Will as they examined a little toy horse. But as she approached on Layak, the little boy huddled behind his mother, peeked out at her. "It's all right, honey," and stroked his curly cap of hair. "This is Fallon. You remember her. He's shy until he gets to know you," she told Fallon. "That's okay. I don't mean to interrupt. We just came into town to deliver some socks," Marla said, and stopped into bygones. Elijah said his alphabet for Mr. Anderson and got a prize. "That's a nice horse." As Will had done, she crouched down, but didn't move closer. "My dad made me a wooden horse when I was little. I still have it. And now I have this big guy, too." Because she'd looked into the boy, she smiled, then murmured to Layak in Irish. He spread his wings. "Like yours, Elijah. I see the light in you." He dipped his head, but she saw his smile, shy and sweet. And his wings, a quick flutter of blue. And pressed her fingers to her lips as her eyes filled. We had no idea." "Oh, Elijah. Look how pretty your wings are. We wondered." Marla leaned down to kiss the top of Elijah's head. But he never showed any signs. "It takes time for some." Especially, Fallon let that go as and lifted him, settled him on her hip. "Yes, especially. I think tonight, after dinner, we're going to have an ice cream party with Clarence and Miranda." "Ice cream?" Elijah threw back his head and laughed. "Tawberry." "Yes, strawberry. We'll work on those ours later." "Come on, Marla. Let's get our little man home." "It's good to see you, Fallon, Will." They settled Elijah in a carrier seat on a bike. Marla got on it, Anna on another. With a wave they rode off, with Elijah's wings still fluttering. "They're good people," Will commented. "Taking in 3 damaged kids and making a family. 3 magical kids, as it turns out." You could see he was a fairy. His lights quiet and shy. "And sweet," she added. "Very sweet." His mother was one of the rescues from the anti-magic cult. Indoctrinated and brainwashed to believe magic was evil. She'd have taught him that, tried to repress what he was. I remember. Petra pretended to come from the same cult and lived with them here. God knows what she tried to teach him. They are good people, his mothers now. If they'd reacted differently, too strongly, not strongly enough, he might have tried to hide his nature again instead of embracing it. "Strawberry ice cream never hurts." "You've got something on your mind," he added. "I came into town to talk to you." "Okay. We can head up to the station or just head up to the house." "I was just coming from the house, going to check in with Chuck. Trying to find my wife." "Oh, she's at our place. Having a meeting with Mom and Fred, Katie. Could we go ahead into Chuck's den?" He could add to this. "Sure." She turned to Leok, stroked him. He rose up on his wings. "Sort off. Never gets old." Shading his eyes with the flat of his hand, Will watched Leok fly. "Where's he going?" "Where he likes. He'll come when I need him." As would her wolf, her owl. "Can you tell me if the rescues are acclimating?" That's the wrong word, she realized. That sounds cult-like, doesn't it? Not when I know what you mean. The medicals have set up therapy, group and individual. Physically, some of them still need some time to heal. Emotionally, it's going to take longer for a lot of them. You know Marlene, right? Town planner. Yeah. She's playing den mother in one of the group houses. Plus, one of the rescues was a therapist before the doom. He's a little shaky yet himself. But it seems like a good idea to have one of their own working with them. It does. Resilience, she thought, was a light of its own. How many have left New Hope? 3 so far. A smaller number than I figured. And the baby, his mother. Both doing okay, according to Jonah. I saw him earlier. They walked around the back of the house where Rachel and Jonah lived with their boys and to Chuck's basement entrance. She smelled freshly mown grass. Sun-soaked herbs before they went inside and down. There she smelled salt, something sugary. Chuck sat in front of monitors and keyboards and odd electronic boxes, switches, and joysticks. Fallon could speak countless languages, had within her every spell ever written, but the world of computers posed a thorny mystery for her. She'd gained a little skill, with Chuck's help, since coming to New Hope, but for her entire life before they'd left the farm for New Hope, she'd been IT-free. Who enters the master's den? Chuck slurped at the something sugary in his glass. Hi, guys. No minions today? Will asked, as Chuck had a variety of IT apprentices. Class dismissed. It's summer, dude. And my top guys and gals are working on their own with some of the goodies you brought me back from the dungeons. You fried a bunch of it. We were a little fixed on life and death. Fallon reminded him. Yeah. Well, components are people, too. Anyway, I got Hester seeing if she can revive some of it with the woo-woo. He reached a hand into a bowl of chips. Want? Got more. Fixed this old PlayStation out at Fred's yesterday and scored the chips of potato. I'll pass on the chips, Will told him, but I could use something cold if you got it. Brew? I'm still on duty. Lemonade. Sold. Will went over to Chuck's cold box, took out the jug. What are you monitoring? I've got a PW base in Utah, that's a new one. They're just setting up. Branching out, Will added. What I'm getting is that our favorite lunatic, Jeremiah White, sent about 20 from Michigan, had them meet up with a group from Kansas. Then pulled together with some new recruits in Utah to set this up. They lost about 15% getting there. But they rounded up most of a community in Nebraska farming settlement. Magicals and nons. They're estimating to have the base secured, the housing, the weaponry, the supplies, and all that by the end of the week. So they can have their first round of executions on Sunday. He shoved the bowl of chips aside. Fuckers. We've never attempted any rescues that far out, Will said to Fallon. They're not secure yet, but now's the time. They won't have any dark uncanny with them. If they did, Chuck put in, it wouldn't take them days to secure. So, no DUs. She shifted Arlington out of her mind for the moment. Can you get exact coordinates? I'm working on it. How confident are you in your numbers? I'm confident that's what they're reporting back to Arlington. I've been catching bits of chatter off and on for a while, but it didn't amount to much before this morning. And like Will said, they're a hell of a lot farther away than anything we've tried. I've been banking it, keeping track when I could. A new plan, even more ambitious, began to form in Fallon's mind. We need everything you have. We'll get it to Malik and Duncan. Both have flashed farther than Utah before, and they'll know who at their base can handle the tag-along. She took the lemonade from Will but set it down again as she paced the big room crowded with electronics, with monitors and screens, with shelves stacked with wound-up cables, components, spare parts, and the scavenged dolls Chuck haughtily called action figures. Duncan takes two to scout, get the lay of the land, the setup, the security in place. Elves and shifters are usually best for that, Will said. Yeah, he'll know. Relay the intel. By the end of the week, you said. They're reporting they'll be fully up and operational by Friday. Chuck confirmed. That gives them 3 days. But it can be done. The prisoners will fight back. They've formed a community, so they'll fight back once they're able to. And once they hit it. Yes. Yes, she could see it. See how it could be done. Fate had just dropped an opportunity in her lap. We don't take out their communications. Yippee. Chuck pumped a fist in the air. More toys for me. We don't take them out. Let them signal the attack back to Arlington. And when they do, when Arlington's dealing with that, we hit Arlington. Will lowered his glass. Sorry, what? Did you just say we hit Arlington? Yes. It's what I wanted to talk to you about. I'd thought next week, but this is the time. She considered a minute. And one more. There's the base in South Carolina we've been monitoring. Yeah. Near Myrtle Beach, but it's more an outpost, almost a vacation spot for good PWs, Chuck added. We haven't gone that far afield either, and it hasn't been high on the list, as it is more an outpost. But now, she circled the room again. We hit all 3 simultaneously. Holy shit, Fallon. Will. A man who'd survived the doom and all its horrors, who'd fought DUs, PWs, raiders, commanded troops, served as the town's law, sat down. Hard. They'd never expect it. They're getting reports on attacks on 2 far-flung bases. There's a scramble, distraction. Add it's a walled base, a fancy gated community they've fortified. They've got DUs, Chuck reminded her. Thoughtfully tugging on the little goatee he'd dyed magenta. You've helped me take down the shields their DUs put up so I could get some intel, but they've got DUs, raiders and, from that intel, experienced ex-military, ex-cops. It's their main conduit to the war in D.C. I know we've kicked this around. You kicked it around? Will interrupted. Theoretically, Fallon told him. And I talked to my dad about it last night. I'd plotted it out differently, but this is better. It's more than a rescue, and yes, getting people out is always the priority. But this is more. 3 bases, the weapons, equipment, supplies, and the damage done to White's organization. To his reputation. His power grid. Duncan and Malik to Utah, Thomas and Min, she decided. Thinking of the elf community and the base established near Malik's cottage to South Carolina. And we hit the main target. We take Arlington. She looked around. I need a map. I've got, somewhere. Rather than wait for Chuck to find anything that wasn't electronic or edible, she flashed back to her room, flashed back with a map. Let me show you how I see it. Then you can show me how it can be better. Chapter 4. With time so short, the goals so ambitious, Fallon called for a meeting that night, asked the key members to gather at her home. As her mother, being her mother, would never consider holding any sort of gathering without food, Lana organized a menu. When Fallon finished her own preparations, she went out to find her mother making her own in her outdoor summer kitchen. Deserted by the men? I'll give you a hand. Cucumbers, thin, curled, Lana told her. Got it. As she worked, Fallon felt the mood. You're worried about the scope of these missions, the timing, but… Of course I am. Hands busy, Lana selected vegetables she'd already turned into art. 3 of my children, my husband, my friends, are going to war in a matter of days. While the anxiety leaked through, Lana continued to layer crackers she'd baked, herbed with rosemary or seasoned with garlic, with various toppings. I can't hold Travis back, not this time. I know that, Fallon. I've known this was coming since he started training for it back at the farm. What I don't understand is why you talked to your father about this, to Will, to Chuck, to everyone, it seems, but me. I only talked to Dad, seriously, about Arlington. Last night, after I'd worked on the details, I asked him not to say anything until I'd talked to everyone else. Mom. Fallon put down the kitchen tool, turned. I needed to talk to Travis. To Tony about the recruits, get a sense if we could use any of them, or if any of them were ready to move up if we lost people on this mission. And still, you didn't. Wait, please. A bee buzzed in, hovered over the crackers. Fallon merely gave it a warning look to send it zipping away. I came back home after I'd talked to them, had a look for myself. I knew you had a meeting with Arlies and Katie and Fred about establishing permanent homes for the new rescues. I wanted to talk to all 4 of you about Arlington, but you were having a little fun. The 4 of you were just having a little fun, and I didn't want to ruin it. Lana stopped what she was doing, turned to Fallon. I'm sorry. I should have known better. You looked so happy. All of you, buzzed on wine and friendship. I really wanted you to have that. I wanted some of it too. I took it with you. You did. Lana drew her in. I'm glad you did, and I'm sorry. Don't be sorry. All this is hard and ugly, and I thought of the 4 of you when I left. I thought of all you've done, what you faced, overcame, what you've made. Your circle, not quite the full one, as Rachel and Kim couldn't be there. They're all heroes to me. One day, Lana brushed a hand through Fallon's hair. One day my circle and yours are going to get buzzed on wine and friendship and talk about men and sex. I hope I have some experience with the last 2 by then so I can add to the conversation. You will. But tonight, we'll do what we have to do. Starting with food. Lana laughed. Always. So on a sultry summer night with the younger children with sitters or older siblings, the New Hope Originals gathered on the patio. Members of the next generation gathered with them for food and drink and talk of war. Across the field, green with summer, cows lowed as the first stars began to blink awake. Growing fuzzy again after their shearing, sheep dotted the gently rolling hills like small clouds. In the coop, chickens hummed as they bedded down. She saw fail bands slide like white smoke through the trees beyond where Tabes sat wise and silent on a branch. Over the western hills, the sun slowly simmered its way down toward the rounded peaks. She watched their Gem and Scout romp with Eddie's dog Hobo while old Joe, ever faithful, snoozed at his feet. Not like her mother's little private party that afternoon, she thought. But still a circle of friends. I should start by telling you I spoke with Malik and with Thomas. By radio? Katie asked. No, I flashed. I wanted to speak face to face. Did you see Duncan? No, sorry. He was out on maneuvers. I laid it out for both of them, and they agree it can be done. They'll work on tactics, logistics, do the scouting, and we'll continue to coordinate. Not by radio or computer, she added. I know Chuck's got those covered and we've added shields. But if any of our communications leak, well, it all goes to hell. Not insulted. Chuck popped a fat strawberry in his mouth. He wore sandals of braided rope with soles made from strips of old tires. They've got some good hackers, he added. I'm better. But they've got some good ones. I'll keep monitoring all 3 bases. Can't get much direct out of Arlington itself, but I got a clear line to the others, and it leads back. Any changes, champ? You'll hear about it. And we'll adjust to them, Fallon confirmed. Right up until we strike. Will and I worked out the broad strokes and some of the finer ones earlier. To start. She held up her hands, drew the power up, out as she spread her hands over the air. The map she'd drawn appeared, standing as if pinned to a wall. Excellent, Eddie said. and crunched into a cracker. Tonya and I worked on it. Target bases in red, ours in blue. I'll have more detailed maps after the targets are scouted. What's the green? Flynn asked. No sandals for him, Fallon noted, but sturdy boots he likely made himself. Locations where we can potentially relocate the rescues. We're about at capacity in New Hope, considering housing, supplies, medical, and we need to start establishing bases farther south, west, north. Colin, you and Dad need to pull out some of our experienced troops, ask for volunteers to relocate. We'll also need the town council to talk to skilled, experienced people, what we can spare, to help with that. Tonya and I will speak to some of the rescues, and Hannah, Rachel, Jonah need to work out who we can spare with medical experience, and if we can spare any supplies. If we can't, we'll scavenge as we go. She turned back to the map. The group in Utah taken by the PWs had settled in Nebraska, farming community, and from what we've gathered, poor security and defense. We can get them back to Nebraska, but we'll establish a base. It's a long way, Rachel chimed in. She held a glass of wine, but had yet to drink. At her feet sat a small medical kit the doctor carried everywhere. We can rotate volunteers. But we need a solid contingent to build and secure not just a community, but a base, one that can defend itself against PWs, raiders, and the government forces still hunting Magicals. We need the same in South Carolina. There's a forest here. She gestured to the map. And access to the ocean. We can set up to mine salt. Roads have to be cleared. Arlies paused in her note-taking, frowned at the map, and repaired, Poe added. Likely bridges, too. You need water, power, sewer, or septic, your basics. Fuel, Kim put in, lumber, tools. We transport what we can, scavenge. We build. There should be plenty of game in both locations, and it's good farmland in the west. We'd clear for farmland, if necessary, in the south. We plan for this, or taking the targets. Getting people out. We've got nowhere to put them safely. And we need to start adding locations. Once we have these bases, they can scout, scavenge, rescue where we haven't. You're talking about doing a lot in a really short time. Will adjusted the cap Fallon knew his daughter had made in crafting class. Across the forest green it read lawman in precisely embroidered white. I know. The new bases would be rudimentary, initially, but we'd claim our ground, then build. Just the way you, all of you, did right here. We need more like you. We have to find more like you, more people like my father, like Thomas, Troy, and others my family and I found on the way here. You don't know Thomas or Troy or those others yet, but they built communities, societies, and they'll fight to protect them because, like you, they know survival comes first, but it isn't enough. We don't know the world you knew. Tonya got to her feet. We only know it through books, DVDs, what you tell us. We were babies, or not even born in those first years where every day was life and death, when everything you knew was gone. But we know this world, what it takes to live in it. We've seen what you've done. Now Travis got to his feet. At the farm, Dad, the cooperative, the village back home. Here in New Hope, and all the places we found people fighting to build a life. Here we are sitting together. Feeling safe on a really nice night with Eddie's farm over there and the barracks over there. You can't have one, he said, gesturing toward the farm, without the other and to the barracks. Like Tonya said, he continued, we know this world and what it takes to live in it, because you gave it to us, you fought for it, built it and taught us how to live in it. But the world goes beyond the farm back home, New Hope, and the places from here to there. If we don't take it for the light, they'll take it for the dark. They're right. Hannah let out a sigh. Sometimes I imagine what it would be like if New Hope was the world. If this was all there was. Our homes, our neighbors, working at the clinic, learning to be a doctor, spending time with friends. Music in the gardens on a night like this. Then I remember another night like this in the gardens. I remember when someone I thought was a friend tore through our home. I think of Denzel and Carly and everyone she killed. I think of what we do, Rachel, Jonah, in the clinic after a mission. You taught me what to do. I don't have magic like Fallon, Tonya, Travis. I'm not a soldier like Colin, but I know what to do and what needs to be done because you all taught me. Basically, Colin said after a pause, we're saying it's time we kicked some ass. That got a laugh, reluctant in some corners, but a laugh. You're not wrong, Fallon told him. Ass-kicking's on the list. So's rescuing, training, staking claims, building, expanding. Okay. Katie lifted her hands in what struck as a gesture of surrender. Her eyes, Duncan's eyes, Fallon thought, scanned the group. First, I'm going to say I'm proud of all of you. Next, I'm going to say it sounds like you're telling us it's time to pass the torch. No, I don't want you to pass the torch, Fallon said quickly. I hope like hell you won't pass it. But we need more torches, Simon finished and had her releasing a relieved breath. Yes, we need more torches. They bring the light. The light will grow, Lana said. Fallon felt the vision take her mother, even as it took her. From the source to the one and beyond. It rose in Fallon, spread with the words she spoke. The end is done, the beginning begun. The 5 links joined, for good or ill. The dark will come, with blood and death, in madness and guile. It lives to extinguish the light. On a dark beast it rides to bring grief and loss. You will weep, daughter, child of the Tuatha De Danann, and the dark will drink your tears. You will despair, and the dark will feed on your heart. This is your mother's sorrow. Light against dark. Life against death, blood against blood. We will rise up, rise up, rise up, and when the storm passes, if the light holds, 5 will stand together. The 5 links joined, they said together. Never again to break. Who rides through the storm and stands brings good or ill for all. With the visions fading, Fallon gripped Lana's hand. I won't fail. I can't. The dark beast is real. A black horse. No, a dragon. With a red inverted pentagram. Fallon ran a finger down the center of her forehead. I saw it. I can't tell you not to worry, because that would be stupid. But I'm asking you to believe in me. If I didn't, I'd have defied the gods and kept you on the farm. What's up with the 5 links? Eddie asked. Fallon's symbol. Well, the 5-fold symbol. Fred corrected. I think of it as Fallon's because it's on her sword. The 4 elements, Fallon explained, linked by magic. So, whoever wins this, those links are for good or for ill. So, we win, Colin said simply. You got that right. We're going to start lighting those torches. Tonia, Flynn, and I will scout Arlington tonight. Tonight? Katie jolted in her seat. We haven't begun to organize. It's a lot to accomplish in a short time. We can flash Flynn, it's always easier with another magical. Duncan, Malik. And another of their choosing scout the Utah base, Thomas, and 2 of his people the one in South Carolina. Then we coordinate, work out plans of action. She looked back at Katie. Organize. Meanwhile, we've got I'll go with rudimentary again, idea of the layout in Arlington from what Chuck's pieced together, and what I've pieced together through a series of looking spells. I would have helped you with those. She glanced at her mother. I know. I started doing them when I couldn't sleep, then realized needing to do them was why I couldn't sleep. Fallon put up another map. The problems are the distance for the looking, and they're D shields, so there are areas where it's more best guess and logic than actual seeing. The Ds working with them are highly skilled, so I didn't want to push it, risk leaving a trace they'd pick up. It's bigger than I thought. We'll rose to walk closer to the map. 35 acres. Walled and shielded. I've marked the guard posts and they have sentries patrolling 24/7. Additional security with the black magic shields. I watched a couple of deer drop when they got about 3 feet from the wall. When we're ready, we won't worry about traces or alerts and take them down. Can we? Kim. A woman with courage and brains Fallon respected, stood as well, walked closer to the maps. There's no point losing people before we get through the wall. We'll take it down. Not all the buildings are going to be fortified or shielded. That takes too much power and too many supplies. But we can count on the prisons, they have 2, the armory, and other key buildings having their shields and fortifications. She went over the layout section by section, asked Chuck to fill in with his bits of intel. So, We think they have somewhere between 400 and 500 troops in the base at any given time. And possibly another 50 raiders who use the base between raids by virtue of an alliance. She nodded at Poe. They rotate them out, do some training there, have designated squads for raids and uncanny sweeps. As far as we can tell, raiders don't serve on security as guards. Or the basic workforce. They keep some animals, Chuck put in. Fresh eggs, fresh milk to supplement their hunting parties. And they grow some crops, all of that's taken care of by slaves. It's a lot of mouths to feed, clothe, and like that. Raiders bring in supplies and get use of the base. We calculate they hold at least 100 as slaves, Fallon continued. It looks like they rotate them, too. When they need more in another location, they transport them. We can't really estimate prisoners at this point. While they hold weekly executions according to their fucked-up tradition, she caught herself, looked at her mother. Sorry, considering the subject matter. It's hard for me to comment on your language. They hold their public executions every Sunday, but our best information is they keep it at one prisoner. The base serves as a kind of holding center for anybody they grab between, most likely Virginia, down to North Carolina, and over to West Virginia, possibly Eastern Tennessee. See, they pull them in. Chuck explained, then if some of their other bases are running low for that Sunday picnic, they send some out. Add to that anyone civilian, magical, they pull in from a mission into D.C. What passes for the government still holds the city. James Hargrove stands as president. Fucker. Chuck shot up a middle finger for emphasis. And I'm not sorry. It's no democracy. Fallon continued. Basically, he's an autocrat, running the show with the military. We can't get much from inside the White House, Chuck added. But rumors fly. Executions again, but not public. A veneer of the civilized, Arlie's put in. But it's clear he's shredded the Constitution, and his agenda is removing Magicals by any means. Experiments, containment centers, Chuck went on. Vaults full of treasures, that's a rumor, so who knows. But it's pretty clear he's living in the lap and likes it. He holds the power center in a dead city. Fallon had been there, felt it. The resistance keeps fighting, has had some victories. And the dark uncanny prey on both. White wants DC, Simon commented. There are plenty of locations, like there's in Arlington. More removed from that war zone, 20 years now. He chose strategically, allied with raiders so he doesn't have to worry about them. Allied with DUs for their power and again, so they don't go after him. I agree. He's wrong because they will go after him when they don't find him useful, but I agree. White wants the city. Symbolism, a seat of power. If he can take it. And publicly execute Hargrove, some generals, that's a statement. Hargrove goes by Cici more than president, Travis told him. Commander-in-chief. It's more military. He was military. Fallon put in. Served during the Doom, and commanded the forces that swept New York, Chicago, and Baltimore. She knew more of him, much more, but left it at that. They want the city, Hargrove, and as many key officials as they could take. But equally, they want the Magicals, dark and light, in containment there. They want the locations of other containment camps. However much White wants DC, its symbols, its structure, and whatever's left of its resources, his reason for being is still to destroy us. He's going to die disappointed. She smiled at her father. Yeah, he is. Because he's not going to take DC. We are. Whoa. Jonah picked up the beer he'd set aside. Even if we managed to hook up with the resistance there, we'd be outnumbered 100 to 1. We've treated escapees from DC in the clinic. It's a daily bloodbath. Today we'd be outnumbered. We won't be when we take it, and we will take it. It starts here. She turned back to the first map. With Utah, South Carolina, and Arlington. Fallon waited until full dark before she walked away from the house with Tonya and Flynn. Lupa walked by Flynn's side. I wanted to leave him with Joe and Eddie, but he laid a hand on Lupa's head. He wouldn't have it. He's welcome. Flynn had a rifle strapped over his shoulder. A knife on his belt. Tonya had her bow and quiver, her knife, and Fallon her sword and shield. When she lifted her arm, the white owl glided out of the dark to land on it. Okay, who's better at scouting than an owl? Tonia decided. You know, we shook them pretty good tonight. I wish we had more time, but we don't. Flynn, you've been with them from the beginning. And younger than either of you when we started. They'll handle it. It's hard, you're their children, but they'll handle it. He'd never taken a mate, Fallon thought. Though she knew he'd taken lovers here and there. She wondered why. Nobody's rung the bell, he said in her mind, and added a half-smile when she winced. Sorry, then let's get started. She said out loud. Before we do, I'm aiming for a spot about a half-mile from the base. I'm estimating, as I couldn't risk going into the crystal, leaving a trace to pinpoint it more exactly. Won't we leave that trace tonight? Tonia asked. I'm going to use a cloaking spell. She took charm pouches out of her pocket. Keep them on you, she said, then laid her hands on their arms. From friend and foe alike, we are hidden from their sight. Though within us burns the light, it leaves no trace upon the night. They may look but will not see. As I will, so mote it be. We're going to be invisible? Tonia slipped the pouch into her pocket, patted it. So cool. Not invisible, though very cool. More like shadows, shapes. Magical searching spells should pass right over us. Should. There are spells to counteract cloaking spells. We have to risk it. Any trouble, we flash out. We can't risk the whole mission. Ready? They flashed onto a deserted road that cut through a stretch of empty houses. Some had been burned to the ground, a waste of resources and shelter. Someone more enterprising and practical had dismantled others to the foundation, and a handful more still stood, window glass smashed, doors removed or hanging open. As she scanned what had been a neighborhood before her birth, she felt it. They left the dead, Fallon stated. Where? Hand on her knife hilt, Tonia scanned the area. In the houses. There are still remains from the doom in some of the houses. Children would have played here once. Friends would have gathered on patios, like we did tonight. Now there are rats. She watched one tunnel through the high weedy lawn as they walked. A half-mile, Flynn said. And still some housing, easily repaired. When we take the base, we could use this as an outpost. A checkpoint. They followed the road, then into what had been a small park. Now the trees had thickened and wild things grew in a kind of mad splendor. Probably snakes, Tonia said. Probably. They saw deer, a red fox, a lumbering possum, crossed a thin stream clogged with debris. Both Fallon and Flynn stopped, heads cocked. Elf ears, Tonia muttered. Both of you. What do you hear? An engine. Flynn glanced at Fallon, nodded. Lupus stayed by her side as Flynn blurred away in the dark. He's going to look. The base should be just a couple 100 yards to the east, and the engine's coming from the road that leads to it. They moved ahead, keeping to shadows as security lights from the compound glowed through the dark. Flynn slipped back to them. Single cargo truck, cleared through the main gates. Guard posts coordinate with your map. The walls are a good 15 feet high. We're not going to be able to see over them from this vantage point, and we'll be in the open if we go another 20 feet. I can scout the perimeter, see if there's a better angle, higher ground. We need to go higher, but not on the ground. We separate. Flynn scouts the east side, Tonia the west. You'll meet up on the north side. We need to know the terrain, any additional sentry positions or security measures, potential weak spots. You know the drill. Tonia will flash you both back here. And you? Tonia asked. I'll go up. You can fly now? Tabes can, and I'll see through his eyes. You mean to merge with him? Flynn began as Tonia shook her head. Then Flynn and I should stay with you. You'd be vulnerable, body here, spirit there. And you told me you were still working on a true merge. The Owl God's mine for a reason. And failed Van will guard me. Lupus stays, too, Flynn insisted. All right. She held up her arms so Tabes glided down from the tree branch where he'd perched. Landed softly. Move out. We'll rendezvous back here. What we take back with us tonight is going to be the difference between success and failure. You can mind speak to both of us, Tonia said. Any trouble, you signal. And the same goes. Fallon waited, and when she stood alone with the owl, looked into his eyes. I'm yours, you're mine. You are wisdom and patience. You are the hunter. My heart beats with yours. My blood flows with yours. Be my eyes. As she looked into his, she saw herself a shadow in shadows. Be my ears. She heard all the whispers of the night. A mouse breathing, the crawl of a spider over a leaf, a fox slinking through the grass. Tapes the wise, my spirit joins with yours. Now be my wings. She rose up in him, through him. And with the great spread of his wings glided up, above the trees. She felt the air swim by her, scented the mouse, the spider, the fox below. For a moment, the thrill took her. The freedom of flight, the power of sight that picked out a squirrel nesting in a tree, and the union that allowed her to soar. The sting of fuel, the stench of dark magics, the smell of man. She saw the elf to the east, the witch to the west, moving shadows in shadows. She circled above the houses, the streets connecting them. A garden surrounded by fencing, penned livestock. She noted the guards posted outside of buildings, drew the map in her head. For men unloaded the truck Flynn had seen of prisoners. She caught the smell of fresh blood. Watched as they were dragged to a guarded building. Someone drove the truck across the compound. Another guarded area, another gate. She counted the vehicles inside the fence and the fuel tanks. A group of raiders, 4, 5, 6, 7, sat outside, in the rear of a big house with a peaked roof. 2 of them smoked something that clogged the air. The others drank. Whiskey? With Tabe's ears she heard their voices, rough and drunk. Celebrating a successful raid that day, she realized. 2 dead, 3 slaves to trade to the PWs. Another pulled a woman on a leash. Fallon saw the mark of a slave on her wrist, the bruises on her naked body. One of the female raiders got up, walked over, plowed a fist into the slave's belly that would have doubled her over if the leash hadn't snapped her back. You flirting with my man, bitch. That brought on uproarious laughter. Calls for a catfight. The woman punched her again. Don't damage her too much, Sadie, one of the men warned as he puffed out smoke. We gotta turn her back in the morning. She was giving you the eye. Sadie drew a knife. Maybe I'll cut hers out. We only rented her for the night. No point paying for a buy. Come on and bring that hot ass of yours back over here. Who won the first taste? One of the others stood up, rubbed his crotch. Well, take her on inside, start getting what we paid for. Sadie turned the knife in front of the slave's face, then spat in it before she turned away. Fallon's spirit burned. She could help the slave. But in helping her, she risked all the others they could save. Heartsick, she glided away. She'd remember them, she vowed. Sadie and the others, she'd remember them. And hoped with all she was they remained on the base when she led the attack. She saw a man in black step out of a building. And felt the power from him, the ugly edge of power. Even as she understood he could feel hers as he hesitated, began to lift his face to the sky, Tapes winged away. She separated from him with the wolves beside her and Flynn, Tonia standing by. You were gone a long time, Tonia began. There was a lot to see. Not here, Fallon said quickly. They have at least one powerful DU, and he might have caught a whiff of me. If he did, he'll push out. We go back now. She gripped Flynn's hand, called Tapes to her arm, and, with Tonia, flashed home. Chapter 5. Duncan had never seen anything like Utah. He'd flashed west before when he, Tonia, and Fallon had searched out warheads to transform and destroy. But the time they'd spent had been inside, deep inside, those bases and compounds. He hadn't seen the strange, endless land, the jagged rise of mountains, the fascinating sculptures of rock or deep canyons with twisting rivers. He hadn't felt the breathless, baking heat or witnessed the eerie beauty of the star-drenched desert sky at night. They'd come, he and Malik, to scout the enemy base, what there was of it. But he took back so much more than battle plans, logistics. He brought back a kind of wonder. Even as he asked himself what drove people to settle in a land so inhospitable, he understood it. Eerie or not, there was beauty and the sheer scope of space. He wanted to come back in the daylight. See what colors the light teased out of the baked earth, the towers and coils of rock, the rough peaks. Something had driven and pushed people to leave the green of the east and travel so far, in such hostile conditions, to the browns and burned golds of the west, to build scrubby little desert towns like the one the PWs now used. With Malik, he studied the target, a huddle of buildings, half in serious disrepair. Trucks, bikes, a paddock holding half a dozen horses, a single milk cow, a scatter of chickens, and one sentry, asleep on duty. They didn't speak much as they quietly circled the target. Sound carried on the desert air. Duncan heard the echoing calls of coyote, wolf, and the bored conversation of a trio of men sitting out at a picnic table playing cards. He felt Magicks on the air, dim, struggling, from the building behind the card game. Prisoners, he thought. Drugged or injured, or both. Fury eked through the wonder. We could take them out tonight, ourselves, he whispered to Malik. They're idiots. Malik nodded. No doubt, but it's not for us. Not tonight. I get it, but man, it's hard to walk away. I'm going to get a closer look, back of the building where they've got the Magickals. Be quick and quiet. He could flash. But that wouldn't give him as many lay-of-the-land details. So he moved swiftly over the hard-baked ground, keeping out of the range of the battery-run security lights. As he got closer, he realized the building had been, and was, an actual jail, with barred windows, no rear door. He peeked in, saw a trio of small cells, a locked interior door separating it from the rest of the building, 26 by his count, including kids, all sprawled out in a stupor. He saw fresh brands on foreheads, fresh bruises, old bruises, dried blood, bare feet, torn up from being forced to walk Christ knew how far, hair shorn so close and rough that scalps showed raw gashes. He spotted 2 dirty jars on the floor outside one cell, and the weak lights inside it. He heard the locks on the interior door slide, ducked down from the window. Told you they were all out. We got orders to check every 4 hours. We check every 4 hours. Now get over and do the same on the slave quarters. And keep your dick in your pants this time. What's the point having slaves if we can't have some fun with them? Command put me in charge, and slaves are for work, not recreation. You want to fuck something, you fuck one of the bitches in here before we hang them. Now go do the goddamn check on the slave quarters. Yeah. Duncan heard one leave, the other move deeper into the room. Dream of hell, the man muttered. Because you're going back there soon. We're going to send every one of you sons and daughters of demons back to hell. We're going to take back our world. He stood there in silence a full minute. We're going to start building the scaffold tomorrow right out there. He walked to the window where Duncan crouched below, looked out. Right out where you can see it every damn day and know what's coming for you. We're going to wipe the abomination of you off the face of the earth, one noose at a time. He went out, locked the door. When they finished the mission, flashed back to the cabin, Duncan pulled a beer out of the cold box, poured wine for Malik. I'll draw it up. If they don't get reinforcements before we go, we can take them with 50 troops, max. I agree. We close off their access to their weapons. They're poorly organized as yet, and not yet fortified. They think they're off the radar, that's the term, right? They don't figure we know about them, think they have plenty of time to set up. They're taking a break, more or less. After the trip out there, he took a long drink. 26 prisoners, drugged, most injured. I couldn't tell how seriously. At least one of the PWs in charge is a true believer. Calm as a lake. Malik sipped wine. You're angry, and anger clouds judgment. They had pixies in fucking jars on the floor. One of the kids in the cells couldn't have been more than 3 or 4 years old. Damn right I'm angry. You and I could have ended it tonight. He threw up a hand before Malik could respond. I get why we didn't. Get why we couldn't. It's a freaking brilliant plan. And it could net us Arlington. That doesn't mean it wasn't hard to walk away from what we saw there. His thoughts as rough as the scruff on his face, Duncan dropped down in a chair. They're going to start building the scaffold tomorrow. They might use it before we hit. Think strategically, Malik advised. I will. There's no law saying I can't bitch about it first. I know we can't save everybody. I learned that early on. But it ate at him, always. Malik sat, sipped his wine. Let me know when you've finished bitching so we can begin the work needed to save who we can. Duncan studied the sorcerer, the white-streaked beard, the dark eyes, the unflappable dignity. You're a hard ass, Malik. I've got to admire that. They've got 52 troops by my count. Your count's incorrect. They have 54. Duncan might have argued. But he knew Malik missed nothing. Ever. Okay, 54. Most of them carry sidearms or long guns. Everyone I saw had a knife. I didn't see any swords. They have 3 stored in the building they use to house weapons. Duncan's eyes narrowed. How do you know that? I looked. While you checked the prisoners, I went inside. I have count of their stored weapons. You said no going inside the buildings. I said you weren't to go inside, Malik corrected unflappably. I had an opportunity and took it. And we now know they have 3 swords, 10 more of the long guns, 12 more of the handguns, and ammunition. Not enough ammunition for all the weapons. Duncan pushed resentment aside for later. They're low on ammo. Good to know. It's possible they have weapons and ammunition for them in other locations. I would, Duncan agreed. I'd have at least 1 more weapon than the one I carry where I sleep, so there's that. I might keep 1 or 2 in some of the vehicles. But the point is, they're not particularly well armed and, like you said, not all that well organized as yet. And how would you take the base? Depends. We're coordinating with the other 2 attacks. She'll hit Arlington after dark. But it could still be light in Utah. That matters. She'll have factored that into her timing. Assume we strike at night. Yeah, she'd factor it, Duncan had to agree. Fallon was another who rarely missed a thing. Okay, we take out the crap sentry, or sentries if they post more. Quick, quiet, so archers or elves with blades. Move in from the west and east. Cover the prison, slave quarters, and armory first. Secure the prisoners, get them out. Secure the weapons and vehicles. Neutralize any enemy forces necessary to achieve that. Do you wish the enemy dead or the prisoners freed? Trick question. At Malik's arched brows, his silence, Duncan huffed out a breath. Okay, all right. They've got no DUs. Not unless they have any passing as civilians. So we can overwhelm them with power, neutralize them that way, and cut down on body count. Take out the sentry or sentries with a power punch. Give them a zap, secure them, move in. Fallon wants us to give them time to send out an SOS, and that's part of the smart here. We let them do that, then take down the comms. He took another swig of beer. But I'm not risking anyone to spare that enemy body count. If it comes to it, we take them out. Then we're agreed. Make your map. We'll plot out the strategy. Select our troops. We'll take the map and the plan to Fallon in the morning. Now Duncan studied his beer. She doesn't need both of us. You take the meeting. I'll stay here and work with the team we put together. That might be wise. Malik might have been too dignified to smirk, but Duncan heard it in the tone. There'll come a time, old man. It's just not now. I'll fight for her, fight with her. I'll fight for the light with my last goddamn breath. But I'm damned if I'll hook up with a woman because the gods freaking deem it. I choose who and when and where. It's all a choice, boy. Is it? Pushing up, he paced. Who puts these dreams of her in my head, these feelings for her and me? How's it you don't know the answer? He gestured with the beer. You're saying I do it to myself. That's bullshit. My mom says I got worked up and happy when Lana came around. Before Fallon was born. And the bitch of it is, I half remember. Recognition. Light to light, blood to blood. The rest, if the rest is to be, is for you, for her. Yeah? And what if I decide, hey, you know, I'm more into that blonde or that redhead than the one. Do we lose that connection? Because the connection matters, it's a key to ending this. I know it. She knows it. And I'm pretty damn sure it pisses her off as much as it does me. Then she'd be as foolish and short-sighted as you. So much to learn yet, Malik thought. Still so much. Your connection is your blood, your light, your ancestry, and it isn't sex that joins you together. Or do you perceive Tonya and Fallon must be fated to join in that way as well? Or the three of you? Whoa. Sincerely appalled, Duncan shoved out a hand like a stop sign. Snaps of light shimmered from the fingertips. That's my sister. Your twin. As close to you as any could be. Her light connects with yours, as does her blood. Nothing can sever that. Your light, Fallon's. Her blood, yours. It's a bond unbroken. You'll bed who you choose. As will she. Duncan sat again. It's not ordained? Because thinking maybe it is bugs the shit out of me. The gods don't bind you, Duncan. Aren't you bound? I took an oath. I chose to take it. So the binding is my own. I'll never break it. Duncan contemplated his beer before polishing it off. If he knew one thing, absolutely, about Malik, it was the man never lied. Okay then. So when I go back for her, and I will, it's because it's what I want. Keep in mind, boy, she also has a choice. Now, keep your blood cool and draw the map. We still have work ahead of us. Duncan drew maps, and with Malik plotted out their plan of attack. Timing, directions, numbers. They hand-selected the troops, a mix of Magicals and NMs. Pinpointed a safe zone they'd secure to move the prisoners, any wounded, and a system for transporting them east while leaving a contingent in Utah. They'd established their first base in the west. Long after Malik went to bed, Duncan couldn't sleep. Instead, he sat at his desk sketching the land he'd seen, that desert sky, those fanciful, to his eye, buttes and mesas. He didn't feel the vision take him, but caught in it, his hand chose pencils, moved over the page, drawing, shading, detailing what formed in his mind. He more than saw those images. He heard. He scented, he felt. When he came out of it, his fingers cramped, his arm ached. He'd worn one of his precious pencils to a stub, had sharpened and used a second. The drawing, and he knew he'd never done anything to match it, lay complete. The great towers rising, the rubble, the smoke, the circling crows in air thick with it. Streets. The vehicles jammed over them. The bodies, some torn to pieces, on sidewalks or sprawled out of the broken glass of windows of doorways. He'd drawn a dog feasting on what had been a man, its muzzle filthy with blood and gore as he'd caught it in a snarl. Something larger, even darker than the crows, winged overhead, and the forks of lightning cracked the sky. He stood there, his sword drawn, stained with blood. She stood beside him. Fallon swift, her sword in hand, stained like his. They stood together in the carnage, in the smoke and the storm, and looked at each other. New York City, he murmured. He only knew because the vision brought him the knowledge. He'd been only 1 day old when his mother had fled the city with him and his sisters. But now he knew he would go there, fight there. And he would stand with Fallon there. He put the sketch away. Suddenly weary to the bone, he sprawled on his bed. He dreamed of her. But the dreams faded with morning. Considering its space and location, Fallon set up the lower level of her family's home as the war room. Until she could build or scavenge better. She used a reclaimed sheet of plywood on sawhorses as a table. With Ethan's help, she hauled in a motley variety of extra chairs. Since school was out for summer, she borrowed a blackboard. Bartered for chalk made from crushed eggshells and flour. On the board, she wrote the 3 targets and under Arlington listed the fighting troops from New Hope, by name and designation, that she, her father, and Will, with some input from Colin, had chosen. Then the support troops, straight rescuers, medicals, transportation. With them she listed the enemy's known numbers and resources. The number of magical prisoners, the number of slaves according to their best intel and estimations. On the table, she pinned her map of the base, and used chess pieces borrowed from Poe and Kim, black for the enemy, white for her forces, to designate troop positions. When her father came down, a mug of coffee in each hand, he studied her work. You've been at this a while, and it's barely dawn. I'd have helped you with it. It helped me focus. So will that coffee, thanks. It's a good job. I had good teachers. I got the chess pieces from Kim, but I don't have enough for 3 targets. I got these from Bill at Bygones. He wouldn't take anything for them. She showed Simon a container of plastic soldiers and jungle animals. I figured we're the soldiers, they're the animals. Not very dignified, but it works. Nervous? I thought I would be. But it's more anxious to get started. They'll be here soon. Malik, Thomas, Troy, May Pickett, Boris, Charlie from back home, along with the New Hope originals. It's the first time all of them will have been in the same place, the same time. And most of them are used to, more or less, running their own show. There's that. We picked good people to lead. Fallon, now it's time for you to use their strengths, balance any weaknesses, and move forward for the whole. Will and Arlie's arrived first, then others trickled in. She'd wait until leaders from every base came, begin with introductions, she thought. Acknowledgements. Some would fight together for the first time, or send those under their command to fight under another leader. Acknowledgement mattered. She stepped outside, thinking to gather herself and prepare for the diplomacy portion. Something her father was so much better at. As she stood with the voices floating out through the open windows behind her, the first from outside New Hope flashed. Thomas, Min. With Sabine and Vic, 2 of the witches she'd asked to join the elf colony. And one more. The last time she'd seen Mick, he'd stood at the edge of the woods surrounding Malik's cottage. His hand lifted in farewell as she'd left for home. He'd been her first friend away from home, the first elf she'd formed a bond with. He'd been her first kiss. He grinned at her now. Those leaf-green eyes alight. He'd grown his bronze-colored hair longer, had trios of thin braids on either side of his head to hold it back. His face had fine down, and he sported a triangle of beard on his chin, but he looked so much the same. Mick. She leaped forward to throw her arms around him. He swung her, laughing. Stronger, she realized, and more solid. A soldier now who still wore the braided bracelet with the charms she'd made him as a parting gift. Fallon Swift. He eased her back to study her face. You look good. You too, she said, even as she tugged on the beard. Thomas, Min. She embraced them in turn, shook hands with the others. You're well? And everyone. We are, Thomas told her. And prepared. Let me take you inside. I want you to meet my parents and the others. She gripped Mick's hand. We need to catch up. Others arrived, and she did her best to greet each personally, to make those introductions, and gauge reactions, moods. Then Malik stepped in alone. She moved to him. Malik the sorcerer. Fallon Swift. She kissed his cheek, stepped back. You're alone. I am. I have the map of the base in Utah and its surroundings. All right. She turned, took the map to the table to pin it with her own and the one Thomas had brought. She looked at those gathered. Elves, fairies, witches, shifters, farmers, teachers, mothers, fathers, sons, daughters. Soldiers all. We begin. Here. We work together to coordinate 3 simultaneous attacks on enemy bases. We will take those bases, free all prisoners, secure and fortify those bases and all assets within as our own. We will send a message to Jeremiah White and all who follow him that we will end their reign of fear and brutality. And that message will reach all who threaten the light and the lives of others. We stand here today, Magicals and non-Magicals, together for one purpose. To push back the dark. She paused. Thomas, she continued. Will you report the results of your scouting mission? She listened to the details, watched as he pointed out areas on the map, gave his estimation on enemy numbers, prisoners. Nodding, she added the information to the board. How many troops and support forces will you need to take the base? To her surprise, Thomas looked at Mick, who took over. We can take it with 60. 70 would be better because it's spread out. See. Weed. He moved to the map, picked up one of the toy soldiers, grinned his Mick grin at it. Cool. They've got sentry posts here. She didn't comment he'd used the soldier toys for the enemy. No doubt Mick preferred to be represented by a lion or tiger, but his strategy rang clear as he moved pieces. They've got 4 boats, 2 sail-powered. We could cut off any escape attempts by water if we had, say, 3 to 5 mere people. We'll get them, Fallon told him. That cuts them off to the east. He continued. They keep the prisoners here. It's basically a fortified hut on the beach. 1 guard. Slaves are on this level of the main base. It was a hotel. Lots of rooms, he agreed. The top PWs have the top floor. For the views, Poe put in. And the status. I guess. Mick went over the compound, point by point. How do they get power? Fallon asked. Sabine answered. They have 3 generators, powered by battery and Magicks. They have DUs? No, she had golden skin and deep, dark eyes, wore her hair, black as a raven's wing, in a straight fall to her waist. It may be they tortured witches into helping them gain power, or used DUs at one time. We cut the power. Can you do it? I can counterman the Magicks. I need one other witch to do it. But Min says if the batteries are charged, they'd still operate. I don't know how to deactivate them. We'll get someone who does to work with you. Fallon wrote it down. With the power down. After the initial attack, after they have time to send out the alarm, the leaders will have to get to the battle by the stairs. When Mick finished the report and plan, she moved back to the board. 70 troops, including 4 of the MERS, 12 support for medical and rescue transport. How many do you have ready for the mission? 50, Thomas told her. We have the additional 12. But only 50 seasoned enough for this kind of mission. Another 20 needed. Malik? She listened without comment as he reported. She didn't allow herself to wonder for more than a moment why Duncan hadn't come with him. When he'd finished, she turned to the board. You need 50. How many do you have? We have the 50. And the 8 support? We have them. Good. She drew a breath. Arlington. Now she felt those doubts, a shift in mood from several corners. I gotta say, John Little. A big man she'd recruited largely by kicking him in the balls, cleared his throat. Hitting those 2 bases makes sense. 1-2 punch. And holding them gives us more room to spread out. But Arlington. He shook his head. It's hard to see it, to tell the truth. Nobody's put a dent in that base. The government's tried, from what I hear. We're not the government. She said over a few murmurs agreeing with Little. Beyond freeing prisoners, Arlington is the purpose. It may not break the back of the Purity warriors, but it cuts off an arm. We get our asses killed trying and lose? It cuts off both our arms. And legs. She'd expected objections, half hoped her father would take up the debate. But he remained silent. Kept his gaze on hers. Okay then, she thought. As long as Arlington remains in their hands, they hold an advantage. The strategic position, the sheer size of the base and its resources. It's training ground. We need it in our hands. And we'll have it. Well, May Pickett shifted in her seat, pushed back her long gray hair. I get why you want it. But it seems to me you're going after a hell of a lot, and you haven't been at this very long. A lot of the rest of us have been at it less. Maybe we ought to take smaller bites for a while yet. I'm looking at the numbers up there, Little added. The ones you got under Arlington. That's a high number. And that ain't talking about how we hear they have freaking rocket launchers. And got uncannies working with them who can fry a man with a look. And some of them fly around like bats. Now, I like a good fight as much as the next, but we've already got our hands full. Maybe we study on this a while, take a few months to train more men, get a better lay of the land. We can look at it again later on. We strike, all 3, tomorrow night. Tomorrow? That not only brought Little out of his seat, but started a roll of those murmurs and mutters. Listen, girlie. Here's the light. She drew her sword, and it flamed. Here's the storm. The air in the room trembled at her words. You are not bound, and so you will choose. Fight or flight, courage or caution. You think this is the beginning? The beginning was long ago. Long ago when men turned from Magicks. When faith lost turned to hate and fear. When the dark crept over and through. Okay now. Little patted a hand at the whirling air. Just bank that down. She stopped him with a look from gray eyes gone to smoke. The shields are 7, and 1 is open. What poured through killed your mothers, your children, and still you doubt. They feed on your fear in feasts, and still you question courage. Look and see what comes if the next opens. She flung out a hand. Where the blackboard had been stood a window. And through it, madness. Men striking down men in fields where crops lay dead and dying. Children huddled with the glassy eyes and distended bellies of the starving. A sky ripped with lightning. Red and black. And the crows, always the crows, screaming in triumph as the world burned and bled. I will strike the light against the dark. And I will cleave it until its blood runs black on the ground. I will burn the blood, bring a storm to whirl away the smoke. We will strike this blow, 1, 2, 3, on the desert by the sea. Near the battle cries of the dead city. Before the dawn breaks, the standard of the one flies. As she felt the power ebb, she sheathed her sword. Okay then. Eddie gave Fred's hand a rub. Arlington. Giving Eddie a nod of approval, Mick echoed him. Arlington. Colin stepped up beside her. Arlington. As others did the same, Little rubbed his jaw. You punched my lights out once before. I guess you did it again. Arlington. Purpose. Necessity's sharp pinch. William Shakespeare. Chapter 6. With the plan in place. Fallon addressed the numbers again. We have 10 from May, 10 from Troy added to Thomas's troops. Boris, Charlie add the rest to New Hope's. We'll need volunteers willing to relocate, to secure and hold those bases, to recruit from those locations and train. We have 15 who've agreed to go to South Carolina, Thomas told her. You'll need that many more to start. And at least 1 with tech knowledge, 2 medicals. Ray would go, Rachel said. We'll miss him here, but he came to me, told me he'd like to go. He was born not far from there. We can send a healer. Troy folded her hands. In that way, they'd have a witch as well. May, you have Benny. Yeah. He's hardly more than a kid, but he gets all the computer stuff and so on. He'd go. Who would you put in charge, Thomas? Mick. She started to object. In part of her mind, he was still the goofy boy who'd flipped out of trees and run races through the woods. But he was more, she thought as she looked at him. Much more. Good. Malik? 40. We have them, and the medicals, the technicians. We would need building supplies. There's much disrepair. We'll work on it. Who will you put in charge? Duncan. For the next 6 months, we estimate. She'd known it, already known. But she heard Katie's quick sound of distress. It seems far. Fallon went to her, took her hand as Hannah had taken the other. But he can be with you just as quickly from there. Tonia can take you to see him, to see where he is. Both of you. She added for Hannah. Is he ready and willing? Katie asked Malik. He's both. You can be proud of the son you made. I am. I would, Hannah, and I would like to go, see where he is, when we can. We'll make sure of it. We'll need 200, minimum, for Arlington, Fallon continued. I'd like some from every base. Even green recruits, as we'll have the training ground. For medicals to begin, at least one of them a witch with healing experience and skills. 3 techs. With the numbers satisfied, she turned back. Some still had doubts, she knew, but they'd fight. 3 a.m. for South Carolina and Arlington. 1 a.m. for Utah. We'll take the dark to defeat the dark. What you need, troops, weapons, support, will be sent to you by nightfall. Thank you for what you've done, what you do, what you will do. Lana, who hadn't spoken throughout, stood. And please, come upstairs. There's food and drink before you travel home again. Of course there is, Fallon thought, but touched Malik's arm. A moment first? When he stepped outside, he took part of that moment to glance around. Smiled at the beehive. He listened to the bees hum, smelled the green, the sweetness of flowers, herbs, the sense of food ripening in and above the ground, on branches. He watched with easy amusement as a large woodpecker with its red crown pecked manically at a cake in a feeder. Suet, Fallon told him. Dad built the feeder, Mom makes the suet. The birds go nuts for it. It's not your farm, but still a strong place. And you've done well here. He gestured toward the barracks. I'd like to see your training grounds before I leave. I'll take you and anyone who wants to see. We have strong, skilled soldiers. We're ready for Arlington. I have no doubt. But you knew John Little had doubts. Yes, as others would. He turned back to her. If you can't alleviate doubts or convince those who have them to follow you despite them, how can you lead? Did I? Alleviate or convince? Enough for those who doubt to keep following me even when we bury our dead? Because we will bury dead after Arlington. And there are harder battles to come. War is loss, girl. He gripped her shoulder when she started to shake her head. Not fighting this war means the loss of all. Lose sight of that, we've already lost. Lose faith in yourself. No one else will keep faith with you. You know this. Knowing it at 13, 14 when you trained me, when I picked up the sword and shield is almost a picture in a book or words on a page. Using my sword, as I have, my powers as I have, to spill blood, to take lives, is no small matter, Malik. War should never be a small matter. I'll use my sword, my powers in this war. I'll lead men to battle, and some to their deaths. And I will never, never consider a single death by my hand, a single death by my order, a tactic. If I don't feel the weight of each life lost. What have we won? Who will we be at the end of it? The hand on her shoulder gentled. You learned well. Accept the weight and fight on. Why didn't Duncan come? She hadn't meant to ask. But the words slipped out. His mother misses him. And Hannah. Tonia at least sees him now and then. He felt he'd better serve by staying behind, working with those we've chosen for the mission. Like he feels he'd better serve by staying in Utah for 6 months? Yes. You agree? Yes. Those under his training and his command trust and respect him. And what he learned in New Hope he takes with him to build there. The West is vast and much of it empty. You'll find uses for it. He'll find them for you. Then we'll see what he can do in 6 months. Go eat. I've kept you from my mother's cooking long enough. I'll take you to the barracks before you leave. Will you eat? Let them enjoy a little hospitality without the one hovering. She walked toward the hive. They'd built these here, another at the barracks. Enough, as Fred had 4 at the farm next door. And others had their own. She thought of how her father had taught her to build the hives, how she'd learned from what pulsed inside her how to call the queen and the swarm. She'd taught Malik how to build a hive, called the swarm for him, taught him how to tend it, gather the honey, the propolis. They'd need hives at the new bases. Did Duncan know how to build a hive? How to call the queen, how to tend and gather? She held out a hand. Dozens of bees flew out to cover her hand, her wrist. That always creeped me out, Mick said from behind her. We need them more than they need us. She sent the bees flowing back. It's really good to see you, Mick. The couple of times I went back to check in with Thomas. You were off hunting or scouting or scavenging. Bad timing. But now it's good to see you too. And all this. I was hoping to see the whole community, the town and all, but well, next time. Next time. You always used to tell me what a great cook your mom is. Man, you got that right. He patted his belly, then held out a cookie. Brought you a cookie. Thanks. I like your dad. And your brothers. You've got one more brother, right? Ethan, the youngest. We sent him and Fred's kids into town for the meeting. They're still too young to fight. But not for much longer. She thought. They train, but today, they're helping in the community gardens. She gestured with the cookie, started to walk toward the barracks. How are Twyla and Jojo and Bagger and, well, everybody? We're good. We've been taking care of the cottage, the gardens, and all that. The fairy tribe and the shifters, too. There are more of us now and some regulars. Regulars? You know. Like your dad and Colin. Non-magicals. Right. Hey, there's Tapes. The owl stood on his branch, sent Mick a stony stare. He's still pissed off I tried to shoot the apple. Man. That was years back. She remembered, too, the fairy glade with its lovely green light, the pool, the great white owl and his golden apple. And her horror when she thought the young elf meant to put an arrow in the owl. She'd leaped up, The first time her powers had taken her so high. In deflecting the arrow, shedding her own blood, the owl bound himself to her. And, oddly, that had begun her friendship with Mick. "Where are Failban and Layak?" "They're here. They'll go with me to Arlington." She turned to him then. "We will take Arlington." "I know it. I believed it before we came here. I only believe it more now." His simple faith warmed her. "And you want Carolina? To leave the elf camp? Build our base there?" "I've never seen the ocean. Sabine's taken us higher in the hills, down in valleys, but the ocean? I mean, man, it's the ocean." "Sabine and my father have cozied up." What?" "Yeah, they, got together. I'm good with it. She makes him happy. And she's smart, sort of calm, like him. They work, I guess. I'm glad. Anyway, this is the farthest she's ever flashed me so far. And what a ride. I'd like to see the ocean." "I've learned a lot," he told her, looking away from the groups working on the training grounds. "We train, like that. Min whips us pretty hard. We build. Like I said, there are more of us now. Min had first choice, but he and Orlana don't want to uproot their kids from the life they know. Not yet. I'm second choice, but not for me." She put a hand on his arm. "Even when we were kids, the others followed your lead. When your camp took sick, you sick yourself, were the one who managed to get to us for help. I wasn't sure how you'd feel about me commanding a base. Then I'll tell you I know that base, and the people on it will be in good hands. That means a lot. I've missed you, Fallon." He put a hand on hers, and she felt it, saw it in his eyes. What he'd felt for her as a boy, what he'd felt with that first kiss, still beat inside him. She wished she could give it back to him. Feel it for him, want him as he wanted her. Because she couldn't, she turned her hand under his, gave his a strong squeeze. Of friendship. "I've missed you." And though she knew it hurt him, turned to walk back toward the house and spoke, as a friend, of their childhood adventures. After they'd left, after she'd walked Malik through the barracks, she sat with her parents. Ate the cold pasta salad her mother put in front of her. "I thought everything went very well." Fallon eyed her mother between forkfuls. "You didn't say much." "I had nothing to add. You knew what to say and how to say it. You knew what to show them when they needed to be shown." As she spoke, sitting at the outdoor table in the summer heat, Lana snapped beans she'd make for dinner. "I've seen what you showed them, and worse, in visions of my own. You never said. I want you to know I understand what's at stake. I don't go into battle like you do. You battle every day. Not like you do, not in a long time. But I know how to defend myself and others. That's why I'm going to Arlington." "Wait," she said before Fallon could object. "Your father and I already went a few rounds on this, and I won." "I'm calling it a TKO," Simon added. "A win's a win. Rachel, Hannah. And I will set up the mobile medical stations. We know how to fight if the fight comes to us, but more, there are going to be a lot of casualties on both sides. You need us." She couldn't stand it. Couldn't stand it. Her mother was snapping beans she'd steam for dinner and talking about going to war. "I'm taking your husband, 2 of your sons. I'm sending 2 of Katie's children into the fight already. Jonah and Rachel have 3 kids, still young. One of them should stay in New Hope. We're needed. Jonah and Rachel have made arrangements for their boys if anything should happen to them. So have Poe and Kim for their kids." It took considerable arguing to convince Fred and Arlies to stay behind, and the children helped tip that scale. "We were the first wave," she added. "You won't leave us out of this. Hannah's not a warrior. She's a medic. Medics go to war because soldiers go to war. My power doesn't reach yours, Fallon, but it's not inconsiderable. Trust it and me. You won't budge her." Simon warned. "Let's talk about what you left out of the meeting. You didn't say who you've got in mind to command Arlington." "We need a team of leaders there. Considering its size and its location, my first choice would have been you." She took her mother's hand when the knuckles went white. "But you're needed here. So I've asked Malik if he would go. And, since Duncan's staying in Utah, who he'd put in charge of that base. He surprised me by naming John Little. So, I'm going to trust him on that. He'll go to Arlington. Along with, if they agree, Aaron and Briar. We'll need instructors, teachers. There's an elf, Jojo, the best scavenger and scout I've ever seen. Thomas will ask her. Anne, I want to ask Colin. She heard her mother's sigh, resignation, not surprise, as Simon reached for Lana's hand. We expected it. I want to say he's too young to lead, Lana began, but he's not. So, once again, I send one of my children to Malik. Everything you both taught him, everything he learned since coming here, he'll take with him. If you ask me to pick someone else, I will. He'd want this, Lana said. He'll want it. I asked you to trust me. I trust you. Go talk to him. I will. She rose to take her plate to the sink. Then I'll go talk to Aaron and Briar before I stop by the clinic and talk to Rachel and Hannah about the mobile medical. She saddled Grace for the trip to town, then rode first to the barracks. Colin, hands fisted on his hips, disgust on his face, berated 2 recruits on a poor showing in hand-to-hand. She let him run through the insults, lead-assed, shit for brains, mama's babies, and so on, then signaled him over. Clipper, take over here. And if one of these dance-arounds doesn't land a punch both of them. He strode to her. Make it fast, okay? I'm still behind because of this morning, and I've got to drill with the Arlington platoon. It's about Arlington, or after Arlington. I'm asking Malik to relocate there. Good choice, he agreed. And some others, she continued, including Aaron and Briar. Huh. He considered it as he watched the, obviously by his standards, pitiful show of hand-to-hand. Yeah, I see that. They've got a couple of kids, but they do all right. Both of them are smart, good teachers, resourceful. I'd like you to go. Help secure, hold the base, train. Lead. He turned to her slowly. The old Colin would have leaped with a, hell, yeah, and she could still see that in him. But over at the man he'd become studied her, took his time. Why? Because you're smart, a good trainer. Resourceful. You're a damn good solider, you even know some of the IT stuff. Because holding Arlington is as important as taking it. And I trust you can do it. What about Travis? I need him here. For now at least. I need you there. Then I guess I need to pack. Except, he rubbed his jaw. Mom and Dad may be a problem. No, they won't. We've talked, and it's your choice. He took another minute, looked around. I like this place, he told her. I like the people. I even like the candy-ass recruits. I love the farm, you know? But I'm never going to be a real farmer. You're never going to be president, either, she said, and made him laugh. You're a soldier, Colin. Hey, soldiers can be president. I'll hold Arlington for you. But one thing. What's my rank? Since when do we do ranks? Since now. What's mine? How about 5-star, dickhead? He gave her a light punch in the arm. I like me, Commander. Me? Most excellent. She just rolled her eyes. Pick 10 recruits, willing and able to go with you. If they have families, the families have to be willing to let them go or relocate with them. Got it. Jesus, do you see those 2? I've got to get back to this. He strode away, glanced back. I won't let you down. I know it. Still watching him, she mounted Grace. Then she turned the horse and rode toward New Hope. When she rode past the community gardens, she saw groups of volunteers hoeing weeds, others harvesting vegetables and fruit into baskets woven by other volunteers and craftspeople. Kids too young to help, or to help for long, played on swings and slides, seesaws and jungle gyms, all scavenged and repaired or built from scavenged parts. Members of what New Hope dubbed the CCCS, Community Childcare, kept a watchful eye. Parents, she knew, bartered for the babysitting with other services, food, crafts. She watched a fairy. No more than 3, try out her wings. One of the watchers scooped her up before she went too high or too far. The system worked, she thought as she continued on to the clinic. Just as the bartering for medical services worked, or for the milk and eggs and butter, and so on produced on farms, the wool sheared, the fabrics woven. She'd seen it work in other communities, just as she'd seen in some the lack of center, of leadership, of structure. And in others still a subtle segregation and lack of trust between Magickals and NMs. Winning the war wouldn't be the only challenge. Establishing that center, that structure, that trust would be its own kind of battle. After tethering Grace, she walked into the clinic. Past the waiting area, only a handful of people today, and turned to the desk. I need to talk to Rachel when she's free. Hannah, too, if it's possible. Rachel's with a patient. I think Hannah's doing a round in maternity and peds. April gestured. All the way down, turn right. Thanks. She moved down, past exam and treatment rooms, beyond a ward, only 3 beds taken. A good sign. When she turned right, she heard the fretful cry of an infant and Hannah's soothing voice. Somebody wants her mama. It's feeding time, isn't it, sweetie? She turned into what had been a classroom, saw Hannah pick up a swaddled infant from one of the clear baby beds. In another, one wearing a little blue knitted cap slept on. Across the room a woman sat in a rocking chair with a tiny baby at her breast. Hannah cuddled the crying baby, rubbed her back as she smiled at Fallon. Welcome to the happiest spot in the clinic. Are you looking for Rachel? And you. I just need to get this little darling to her mother. We're giving our moms a rest, but somebody's hungry. If you give me a couple minutes, I'll track down Rachel once I get Jasmine settled. Sure, I'll walk with you. Fallon Swift. In the rocking chair, Lysandra Yee carefully shifted the baby to her other breast. Could I speak with you? All right. I won't be long, Hannah said, and carried the baby out. He can only be out for short times, Lysandra said, and glanced at the incubator. He's still very small. My milk wasn't enough to help him grow, but your mother helped me, and now, he's nearly 5 pounds. Rachel says he won't need the incubator when he's just a little bigger. That's good. She moved closer. He's really pretty. At her words, Lysandra's eyes filled. Tears spilled. I'm sorry. Fallon pulled over a second chair, laid a hand on Lysandra's arm. You're worried, but he's in good hands here. I know that. I trust that. At first, I didn't believe he'd live. He was so tiny. I wasn't sure I wanted him to. I'm ashamed of that. You shouldn't be. He's mine, you see? He's mine, but it wasn't only one who raped me, and it wasn't only once. I couldn't fight back. They gave us drugs so we couldn't fight, but I could feel and see. They let the guards have us when they wanted. Fallon had heard similar stories before, too many times before. But those stories never lost the ability to shock and enrage. You're safe now. Do you talk to the counselors here? Yes, yes. It wasn't just the guards. The torturer. The dark uncanny in the lab. He. Understanding now, Fallon sat back. You're worried he might be the one. That his blood is in your son. He's mine. Even through the tears, she said it fiercely. I named him for the man who died trying to save me. Brennan. He's my child, and no matter what, I love him. I thought I couldn't, but he's my son. But I have to know. If he carries the dark in him, I have to know so I can help him fight it. Please, you can see. You can see and know and tell me. The dark's a choice, Lysandra, just as the light's a choice. Please. The child lay quiet, his mouth slack as the milk and warmth lulled him to sleep. With eyes filled with hope and tears, Lysandra held him out to Fallon. Please. What torment had the woman endured already? And how much more would she endure without answers, without the comfort of them? So Fallon took the child. Her brothers, she recalled, had seemed so tiny to her at their births. But compared to Lysandra's son, they'd been robust. Brennan, she whispered, son of Lysandra. I see you. She looked at him. Looked into him, laid a hand on his chest where his heart beat under her palm. I see the light in you. Lowering her head, she brushed her lips over his downy head. I see you. With a smile. She looked back at Lysandra. This is your son, and he holds light. Do you swear it? I swear it. He's innocent, as you are. Innocent, and he's your son. He's your cub. Now joy glimmered through the tears. He's like me? Yes. Would you bless him? I don't. Please. Following instinct, Fallon touched her fingers to the baby's head, his lips, and again his heart. Bright blessings on you, Brennan, son of Lysandra. She repeated the words in Mandarin. Now Lysandra smiled. I haven't heard anyone speak Mandarin since my grandmother died. Thank you, more than I can say. Lysandra took the child back, rocked. More than I can say. You've been blessed by the One, she murmured. As Fallon rose, Rachel stepped in. Give him a little skin-to-skin time, Lysandra, then you can change him before we put him back. He nursed really well. We'll weigh him a little later. But I think maybe tomorrow he can go into a regular crib. Did you hear that, baby? You're going to graduate. One of the nurses will be in to help you. Lysandra nodded, but looked at Fallon. I can fight. I'll fight for you. I'll fight for him. I'll fight for him, Fallon told her. He needs you to tend to him. I'll see you both again. She walked out with Rachel to where Hannah waited in the doorway. That mattered as much as any care we've been able to give them. She's strong, Fallon stated. And she'll be stronger now. You needed to see me? I wanted to talk to you and Hannah about the mobile medicals. It's a big lift to flash your teams and your equipment to the safe zone at Arlington. Lana's talked to us already, but we can take this into my office. I want to show you the plans we just got. Plans? For expanding the clinic. Rachel, a soft cloud of curls around her face, worn sneakers on her feet, led the way. I know it's not top of your mind right now, but it's got to be pretty close to the top of ours. I didn't realize you wanted to expand. Need to even more than want to. We talked to Roger Unger weeks ago. He was an architect before the Doom, just starting out. He's been tutoring a few students with an interest. We need people who know how to design and build. Jonah and I like his plans. Maybe we want a few changes, but it hits the right notes. We're looking, might as well go for the gold, at making this a medical complex, bringing in the dental, the basics we've been able to put together on ophthalmology. A long way to go there, she added, tapping the reading glasses hooked to her chest pocket, but we've got to start. The herbalists and Kim's on board, the chemists, the healers. Everything in one place, she continued. Instead of spread around town. We'll need more equipment, more beds, more staff, but we can't go there until we have the space. It sounds ambitious. So does taking Arlington. Fallon managed a half laugh. You're right. Let's talk through Arlington one more time. Then I'd like to see the plans. Plans, Fallon thought later as she rode home, spoke of hope, of optimism, and of determination. They'd need all of that to win, to survive, and to build those centers. She intended to take all of it to Arlington and beyond. Chapter 7. A half-moon rose over the base as she stood with the men and women she'd lead into battle. With sword, with arrow, with bullet, with tooth and claw and fist. They'd fight with her on a night so hot, so close the air had weight. In the south on the beach, they'd fight. And more than 2,000 miles to the west in the desert, they'd fight. They'd fight and take the next step on the journey begun centuries before. Now, she murmured, and so the order passed from place, to the south, to the west. Lifting her hands, she thought of the lessons Malik had taught her at a deserted prison. Patience, quiet, control. She slid her power along the dark magic circling the base like a deadly moat. Strong. Drenched in blood sacrifice, thriving on the flesh and bone of whatever creature might cross into its open jaws, it floated into her mind's eye. Black and bubbling. On the blood of the innocents slain I call. Hear their cries, taste their tears. She heard them, she tasted them. Mournful. Bitter. I am your sword. We are your justice. The black Magicks clawed. Scraped, snarled as she pushed against them. Bubbling dark, pulsing with heat. Let the light of those cut down flicker, shine, rise into flames, and burn bright to break the chains. Bodies sacrificed for ill, let the light into your spirit spill. She heard them calling out, felt that rising as her muscles trembled to hold it, embrace it, and felt her father's hand on her back. Drew from that strength, that faith. On this night, at this hour, I call upon the power of those slain. Hear me. Join me to wipe away the bloody stain. Your light, my light. Our light unwinds the spell. And so in silence it falls to hell. With sweat running down her back from the effort, she nodded. It's down. Troy. The witch and her coven bespelled the security cameras. Even those few minutes would add advantage. Archers. Arrows winged their quiet death to those manning the towers. First wave, go. As elves swarmed out of the dark to scale the walls, she pushed power against the gates. She felt the locks give, turned to meet her father's eyes. Gates down. Second wave, go. And she flew up on Leok, dived toward the base. As her forces poured toward the gates, she called for the third wave. Fairies swooped toward the prison, the slave quarters. No alarm sounded, not yet, as she touched down. A team of elves surged toward the HQ and communications. Shifters streaked toward the armory. Since she hoped to save the fuel tanks rather than destroy them, she ringed them in cold fire. As the first shouts sounded, the first clash of battle rang, the first bullets flew, she drew her sword. Pivoted on Leok. She rode toward the enemy charge, sword singing, striking, her blood as cold as the fire she'd conjured. Screams ripped the air. As bullets struck her shield, she flung out power to engulf guns in flame. Each one rendered useless was one less that could be used against her people. She heard the raging, rapid report of automatic fire. Rode straight toward it and the man who sprayed the air with bullets. Even as he swung toward her, Leok impaled him. She heard the screams of women. The shrieks of children as fairies risked their lives to lift them to safety. She heard the moans of the wounded. Leaped off Leok to strike down an enemy before he could slice the throat of one of her people who lay bleeding. She saw a shifter take a bullet in mid-leap. Fought her way to him as she mind-spoke to Travis. We need more medical transport. Working on it. Work faster. She raced toward more gunfire, a barrage of it. Coming from one of the fortified buildings. Bullets pinged off her shield as she pushed her way toward it. With a sweep of power, she took down the door. Then rose up as she once had as a child in a fairy glade. But this time she rose up with a flaming sword, shot a stream of fire into the sniper's nest. She flipped back through the air as Mick had taught her, landed. 5 came at her at once. She took the first out with a sweep of her sword at his legs before she leaped up. Sent another flying back with a vicious strike of her shield. She blocked a sword, spun, pumped up and back to kick out with both feet. Blows landed, but she'd been trained to fight with pain. She struck back a sword, danced away from the swipe of a knife. With a slash of her blade, she cleaved the arm from one, and with his screams ringing in her ears, drove the point of her sword through the heart of the other. Through the stench, the smoke, the screams, they fought. Bodies, so many bodies, littered the ground. She pushed away any thought of the carnage and the cost because she knew the tide had turned hard in their favor. Some of the enemy ran for the gates, deserting the field. They would meet another line, she thought, be given the choice to surrender. All prisoners and slaves secured, Travis said in her mind. She caught an arrow in her shield inches from her heart. Drew it out, flung it with a whip of power at the bowman. Colin charged up to her. We've got 50 secured in the prison. A few deserters got through, but we've got about a dozen of them. They're done. Once again her shield blocked an arrow, this one before it cut her brother down. Not quite. Just mop up now. Even as he grinned, she felt it. Get behind me. Bullshit on that. Don't argue. She swung around to face the dark. He stood tall, well over 6 feet. He dressed in black, and the air around him rippled with it. He flung a bolt of lightning toward her. Easily blocked. And he smiled. She saw him, clearly, pouring the blood of the sacrificed onto the ground, burning the black fire, chanting the foul words to create the moat. These are nothing. He spread his arms to take in the fallen. Tools and dupes to be used and discarded. An arrow sang out, dropping with a hit that rippled air. He bent to retrieve it. glanced up at where Tonia stood on a rooftop. He shot it back at her with a strike of his arm. Fallon swept out with her own power, broke it to pieces. He laughed. She knew you'd come. Would have to come to try to save these pitiful creatures. She knew you'd bleed for them. Your cousin sends her best. He flung out power that rattled her bones when it struck her shield. Get clear. She ordered Colin. I'm not leaving you two. Get clear. And mop the hell up. That's an order. The brother in him nearly snapped back, but the soldier obeyed orders. You're what she sent. Fallon kept her tone mildly interested. I am Raoul, the Black Wizard. I am bound to Petra by blood, imbued with powers dark and glorious by what lives in her. I am the slayer of the one. In her name. Raoul, the Black Wizard? Now she added contempt. You've got to be kidding. Burn, burn, burn. He circled his hands as he shouted the spell. Now the fires and hungers of hell. Black fire struck her shield, circled her. She felt the pulse of heat, of dark joy. Some of her people rushed to defend her. As she shouted them back, Raoul snapped out a whip of lightning. It streaked toward Flynn, fast and deadly. Before it struck, Lupa leaped to shield him, and fell bloodied and burned to the ground. She heard Flynn's cry of grief like a heart breaking inside her head. With rage, she flung power at the fire around her, beat at it with furious fists of light. His laughter rang as he pulled lightning from the sky, pummeling the ground with it like rain. She pushed through the dying fire, striking at bolts with her sword, flinging them upward with her shield. He chanted, drawing up smoke from the ground that hissed and snapped like snakes. Your light dims and dies, he shouted. And the shell that's left of you all spread at Petra's feet. Drawing up her power, pulling it as she charged across the bloodied field. She swore she heard the sword in her hand sing. By the blood of my blood. Heat soaked her, but she fought forward. By the flesh of my flesh, the bone of my bone. By the light of my light, be damned. When she struck him down. When his laughter became a shriek, she felt the jolt shake through her, all but steal her breath. He lay, breath gurgling. She will be your doom. No, I'll be hers, as I'm yours. She plunged the sword into him, ended it. She lifted her sword high, called on the cool light of the moon to cleanse it. Once cleansed, she drove the point into the ground. So the ground shook. And light burst like noon before it faded to starlight. This place is now the place of the light. We claim this place. Light for life. There were cheers. But she walked through them with tears on her cheeks toward Flynn. He stood, holding the wolf who'd given his life to save him. She saw his broken heart in his eyes. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. He died a warrior, a hero. He died when his voice broke, Flynn pressed his face to Lupa's bloody fur. He died in service to the one. Star stepped up beside Flynn. And though her voice shook, she continued. To the light she stands for. To the light we fight for. Come. She who rarely touched or allowed herself to be touched, laid an arm around Flynn's shoulders. We'll take him home. At another shout, Fallon turned. Looked with eyes blurred with tears as Colin fixed a cloth with the five-fold symbol shining silver on a field of white onto a flagpole. The PW brand lay trampled in the dirt. And they raised the standard of the one over Arlington. Ferries flew in to transport wounded even as, now with the base under their control, more healers rushed in to treat some where they lay. Fallon ordered sentries to take their posts, and teams to sweep through every house and building, every shed and structure to make certain they missed no enemy, no wounded, no dead. She searched for her father as she did her own sweeps until her heart began to pulse in her throat. When she saw Will leading a team out of a fortified house, giving the all-clear so one of the witches could shimmer a five-fold symbol on the door, she hurried to him. I haven't seen my father. I need to. He's okay. He took a hit, but where is he? How bad? My mother. Breathe, he told her. I swear to you he's okay. We had him, airlifted to the mobile. Your mother treated him herself. A through and through, right side. Mostly caught meat. No one told me. He made me swear not to, and I agreed with him. I just got word from one of the medics he's on his feet and already on his way back here. He added a smile and a shoulder rub. Your mother cleared him. Okay. She did as Will suggested and breathed. Eddie, Aaron, she began. They're okay. We lost people, Fallon. And it's going to be hard to take those losses back to New Hope. The weight already lay in her belly like stones. I need names and numbers, casualties and wounded, as soon as it's possible. You'll have them. Are we going to count you among the wounded? You're bleeding here and there, and you've got some burns. I'll take care of it when the rest are treated. We need to, she broke off, managed a shaky dad and ran to Simon. He caught her, his grip on her as tight as hers on him. I'm okay. But you, he pulled her back. You need a medic. When everyone's treated. It's nothing. You're pale. Let me see. She yanked up his shirt before he could object, studied the healing wound in his right side. Laid her hand over it. It's clean. And healing. You're pale from the blood loss. You should rest until. I'm good enough, and your mom agreed. She studied his face, saw a little pain. After how big an argument? I won. Words already traveling back at how you ended this, and I want to hear all about it later from you. I'm going to tell you now your mom, Travis, everyone on medical and support are okay. Her blood went cold. What does that mean? What happened? A handful of deserters got through the lines. They figured they'd take one of the mobile units and escape. They didn't. But there was a skirmish. Your mom, Travis, Rachel, Hannah, Jonah, some of the others? Kicked some serious ass. Was she hurt? Not only not hurt, but she and the rest of them protected the wounded, the mobiles, and ended up with 7 prisoners. Take your victory, baby. The dark uncanny killed Lupa. I couldn't stop him in time. Simon lowered his brow to hers. I'm sorry. I'm damn sorry. Flynn. He and Star will take him home. We'll take our dead home. We'll cremate the enemy dead. There are too many to bury, and we'll take ours home. She looked around. Saw tapes perched on the pole above the flag. She sent her mind to Fail Ban, found him where she'd asked him to be, helping guard the wounded. And Layok returning to her from taking the last injured to medical. All of hers, she thought, alive and well. But others. Their blood sanctifies the ground. With his hand still gripping hers, Simon felt the rise of her power, saw others who worked to clear, to gather the dead stop. Her voice rang, lifted, carried to every ear. In this place where once dark ruled with cruelty and bigotry for a false and twisted god, I will bring a white stone, pure and polished. On this stone I will carve the names of all who died in the name of light and right, for the sake of the innocent. They will be mourned. They will be honored. They will be remembered. Sighing, she turned back to Simon. Can you help gather the names? Of course. She stood in the smoke, and remembering her own vision, swept up her arms to clear the air of the stink of it. I need to bring Chuck in to check out the tech, and I need a report from Thomas, one from Malik. Troy and some of the others can add layers of magical security to keep out enemies. We need an inventory of weapons, of supplies, equipment, medicines. What you need is a temporary HQ. Take theirs for now. Colin's already on the weapon inventory. I saw him on my way in. Just do the next thing, she told herself. Do the next thing, and when that was done, do the next. If they can spare Jonah or Hannah back at the mobiles, I'd like one of them taking charge of doing the inventory of medical equipment and supplies. I'll send a runner. We'll get teams on the rest of the inventory. Baby, do your dad a favor and let one of the medics treat you. I can do it. I'll set up in the HQ. I could use Chuck. I'll have him brought in. Fallon? You've done what no one has been able to do in the decade or more since White and his PWs took this place. We did, she corrected. You're right. And you were right about fighting for it. We won't forget the dead, but don't you forget that. You were right. He gestured to where a team had already begun dismantling the scaffold. Put your stone there. Put it there where the bastards held their fucking public executions. Yes! Thank God for him, she thought. Thank God for the man who could see and feel and know. Yes, I'll put it there. As she started across the base, Tonia fell into step beside her. Thanks for the save. Anytime. He was stronger than I anticipated. My mistake. Goddamn Petra. His death won't mean anything to her. She'll just find another. She already has others. With Tonia, she crossed a sidewalk, went up a trio of steps to a paved walkway toward a wide, covered porch. I talked to Duncan. Tonia tapped her temple. We have Utah. Fallon felt twin tugs of jubilation and trepidation. How many casualties? Zip, 0. Not a single one. Some injuries. But not a single casualty on our side. He said their security was a joke, and half the enemy was drunk or stoned on peyote, which is a big no-no for PWs. I don't think White sent his best. I think Dunk's actually a little disappointed it was so easy. The next won't be. Fallon paused on the porch. I'll need a full report. And details of what they've done and are doing for our security there. The supplies, the prisoners, the rescued, all of it. He knows. Once they've done the inventory, got their numbers. And all that, Magicks coming back to report to you directly. Good. I'll check in with Mick, and we can hope the news there is as positive. Meanwhile, we're going to set up our HQ here. She opened the door. As they stepped in, Tonia gaped. Holy. Wow! The entrance spread over gleaming floors, towered up 3 open stories. An elaborate staircase split and veered off right and left on the 2nd floor. Overhead, an enormous light showered with crystals. Art in ornate frames covered the walls. As Fallon wandered farther, she saw some sort of open sitting room to her left with twin sofas covered with silky fabric, chairs with curved legs, tables of polished wood, lamps with more crystals sparkling. I've never seen anything like this, Tonia said as she shifted right. A fireplace framed with white stone shot through with silvery gray stood between tall white pillars. The room held a piano painted gold, more sofas, more chairs and tables and lamps, more art. A few pieces had been smashed or broken during the battle. The steel shutter over the big front window, compromised during the fight, hung crooked. Blood stained the colorful rug. Some had spilled on the polished floors. Luxury, Fallon said. The leaders lived in luxury, stealing whatever they wanted, decorating their nests. And you see, she moved to the window. They could sit here, stand here in their stolen palace, and watch the crowds cheer as they hang those like us. Not anymore. No, not anymore. We'll leave what's needed, take what isn't to distribute where it is needed, or store until it is. She roamed on, amazed at the space and furnishing of a dining room, another fireplace. This in a green stone she knew as malachite, a long, glossy table large enough to sit 20 surrounded by chairs with high backs and fancy seats. Sideboards holding silver candles and bowls. A kitchen that would surely have made her mother weep with joy, despite the blood on the floors, the broken doors of glass that led out to a stone patio, a pool, a garden, a fountain. A kitchen, she thought, where slaves had cooked and served. She opened a door. A pantry, a big one, and with enough supplies to feed 50 for a week. Same with this fridge. Tonia opened another door. It's a kind of laundry room. There's a cot in here, shackles. They kept a personal slave. Not anymore, Fallon said again, and opened another door. Leads downstairs. Though she knew the house had been cleared, she laid a hand on the hilt of her sword as they started down. Communication center. Bless the goddess, Tonia said with a wild grin. Chuck is going to lose his shit. Man, oh fuck, Fallon, it's as full of toys as anything I've seen outside of the nuke plants we hit. They worked hard putting this together. Fallon studied the controls, monitors, radios, components. Now we'll use it against them. It's got to be full of data, records, locations, everything. Chuck will dig it out. That's his magic. The battle had come here, she saw, in blood and gore, overturned chairs, bullet holes in walls. She walked to the broken door, stepped out into the steamy night. Closing her eyes, she reached out to Mick. Man, we've been waiting to hear from you. You're okay? We have Arlington. Hot damn. What did you? Later. I need a sit rep. Well, we've got Carolina or this part of it. Utah? Yes. We freaking did it. Casualties? She felt his hesitation, prepared for the worst. 8. 16 wounded. We lost 8, Fallon. We lost Bagger. She grieved for the elf she'd known as a child. For the boy who had a love for jokes. I'm sorry, Mick. They lost more, I can tell you that. A hell of a lot more. She glanced back when she heard Chuck's voice. Oh, my hot, sexy mama, come to Papa. I need Thomas or whoever you can spare to come in, give me full reports. Once we're fully secured. The standard of the one flies here now. Do you have control of their comms? Yeah, we do. And the IT guys all over them. I need you to send a message on my signal. What and where? She told him, then went back in to relay the same to Tonya to give to Duncan. Can you set it up so I can send out a message? She asked Chuck. You bet your fine ass I can. No offense. None taken. Can you send it so it goes out to whoever can listen? Whoever has communication abilities? With what I've got here, I've got a pretty long reach. You and Tonya could boost that. You probably don't remember how you and Duncan boosted our first broadcast from New Hope. I actually do, at least a little. Tell Duncan to do the same on his end. Fallon said as she communicated the idea to Mick. How long do you need, Chuck? He was already working controls. Just a second. Do you want visual or just audio? All. Wait. She held her hands to her face, did a glamour to mask blood, bruising, burns. Not vanity, she began. You're unhurt, Tonya said. Untouched. Any blood on the one is enemy blood. That's good tactics. 10 seconds from my mark, she told Tonya, Chuck, and Mick. Boost it. As controls lit up, monitors flashed, Chuck laughed. Don't get too crazy, girls. We're up when you are. Mark, she said. 10, 9, 8. Chuck counted it off, then opened the channels. To all who gather together in peace, to all who wish for peace, who protect, defend. Who have suffered or shed blood to protect or defend, hear my voice and know there is hope. Know the light is with you, all of you, magical and non. To the farmers, the builders, the teachers, the soldiers, the mothers, the sons, the fathers and daughters, know the light stands for you, fights for you. Rise up against those who oppress, against those who persecute and enslave. Know that for everyone who seeks to destroy, we send 20 to stop them. Hear my voice, persecutors, oppressors. Hear and know, purity warriors, dark uncanny, bounty hunters, raiders. Any who hunt and imprison, who torture and kill, your time is ending. What comes from the dark will die in the dark. She drew her sword, filled it with light. The light will burn you out. Tonight. The light has broken the chains of those held on the beaches of Carolina, in the desert of Utah, driven out the dark to claim those places in its name. Tonight. The light burned bright through the dark of Arlington, and it is ours. Fear me, all who shed innocent blood, all who seek to live on the fat on the backs of slaves, fear me. All who have chosen the dark. Fear me and all who follow the light, for we will end you. She held up her free hand, and in her palm a ball of fire blazed. Here's the fire to burn through the dark. And all who follow it. She closed her hand around the flames, opened it again. She held a white dove. And here's the hope offered to all the rest. I pledge both the flame and the dove. I am Fallon Swift. I am the one. She nodded to Chuck. His hand shook a little as he ended the broadcast. Some speech, he managed. Yeah, some trick. Tonya touched a fingertip to the dove's breast. It just came to me. Fallon released the dove, waved it to freedom through the broken door. Too much. I can tell you. If I was one of the bad guys, Chuck let out a laugh. I'd have shit my pants. Good. Fallon laid a hand on his shoulder. That's what I was aiming for. Direct hit. Chapter 8. While Fallon set up a headquarters at Arlington, Duncan did the same in Utah. He didn't have the fine things as she did. and had already started a list of what he'd need to build and maintain a viable base of operations. They'd need supplies to build better shelters, an agrodome for growing fruit, more chickens, cows, some goats, pigs, which meant pens and paddocks, some sort of barn. While he knew how to deal with livestock, there had to be somebody on base who'd have a better handle on that. He'd delegate fairies to start growing vegetables, herbs, and grains wherever it made sense, send scouts to find what they could find, possibly barter with communities, when and if they found any. Flour, sugar, salt, basics they'd have to flash in from New Hope until they found a better way. He thought, essentially starting out like his mother and the New Hope originals had. At least he had their template to work from and experienced troops. The armory would serve for now, he calculated, but they'd want to add to that, too. He sat in what was essentially a shack with his lists and maps. The most secure structure, which he'd added layers to, now served as a prison. Not for slaves or tortured Magicals, but for captured enemy. He needed them off his base as soon as possible and wrote down suggestions for prison camps. He glanced up when Malik came in. "I'm sending out hunting, scouting, and scavenging parties at first light. I figure the fairies we've got with us can get started on growing food for us and for livestock. But maybe we need some sort of agrodome for fruit trees. I'll ask about that when I get to New Hope." Malik glanced over to where Duncan had stacked bottles of whiskey, gin, beer, wine. "I figured it was safer in here with me. We'll keep some. Soldiers need a little recreation, and some can be used medicinally. And we can barter with the rest." With a nod, Malik selected a bottle of wine, opened it, sniffed. Barely palatable. Still, he found cups, lifted a brow at Duncan. "Yeah, why not? I'm sending a list of need now with you. And a list of need eventually. All right. You did well tonight." Duncan took the cup of wine, tapped it to Malik's with the clink of tin to tin. "You too." Then again, it wasn't much of a fight. Because we'd prepared and planned and followed through on the plan. And because the enemy was mostly drunk assholes. Yes, but even drunk assholes can kill. We lost no one. He sat with his wine. South Carolina lost 8. Looked into his cup before he drank. Arlington lost 63 with another 98 wounded. Duncan set down the cup. Rose to walk to the window. Tonia said it was bad. She said Flynn lost Lupa. I know Lupa and Eddie's Joe have lived longer than they would have because of magical treatments and healing. But still, I can't imagine New Hope without Flynn's wolf. He turned back. Do you have the names of the dead, the wounded? Malik laid a paper on the table, so Duncan came back. As he read, he picked up the cup, drained the wine. You'd know them, Malik began. I went to school with 2 of them. Len and I used to play basketball, pick-up games. I dated Marley a couple of times. Ben Stykes used to play this thing, ukulele, on his front porch. Margie Frost taught me and Tonia chemistry in the academy. I knew them. I knew all of them. And he could see them, hear them. He knew their families, their friends. He remembered he'd dated Marley primarily because she'd caught him with her quick, infectious laugh. It grieves her. Duncan pressed his fingers to his eyes. Drop them. It has to. It should never be easy. Correct. I don't mean she deserves. I know what you mean, boy. I trained her, I watched her become. And though I had devoted my life to just that, when the time came, I grieved for her, for the weight she'd carry. You came to love her. I did. An unexpected development. Malik drank again. And tonight, though it's another beginning and not the end, she showed what she is. She invited an attack. Not here. We're not worth it at this point. Though he'd make damn certain they would be. Probably not South Carolina. But Arlington. She meant to. She'll hold what she took. I know it. I have issues with her apart from this, but I believe in her absolutely. I know that as well. You're a credit to your blood, Duncan. Wow! Sincerely surprised, Duncan searched for words. That calls for another drink. With a laugh, Malik poured them both more wine. I'll build this place into a stronghold, and from here, we'll expand the west. Tell her. Shit, I don't know what I want to tell her. You will, when you see her again. I don't know. Maybe. Right now, he thought, he had to focus everything on making that stronghold, feeding, clothing, drilling the troops who'd hold it. What I do know, Duncan said with a shrug. Unexpected development. I'm going to miss you. And I also unexpected you. Malik lifted his cup. To the light and to the unexpected. Duncan tapped his cup to Malik's again and drank. Fallon stayed in Arlington for 2 weeks, helping to organize and arrange housing, training, overseeing the transfer of prisoners, and working to relocate any former slaves and captured Magicals who chose to leave. As more opted to remain, to live, work, train there, she supervised the redistribution of supplies and furnishings within the base. Volunteers cleared the houses in the outlying neighborhood of the remains of the dead, banished rats. Cleaned, repaired. She used Katie's blueprint from New Hope for assigning jobs, skills, experience, or interest in gaining both, for creating volunteer signups. The attack came on the dawn of the 3rd day after her broadcast. Prepared for it, forces who now called themselves Light for Life repelled the PWs in under an hour. It had been, in Fallon's estimation, more an angry, arrogant barrage than a structured attack. There would be others, but at the end of 2 weeks. She trusted Colin and his troops to defend the base and any who settled on its outskirts. She stood with him by the white memorial stone she'd placed. She'd shaped it like a tower to symbolize a rising, and with her light, had carved the names of everyone who'd given their life to take this ground. Below the names, she'd etched the 5-fold symbol, and had added Light for Life. Already someone had planted flowers at its base, and they bloomed as white as the stone. Malik will be on and off base for the next couple weeks. You know how to send for him or for me if you need to. And I need those weekly reports, detailed. We've been over it, Fallon. Detailed weekly reports. Anything unusual or noteworthy that comes out of scouting missions, you hear ASAP. They'll attack again. The PWs and very likely government or military out of DC watch the skies, Colin. She let out a breath. She had to trust he was ready. She'd already sent tapes and fail band back to New Hope. Now it was time for her to join them. So she turned to him. Listen to Malik. Learn from him. You're in command, but you're not president. He grinned at her. I like fighting better than politics. Clearly, but don't forget the politics. Train them hard, Colin. She looked around the base at the soldiers and recruits on the training grounds, the volunteers working the gardens, tending the livestock. Laughter filtered out of the house they'd outfitted as a school, and the scent of fresh bread wafted out of another they'd designated as a base kitchen. More than a base, already more, she thought. A community in the making. Train them hard, she repeated. Within the year, we take DC. We'll be ready. She turned to him, hugged him hard. Keep them safe, she said, then swung onto Leok. You're still at least a little bit of a jerk, but I love you anyway. Same goes. Leok spread his wings. She flew up over Arlington, circled once, then soared toward New Hope. She wanted the flight rather than the flash, and used it to make maps in her head of the land below. Too many roads not yet cleared or in impassable disrepair. What had been cities? What they'd called suburbs, developments of houses, centers for shopping remained largely deserted. The land itself had taken over in the 2 decades since the dooms so grasses grew thick and high. Trees spread like weeds. Over them, through them, wildlife roamed in herds and packs, and she imagined the rivers and streams below busy with fish and waterfowl. With their mad mission to eradicate Magicals, to enslave, the Purity warriors had done little to nothing to tend the land, to build. Raiders raided and left destruction in their wake. What government there was seemed focused on rule and the battles in the major cities, and still, she knew, on their work to contain and restrain those with powers they refused to understand. She wouldn't make the same mistakes and wouldn't aim her focus so narrowly. She veered west, studied the hills, the forests, waterways, fallow, overgrown fields, and the buildings, houses, vast shopping areas, and service centers. Twice she took Layok down for a closer look when she saw signs someone had settled. A broken trail, a few houses in good repair, a cow and a pen. She marked the locations in her mind, continued home. When she landed, Ethan gave a shout and with Max, his closest companion, and a pack of dogs, raced over from the farm. Under a tattered, faded ball cap, Ethan's hair was damp with sweat. Both boys smelled of horses and dogs and dirt. Max, gangly like his father, waded through the dogs to lay a hand on Layaka's neck. "We were watching for you," Ethan told her. "Mom said you'd be back today. We've been helping Dad and Simon with the haying." Max gestured out to the field and the oft-repaired baler. "But they said we could come when we saw you up there. Your mom made cherry pies and mine's going to pick sweet corn. We're going to have a cookout." Already Ethan hefted her saddlebags. "Because you're back. Sweet corn and cherry pies?" Fallon dismounted. "When do we eat?" Because nothing pleased them more, she turned Layok over to them. They'd cool him down, groom him like a king. She hauled her bags in through the kitchen. Pies with glossy cherry filling, bold red through the golden latticework crusts, bread, fresh and scenting the air, wrapped in cloth on the counter. Wildflowers in a jug, peaches ripening in a bowl, potted herbs thriving on the windowsill. After the battle and the blood, the work and the worry, here was home. And here, she realized, was what she needed to bring to the world as much as peace. She dumped her bags, they could wait. Now she opened the fridge, found another jug. And grateful, filled a glass with her mother's lemonade to wash away the heat and thirst of the journey. Travis came in, nearly as sweaty as Ethan. "Saw you coming in." He grabbed another glass. "Had to finish something up, but I wanted to come by. Is everything okay with Colin with Arlington?" "He's good. The base is secure. Haven't had a chance to talk to you really." He glugged down lemonade. "We've made good use of some of the stuff you sent back, got a couple houses furnished and supplied already. The mayor and council and committees are working to help the people who wanted to come here settle in." He grabbed a peach, just underripe as he preferred. "We had the funerals last week. It was rough. I should have been here. Everyone knew why you weren't. We're going to have a memorial." The council voted on it, since we always have the annual on the morning of the 4th. "But we're going to hold one for the placing of the stars. Now that you're back." "It's good. It's right." The last of the wounded were discharged a couple days ago. Most are already back in training. "It was rough," he repeated, talking quickly through it as he bit into the peach. "But taking 3 bases, and, Jesus, Arlington, then your broadcast after?" With a satisfied headshake. Travis gestured with the peach. "Arlie's printed it out, word for word, and posted it. Anyway, the mood around here is strong. In the last week, we've gotten 14 more recruits from the outside. Mick just sent word they've pulled in 18. 18. Duncan, he's pretty remote, but Tonya told me, and she's going to meet up with you as soon as she can get away. He had 7 last count. And one's a doctor, or was a, intern when the doom hit. That's good news, and we'll need to go over all this. But now, here it comes." He held up his hands, one holding the half-eaten peach. "First, we were a little busy dealing with the deserters and keeping the wounded and medicals from getting overrun. Which is why you should have let me know." "Busy," he repeated, "and pretty much under control. Plus, in the thick of it." On a shrug, he bit into the peach again, the underripe fruit snapping crisp as an apple. "Mom was like, wow, just wow. I've never seen her in full battle mode, you know? The thing was, she had Dad out, like in a trance so she could treat the bullet wound. These PWs break through the lines to try to get to the mobiles and escape, and Mom zap. Zap, pow. To demonstrate, he jabbed one fist, then the other. Seriously. She took out 3 of them before you could fucking blink. And I've gotta say, Rachel's no slouch. Grabs a scalpel with one hand, smashes this dude with an elbow, then slices him open. Then Hannah? He tossed the peach pit in the kitchen composter, turned to rinse off his hands. You know, I've worked with her on combat training, self-defense. Let's just say it hasn't been her strength, right? She was moving from one mobile to the other when they hit us, and I'm yelling at her to get inside, barricade herself and the wounded. But she swings right around. Pow, pow, wham, bam. Man. She is fierce when she's cornered. A ball kicker. A fierce ball kicker. Hannah? Fallon sincerely couldn't imagine her loving, open-hearted friend kicking balls. You bet your ass. It couldn't have taken us more than a minute, 2 tops, to subdue them. Hannah's bleeding a little. The guy whose balls are probably still bruised managed to punch her in the face. So Jonah and I are securing the deserters, and Mom tells me not to let you know. Not then. Rachel's checking out Hannah and seconds that. Hannah chimes in, all cheerful, how we're all fine. And not to distract you, and Jonah says the same. Mom gives me that look. You know, the one that says don't screw with me and goes back to fixing Dad up. I was outvoted, and they were right. Maybe. Because with words and gestures, Travis had taken her into the thick of it. She understood the decision. She leaned back against the counter. Maybe. But the enemy shouldn't have broken through, and that's a weakness we'll fix. They were scared shitless, Fallon. Every one of them. Even if I couldn't see it, and I could feel it. And hey, we won. I gotta get back, but welcome home. Big feast tonight. He eyed the pies. Don't even think about it. Too late, but I'm not stupid enough to risk the mighty wrath of Mom. He opened the door, turned back. But if we'd needed you, even the mighty wrath of Mom wouldn't have stopped me from calling you. Satisfied with that. She washed out her glass and his, then took her bags to her room to unpack. When Lana came home, carrying supplies, Fallon hopped up from the kitchen counter where she'd set up to draw her new maps. My baby? Before Fallon could take the cloth bags, Lana set them down, enfolded her. I'd hoped to be back before you got here, but Rachel needed some help in the clinic. What happened? No. Nothing like that. Lana eased back, cupped Fallon's face to study it. School's starting soon, and they're doing wellness checks. And she wanted to show me some changes they've made in the plans for the expansion. Sit while I put these things away and tell me how your brother is. You sit while I put them away. Fallon nudged her mother to a counter stool, found olives from the tropics, oil from the press her father had helped build, peppercorns, coffee beans, a bag of salt. Colin's in his element. She began. The troops respect him, which is vital, but they also like him. We turned that fucking palace. She caught herself, winced. Sorry. I think we're beyond me scolding you over language. Still, Fallon thought. That palace of an HQ? We cleared out the unnecessary. And much of it's been put to use here and elsewhere. It had 7 bedrooms. And other rooms that we turned into bedrooms. We've got troops housed there. Malik will have a room there, one with a kind of parlor for his workshop. Colin has a room to himself. It's the smallest of them. It works. We set up other barracks and civilian housing. She went through the broad details as she put away the supplies, then sat. Impressed, approving, Lana nodded. You're combining the templates from New Hope and our own cooperative back home. I know how they work and that they work. We need those fortified structures in locations like Arlington, especially for training and to keep people safe. When Malik gets back there. He's not there now? I asked him to help Mick for a few days, then visit our other bases before he comes here, briefs me. Then he'll go to Arlington. Colin's solid, Mom. I know it. I do. But I think he could use some of Malik's discipline and worldview. Trust me, he'll get it. I resented him so much when he took you away. And now I'm depending on him to help another of my children. Life is damn twisty and strange. I need him with Colin, but I need his perspective on our other bases and future ones. Lana looked down at the maps in progress. You've picked locations for others. For bases, for fortifications, for communities they can protect, and who will have to protect themselves. Once Duncan has the Utah base fully secured and running, we'll need to expand there. The same for Mick in the south. And from here to Arlington. Fallon traced a finger over the map. There are so many untapped resources, so much land that should be cultivated and put to use. Too many roads, and a lot of them useless. Buildings that need to be dismantled for supplies so we can build those bases and communities. Too many people still hunted and hiding. We need to rally them. You've made a good start on that. Not enough. Fallon pushed up to pace. Not nearly. I need to double our fighting troops, at least double them to take DC. I need to. She stopped herself, turned back. We don't need to get into all this now. I just got home. Let me tell you how it felt to walk into this room and see pies on the counter, fresh bread and lemonade, flowers. She walked back. Took Lana's hands. It reminded me it's not all battles and wars and beating back the dark. Because there are places like this where the dark is beaten back. Where people live and kids go to school. And neighbors have cookouts. I need to remember that. I need you to remind me of that when I forget why I took the sword from the fire. Sometimes I'm afraid I'll forget. No, you won't. But sometimes I worry you'll forget if you don't give yourself a life, if you don't eat the pie, dance to the music, laugh with friends, and, God, make love with a man you care for. You'll forget what it means to live. Just live, Fallon. Fallon brought her mother's hand to her cheek. I could probably choke down some pie now. Lana's bluebell eyes danced with amusement. That was tricky of you. Did it work? Put on the kettle for tea, Lana decided. We'll both have pie. Later, she feasted with neighbors, laughed with friends, danced to the music. And just lived. The next day, she visited everyone who'd lost someone in the Battle of Arlington. Their grief tore through her even as their strength humbled her. These, too, she knew, she must remember. The day would come when there would be too many lost for her to visit all, to console. She attended the memorial for the fallen, didn't hide her tears. When she watched Flynn hang Lupa's star, she wondered her heart didn't break to pieces. When he asked, she walked with him into the woods, wandered with him in the quiet with Fail Ban hunting in the shadows, with Tabes sweeping through the trees. I wanted to tell you, Flynn began. I thought about leaving, maybe going out to Utah with Duncan. Somewhere so different I wouldn't see Lupa in every turn of a trail. Wherever you want to go. I'm here, he said simply. This is my place. Max, your mother, Eddie, Poe, Kim. They helped bring me and mine here. Helped make this place. It's my place. I had no family left, and made family, then they gave me family and this home. I waited for you, and I'll fight for you. But part of me died with him. You understand. She watched her wolf slide through the shadows like white smoke, felt his heartbeat, knew his spirit. Yes, I do. Your mother gave Lupa these last years. Kept him alive, vital, when his time had come and gone. I'll always be grateful. He died to save me. I'll use the life he saved to fight. Give me a mission. Was it fate, she thought, that laid that request at her feet? Pick a dozen, not only skilled in battle, but who understand what's needed to form a secure community. You'll need to scavenge and scout and recruit along the way. Just the way you did 20 years ago on your way to New Hope. Where, was all he asked. I have a map. And I'll show you where you need to go. You'll need horses, because too many of the roads won't be passable in trucks, and you can't count on fuel. I've gone over all this with my father. So when you have your 12, bring them to us. It'll take weeks, Flynn, longer. That doesn't matter. Once you've begun what needs to begin, you'll come back. Something shifted inside her. Lifted a weight as she looked at him. You won't come back alone. Before she sent men off on a mission, a journey of nearly 300 miles. She wanted to refine her map and take another first-hand look at the location, the terrain, the positioning. She rode Grace back home to gather what she needed. An hour, she thought as she packed the map and supplies to draw more. 2 at the most if she scouted out the second location she'd already considered. Fly there, she decided, then to the second. Flashback. For this she'd take the owl, the wolf as well as Leok. What she didn't see, sense, hear, they would. As she stepped outside to call them to her, Tonia flashed beside her. I had a feeling, Tonia said. About? I heard Flynn talking to Star and a couple of others. You're sending him out to build another base. I figured you'd probably take another run at it before you sent him. You figured right. I'll go with you. 2 pairs of eyes. Well, she added when Tabes landed on Fallon's arm. The Ollicorn trotted up with the wolf at his side. 1 more pair. I'm going to 2 places, the one for Flynn and his team, and another I hope to use. I'm up for it. Tonia drew up the hat hanging from a strap down her back, set it with its wide, flat brim over her head. And the thing is, after the memorial, I could use something. All right. I could use your take anyway. Fallon signaled fail ban, so the wolf leaped nimbly onto Leaka's back before she mounted. Tonia swung on behind her. As they rose up, Tonia lifted her face to the wind. And this never gets old. So what's the plan? Fallon released Tabes so he could soar. The first, where I want Flynn, was a small town. Smaller than New Hope. In the foothills, so the land's hilly and rough. There's a river, and the bridge over it is broken, impassable. Some of the land's wooded, and some, though it's rocky, is farmable. And when I passed over and marked it, I saw no signs of people. There are houses and buildings, some are beyond repair, but a lot of them are stone or brick. Narrow streets, and some burned out or abandoned vehicles. Raiders? Probably. At this point, it's only accessible by horse or bike. Or crossing the river, small boat or swimming it. So some defenses built in. Yeah. And land to plant, woods to hunt, housing. It's remote. But only about 60 miles from DC. Excellent. Where's the second place? East of DC. It's good land, a lot of it flats and bogs. Waterways. Rivers, bays, inlets, some beaches. Cabins. Old houses and other buildings. I saw some pockets of people, but their defenses are limited. Nomads more than settlers, I think. Hiding. Okay. Tonia looked down as they flew. So much space. All those roads, I can't imagine what it was like when they were packed with people driving somewhere. Like them. Military convoy. Fallon studied the 3 trucks heading east. Armored. Probably carrying troops into DC. Conscripted. That's the way it's going now. They sweep up the able-bodied when they find them and hunt people like us. It doesn't make any sense. If they merged forces with us instead of hunting us down, we could fight the DUs together. All Magickals, dark or light, are the same to them. We have power. They fear it, and they want it. One of the new recruits got swept up last spring. He and the group he'd traveled with got caught in a flash flood, separated. He broke his ankle. A military squad found him and gave him a choice. Sign up or die. A non-magical, about 16. Who does that, Fallon? They do. Yeah, they do. And we're hearing more about some of the ones they catch, sweep up, forced to fight. They lock up their families, threaten them. Anyway, he signed up, they treated his ankle, put him into training. They make them watch those films, right? Films of DUs slaughtering people. And old footage of the Doom. Brainwashing. His wasn't washed, but he was smart enough to play the good soldier. First chance he got, he escaped. One of our scouting parties found him alone. Half-starved, and brought him in. Kim was with them, said he was scared to death, thought they were going to take him back. Then we gave him a choice. Stay, join the community, Fallon said. Or we'll give you the supplies you need to move on. He stayed. More will. And we need secure places for them. This'll be one. Chapter 9. Tonia looked down again as Fallon circled. She saw the river, wide and brown as tea, the rising land, the narrow streets and houses stepped up from it. Thick woods grew close with some leaves tinted with the first hints of fall. She saw the leggy form of a coyote slink back into the trees, and a small herd of deer cropping its way across rough, rocky ground. Farming's going to be a challenge, Tonia decided. Then again, I'm better at pretty much anything than farming. But yeah, some built-in defenses that could be well fortified. When they landed, the wolf leaped off, began to explore. The great owl swooped toward the trees. Did you see how the road winds and winds down? Switchbacking. From here, a sentry would see anyone advancing. Fallon hopped off. That building, an old church? She gestured to the faded brick structure with its tall steeple, dingy gray from weather and neglect. the highest point and a perfect sentry post. And a lot of the roads eroded away in the low-lying areas. As Fallon did, Tonia looked at the land for defense, offense. Add a barricade. Access and cover for an advancing force through the woods, but that could be tightened up. And the fields are wide open. You couldn't cross without being seen. Plant wheat, grains, Fallon thought. Build a mill on the river. She climbed up to the church. The doors, like the steeple, had been white once. Someone, long ago, had written doom over them. Now the despairing red paint faded into the gray. Hinges protested with rusty shrieks when she opened the doors. More gray, she thought. The air, the walls, the windows. Someone had tried without much success to set fire to the pews, so a few stood crackled and charred. Above the altar hung desiccated remains. Not raiders. Tonia's voice echoed in the musky air. Not enough damage for raiders. No, not raiders. He's been there a very long time. She moved closer, opened herself. A nightmare? God's punishment, some thought. But whose God? It took all. Every soul, through the sickness or the madness that came with it. Crows circling, smoke rising. Oh, the screams, the terrible laughter that no prayer could overcome. Even here in this place of worship, doom crept and clawed. Too many to bury, and the stench of burning flesh rises with the smoke, rises to the crows as they call me. It calls me, it promises. It lies. There is no salvation. Only death. Don't. Tonia touched a hand to Fallon's arm to bring her back. Don't look anymore. It doesn't help. He was one of us. And the power that woke inside him terrified him. What pulled at him terrified him because he wanted to answer. He tried to burn the church. Fire's the first skill to come for most, but he was afraid. And he was the last, the only one who survived. He hanged himself in fear and despair. We'll take him down. We'll bury him. Yeah, there's no one here and hasn't been since he did this. Maybe whatever he did, or tried to do before he took his own life, kept the dark away. Tonia raised a hand, pushed power at a window so the sun struggled through. We'll bring back the light. They buried him in the stony ground behind the church, and when it was done, walked down to the river. I'm glad you came, Fallon said. I've got your back. Not just because of what you are, or because we share a bloodline. Because we're friends. You and Hannah are the first friends, girls, I've had. I used to wish for a sister, kept getting brothers. She found she could smile again. There were some girls on other farms or in the village, but your parents had to be careful. Yes, that, and I never made a real connection with the other girls. Too used to boys, I guess. She watched a dragonfly, iridescent in the sun, swoop over the river's surface, sending out ripples. From somewhere in the trees, a woodpecker hammered madly. The sound echoed forever in the empty. Then I went with Mick. Mick was the first real friend outside my family. Looking back, I don't know what I'd have done without him. Always outnumbered by boys. Duncan likes to bitch about being outnumbered by girls. And we did, and do, enjoy tormenting him. You know you can count on me, right? Not just in battle. I do. You and Hannah. Kickballs Hannah. As she shoved her hat back, Tonia laughed. She is so digging on that status right now. How about the three of us score a bottle of wine tonight, stake out a place without boys around, and hang out? Fallon bent down, plucked a tiny flower, yellow as butter, from the weedy verge. Dragonflies, woodpeckers, wildflowers, she thought. There was life and beauty even in the empty. Oh yeah, let's do that. They took the time to scout more of the town, to add to Fallon's maps before heading north and east. She skirted DC, the smoke, the circling crows. The time was coming, she thought, when she would meet the forces there, all of them. They'd come from the south, the west, the north, the east, 10,000 strong. And when they freed those held in cages and labs and camps, the army would swell. Your mind's busy, Tonia commented. It's buzzing all over. They fight for nothing there. They can't stop. The city's dead, a rubble on charred bones, but they won't stop. Once we take it, all that'll be left are ghosts and the hollow ring of false power. She left it behind, winged south. See, a few camps scattered through the hills. Nothing permanent or structured. Good hiding places, Tonia said. Bad roads, and the winters would be hard. A couple feet of snow. What roads there would be rough going without a good horse or enough fuel to run a Humvee like Chuck's or a tank or snowplow. Plenty of game, wood, water. Fallon circled. Lots of water, lots of fish, probably mussels, crabs, clams. Get some boats seaworthy and it's seafood time. Mere people, Fallon pointed out and watched the jeweled tails flash as they dived. Good warriors. They circled up over a bluff. Good, high ground, to Fallon's mind. No power, she noted, but those cabins look sturdy. There's a clearing. I'm going down. The air sparkled, fresh. Clean and cooler than it had been. She smelled pine and water from a stream, a hint of smoke from a camp a few miles west. She walked toward a cabin that reminded her of the one she'd spent her first night in with Malik on the way to his cottage. A hunting cabin most likely, or a vacation place. Log, well built. No power, but we can restore it. She saw the red flash of a fox, deer scat, tracks from bear. This is nice. Tonia turned a circle. I'm not especially a nature girl, but this is nice. Fallon flicked a hand at the door, opening it as she approached. Scavengers picked it clean, she noted. Nomads, probably. Since they left the heavier furniture, and there's no sign anyone settled in for long. Ashes in the fireplace, old and cold. The other cabins around here are likely the same. No supplies, but solid walls, roof, fireplace for heat. Tiny kitchen. Tonia turned the rusted tap on a shallow sink. No running water, but yeah, we can fix that too. One bath, toilet and shower. Serviceable. And more than I had for a year with Malik. Tonia's mouth dropped open. Seriously? A year? Deadly. This is better than I thought, she decided as she walked out. Pushed her way along an overgrown track to another cabin. Secluded but strategic. Get the basics up and running, add security, sentry posts, communications. Clear some of the land for a decent garden, a greenhouse, beehives, fortify the cabins, and use one as an armory. Get those boats on the waterways. Flash or fly in supplies. There's plenty of wood to build more cabins for fuel. Let's see how many. She trailed off, looked at Tonia. I hear them, Tonia said in her mind. North and south. About 3 dozen. Hold on. Not wanting to frighten off, but ready to defend, Fallon spoke clearly. We're not here to harm or take. You have nothing to fear from us unless you attack. Then you have everything to fear. Big talk from little girls. The man who stepped into the clearing made John Little look spindly. He reached 7 feet with a burly, muscled body clad in a scarred leather vest and boots, and denim pants worn to holes at the knees. He had a face like carved ebony, a black beard that hung to his chest, black hair in a grungy series of braids, and an arrow nocked in his bow. Some of the handful behind him held wooden spears or bows. One held a sword in a way that told Fallon he didn't actually know how to use it. Anyone would be little measured against you. Fallon said easily and kept her hands at her sides. Is this your land? We're standing on it. And so are we. If it's your land, you haven't made much use of it. Still, you've got no need to defend it from us. We're not here to fight you. He smiled wide, showed the gap of a missing tooth. Why would you? You're outnumbered. Skinny girl with a big sword. Best go back the way you came before we have to hurt you. You know what? Tonia cocked a hip, set a hand on it in a gesture of defiance. I don't like being threatened for walking in the woods. You? She said to Fallon. No. Failban slipped out of the trees, growled low in his throat. As the big man pivoted, drew back on the bow, Tabe swooped down, gripped the arrow in his talons. If any of you threaten what's mine, you'll regret it. She spoke to her spirit animals quietly in Irish. The wolf slipped into the shadows, the owl perched on a high branch. Is this how you treat strangers who cross your path? Strangers who try to take what we have, sell us into slavery. We don't steal and we free slaves. His lip curled over the missing tooth. Skinny girls with a wolf and trained all free slaves? Are there Magicals among you? His face hardened, and despite the owl, the wolf, he drew another arrow out of his quiver. Go, while you can still walk. Fallon pushed out power, just a leading edge. As she did, as the big man and the people behind him stepped back, she heard a baby's quick cry. She pulled back quickly. You have children with you. Face fierce, he grabbed a spear from the man beside him. You'll never take them. Oh, for the sake of all the gods. We don't harm children or take them. Wait. She held up a hand, rippled the air between them, and drew her sword. She thrust it up, filled it with light so it gleamed silver. I am Fallon Swift. I am pledged to defend the light, to protect the innocent. I come to destroy the dark, to tear down all who seek to harm those who seek peace. With this sword, I will lead into battle those who choose to follow me. And we will cut down all who stand against us. She's damn good at it, too, Tonia commented. Come on, people. You've never heard of the one. Just a story. A tale told to children around the campfire. No, a woman, a child gripping her hand, a baby in a sling at her breasts, pushed through. Liana, get back. No, she laid a hand on the big man's arm. I told you it wasn't a story. Kilo, why won't you listen? You're the one. Yes, and I see the light in you, your elfin blood. The woman had eyes as dark as night. Her dusky face bore a long scar down her left cheek. And in you. Fallon crouched down to the level of the little boy with hair as dense and soft as a black cloud. Do you see me? Do you see the light in me? The boy giggled, then pressed his face shyly to his mother's leg, peeked out. He's hungry. She called Leok. When the Ollicorn landed in the clearing, people gasped and murmured, drew closer together. We bring no harm, no threat. Tonia, there's a peach in my saddlebag. Tonia brought it to her, kept her gaze, cool and even, on Kilo's face. Is it all right? Fallon asked Liana. Yes, of course. Thank you. Say thank you, Eli. He whispered it, still shyly clinging to his mother. But he reached out to take the peach after Fallon mimed biting into it. When he bit into it himself, his wide eyes and the long as juice dripped down his chin made Fallon laugh. It's all I have. But we can bring you more. Why? Kilo demanded. Still crouched, she shot him a look of sheer annoyance. Because your boy doesn't have to be hungry, your people don't have to be afraid. Because we're not your enemy. She straightened. I'll ask again. Is this your land? We're camped here until we move on and camp somewhere else. How many are you? When he folded his arms, Liana sighed. Kilo, if you won't trust her, trust me. I see who and what she is. What they are. 36, he muttered. 8 are children, Liana added. And one will bring another into the world soon. Do you have medicals with you, healers? I do what I can, Liana said. But I'm not skilled enough. The one who's pregnant needs to rest. So we stopped here, only a few hours ago. Don't you see the miracle, Kilo? Only a few hours ago. There are no miracles. Fallon lifted an arm, and the owl landed on it. Fail Ban walked out of the woods to stand at her side. She gestured to Leok. A leader, even a stubborn one, should believe his own eyes. Would you stay if you had supplies, defenses? More people and weapons? If the shelters here could be made to serve. A moving target's harder to hit. How long do you want to be a target? She retorted. How long do you want your children to be targets? If you stay, I can and will send supplies, weapons, more people who can train yours how to fight, how to plant, how to fish. How to build a community and one with security. Milk, she said to Liana. Fruit, vegetables, blankets, clothing. What do you want for all this you'll bring? Kilo demanded. An army. War's coming. I'll build that army whether you go or stay. I'll bring supplies whether you go or stay, because your people need them. Whether you go or stay, I'll build here in this place. Because it serves my cause. And if you stay, or wherever you go, I'll fight for you. She'll fight for you, she said, laying a hand on Tonia's shoulder. The army we raise will fight for you. In other words, lead, follow, or get out of the way. Tonia shrugged. To keep it simple. When he gave her a curled lip, she pushed forward, slapped a fist on the brick wall of his chest. Let me tell you something else, asshole. Tonia. No. Fuck diplomacy. Skinny girls, my ass. That skinny girl led the skinny girl and an army of people who aren't big, giant dicks to Arlington. And won. Bullshit was Kilo's response as others muttered and murmured. But someone else shoved through. He, too, bore scars and limped as he leaned on a staff. But the hand that gripped Fallon's arm had strength. Arlington? They took my sister. They left me for dead and took her. The PWs. They took her to Arlington. When? We found Sam last winter. Liana said. He was badly hurt. We didn't think he'd live. But you didn't leave him behind. You helped him. Maybe not a complete asshole, Tonia mumbled. Your sister? Is she magical? No. Please. She's Aggie. Agnes Haver. Please, they took her. If she was there, we freed all the slaves. I'll find her, and I'll bring her to you. I have the names of everyone we got out. We took Arlington, she said to Kilo. And more than 60 who fought with me died to free those like a sister. They fought and died to take a place of torment and cruelty and bring the light. Do not dishonor the dead. If you can stand here and do that, you're not worthy to lead or follow. So you can get out of the way. She stepped back, drew her spirit animals to her. I'll send supplies. And if they held Aggie in Arlington, I'll bring her. She nodded to Tonia. They flashed. The man's a freaking giant, Tonia said the minute they stood behind Fallon's house. And a total dick. Still, he's kept over 30 people alive, including kids, and when he came across a half-dead stranger, didn't just move on. One way or the other, the location works. We're going to start building it a lot sooner than I'd thought. Gotta follow the signs when they smack you in the face. Who do you figure to send up there? Poe and Kim. Their kids are old enough to go, or to stay in the barracks for a few weeks. Or months, depending. Poe and Kim? They're tough, smart, experienced, and they won't take any crap. You got that. Plus, Poe. Tonia shot out a grin. He's not a freaking giant like that Kilo, but man, he's totally ripped. That gets respect from dicks. And Kim's logic genius brain will do the rest. So, I'll talk to them. If they don't want to go. I have a feeling they will. It's just the kind of challenge they'd go for. She thought the same. And since Tonia's connection with the couple went all the way back, she'd leave the approach to her friend. We'll need to send a healer and at least 12 skilled in fighting and building. 3 to help establish plantings, a greenhouse. Let me talk to my mom. She'll know. They don't all have to come from New Hope. I can pull some in from other bases. But yeah. Ask her who she thinks would work best in that kind of situation. I need to go check my names for Agnes Haver. You'll find her. Trust the signs. Hell of a trip, Fallon. Thanks for the lift. The setting sun burned red through the trees when Fallon came back to the clearing. This time she came with 4 other Magicals, a former slave, and supplies. Kilo rose from his seat around a campfire, spear in hand. He said nothing when Sam let out a cry, stumbled forward to embrace his sister. Aggie. Oh God, Aggie. You're alive. I thought they'd killed you. Sam. She should sit, have water, Fallon told them. Flashing, even with the tonic, can leave NM's non-magicals a little dizzy and shaky. Take her in the cabin. Sam. Liana rose as well. Let's get her inside. With tears streaming, Sam turned to Fallon. I'll fight for you. Take care of your sister for now. Kilo watched them help Aggie into the cabin. You keep your word. I do. I've brought you some basic supplies as well as a healer. Magda's also a skilled soldier. You have 3 other skilled soldiers. Buck can help you build a greenhouse and plant if you choose to stay. Carolyn and Fritz can help begin to fortify your shelters. More are coming, but it's going to take several days. More likely a couple of weeks for them to get here. They can't just, he snapped his fingers, made her smile. Poe and Kim will be in charge. They survived the doom, are fierce warriors. and helped build a community. They'll build one here. Their sons are coming with them, good soldiers. Young, but good soldiers. They'll help train any who stay. They're bringing horses, a milk cow. Chickens, more medicines. Kim's also an herbalist. She looked around. In time, if you don't already have them among you, you'll have teachers, weavers, farmers, technicians, fishermen. Until you can self-sustain, we'll bring what you need. And in time, instead of being the target, you'll be the arrow. Liana came to the cabin door. Could we have the healer? Kara's water broke. I've helped deliver before, but... Be right there. Magda tapped the kit she carried. New life. The best part of the job. Bright blessings on you, Fallon. And on you. And the new life you help bring. Carolyn, why don't you take a couple of the blankets in there, and some of the tea and honey? Where would you like the rest? She asked Kilo. The rest? Bread. Butter, cheese, eggs, some grains, vegetables, and so on. More blankets, socks, sweaters, some cooking gear, knives, swords, arrows. Basics, she repeated. You might want to for now. Designate one cabin for the foodstuffs and the other supplies, and another for weapons. You bring all this, say take it whether we fight with you or not. Fighting's a choice. Food, shelter, clothing are necessary for life. The weapons? If you go, they stay, but the rest? You can take whatever you can carry. If we stay, if we fight, this is our land? Our place. One you'll help us build and defend. Yes! He stepped to her, held out a huge hand. Deal. She helped organize the supplies. Stayed for a meal of stew holding some of the vegetables and herbs she'd brought with her. Recognizing the accent of the old man beside her, she spoke with him in Spanish as they ate. When she offered a bottle of wine, the bottle passed from hand to hand around the fire. She supposed they'd make use of the cups she'd brought later. The cry of a newborn carried from the cabin. So the bottle passed around again. Liana came to the door, called out, a girl. A beautiful, healthy girl. She'll be called Sail, in honor of the light. Light for life, Fallon murmured. And took the bottle Kilo past her. To new life, she said, lifting the bottle in toast. To the light in her. And drank. Chapter 10. With fall riding chilly winds. Fallon traveled to both emerging bases. When needed, she brought supplies, personnel, drawing from New Hope, Arlington, even what Mick had dubbed the beach. With Poe, Kim, and Kilo's people, she set up Bayview. With Flynn and Star, Forestville. As October waned, she had bases on 3 sides of D.C. and plans to cover the 4th. Rock Creek Forest. She showed her father on the map. Close and without the river as a natural boundary. D.C. gets wind you're moving in there. It has to be a covert operation. It's forested, mostly uninhabited. Most who escaped D.C. kept going. There's game, a strong creek, nearby houses. This was a school, a good-sized campus, with its buildings largely intact. You've scouted. A few times now. Strategically. It's tailor-made for a scouting base. Here. She moved her finger over the map. A small city, deserted, wasted, borders D.C. We'll leave it for now, but it'll be useful after. After we take D.C. Not if, she thought. Not from her father. Right. Thomas has nearly 150 at his camp now, the Ferry Bower more than 60, the Shifter's Den nearly the same. I've asked for who they can spare, and we could put 100. 100, she repeated, skilled at blending into forests, living in and from them in Rock Creek. Nobody moves faster than an elf. And shifters and fairies aren't far behind. When we're ready, we attack from all directions. All. She pulled out her map of D.C. and went over the tactics and timing. The troop movements with him. Then she drew in a breath. And with Duncan's forces, less those who'll stay back to defend Utah, Troy's, and forces from New Hope, we hit here. Simon stared at her when she jabbed a finger at the map. Jesus, Fallon, from inside? Pennsylvania Avenue. We flash. 5,000 soldiers. He had to sit back. You can do that? 5,000? She smiled. It'll take a lot of tonic for the NMs, but yes, we can do it. 5,000 from inside the lines, another 5,000 breaking the lines from all directions. We'd have them outnumbered when you add in whatever resistance forces are in or around the city. As he considered, Simon rose to wander the kitchen. Still, it's their turf, the structures. The roadways. They've got tanks and armored vehicles and access to some serious weapons. But he stopped. A coordinated surprise attack? It's bold, baby. It could work. We need it to work. It'll take more than 10,000 to take New York, to take the West, to cross oceans. Taking Arlington added to our numbers, our assets. It inspired. Taking D.C. Defeating the seat of a government that hunts its own people, pays bounties on children because they're different? It strikes a blow to the heart of the enemy. When we've got more to do. But even though it took longer than I'd hoped, I'd started to worry it would take longer yet. Arlington changed that. January 2nd. Understanding, he nodded. The day the first died. The day Katie's father died of the doom. And the day I was conceived. Magicks began their rise, both the light and the dark. Another symbol, I guess. She knew it in her head, her gut, in her blood. January 2nd. Duncan held the Samhain ritual. You had to respect rites and traditions, and made it optional. You also had to respect some of the base and plenty of the NMs on it. Didn't want to get into calling on gods and dead ancestors. But when he cast the circle, lit the candles, brought food and flowers to the altar, it surprised him how many came out. Either to participate or to watch. He decided they figured, as he did, a band of 83 on a base in the desert could use all the power it could get. So he said the words, called the elements. Let the power roll through him, from him. He thought of his grandparents, the father he'd never known, the man who'd stood, too briefly, as a father to him. Of Denzel, who'd been a brother. Of Marley and Len, of all who'd fallen in the fight. The wind sighed and stirred in that vast space. The voices rose up like the buttes into a sky gone blood-red with the setting sun. And he felt her. For the first time in weeks, felt her in the sigh and stir, heard her in the rise of voices. She, too, would have cast the circle, lit the candles, brought the food and flowers. As he knew his own thoughts, he knew she thought of the father she'd never known, of the lost and the fallen. So for a moment, almost painfully, he was linked to her, as if he gripped her hand. For that moment, almost painful, they joined in prayer and purpose. Then she was gone. Out of habit, he patrolled the base after nightfall. The 82 with him knew their jobs. But he patrolled because it kept him busy, kept the troops sharp. He had armed sentries on 6-hour shifts, had transformed the half-assed PW base into a secure and fortified one. A self-sustaining one with gardens, livestock, wind and solar power, a supply hut, an armory, infirmary, disciplined troops. Some still green, he thought, but the hours of training. The rotations of scouting, scavenging, cooking, drilling had sharpened them up. Still, some of them were green, and he'd need every one of them seasoned, well seasoned, by January 2nd. He'd heard that on the wind. She'd probably send word to him, though she had to have felt him just as tangibly as he had her. But Fallon would send word, one way or the other. And he'd prepare those troops for the onslaught on D.C. Not yet enough of them, and that worried him. Not all they'd freed had stayed. Most, but not all. And the scouting had only gathered in a handful. He knew there were more. He'd felt that, too. Watching, waiting for who knew what. Restless, edgy, mildly pissed off for reasons he couldn't pinpoint. He got his bike. He'd ride out a few miles, take a little solo time, let the wind and speed blow away the mood. He went out through a checkpoint, then opened the bike up on the long, flat road. From the first, he appreciated the sights, scents, sounds of the West. The echoing canyons, the fast rivers with their wild rapids tumbling, the sheer brilliance of the stars. But tonight, he yearned for home, the fields and forests, the roll of hills, his family, his friends. All the familiar. When he'd worked with Malik, he'd been able to take an hour or two now and again to flash home. But here, fully in charge, he couldn't afford the luxury. The agrodome had just begun, to bear fruit. Coyotes and wildcats meant constant vigilance with the livestock. Scavenging alone could equal a full-time job. He shouldn't, he knew, even be out like this, but, God, he needed it. He needed to kick up the hand-to-hand training. DC meant street fighting of the ugly and bloody. He wondered if he could devise a way to conjure the illusion of streets, buildings, rubble. It would help if he had a clear idea what DC looked like. It sure as hell wouldn't look like the old pictures and DVDs. Brooding, he nearly missed it, that shimmer of power on the air. Instinct kicked in. He slowed the bike, reached out. Watching, he thought. Waiting. Well, screw that. He stopped the bike, got off. Put a hand on the hilt of his sword. If you need help, I can offer it. If you want to fight, I can oblige. Either way, grow some balls and come out. I'm not interested in growing balls. She rode a painted horse out of the dark as if she'd parted a curtain. I've no problem slicing them off a man if necessary. I think I'll keep mine. Late 20s, he thought. And striking enough, he wanted to sketch those sharp cheekbones, the deep eyes, the long black braid that trailed to her waist. She carried a bow and quiver and sat the horse bareback. I might let you keep them and just take the bike. Nope. He felt the movement behind him, tossed power back, heard the whoosh of stolen breath. Good reflexes, she said. But small brains to ride out so far alone. Another dozen riders walked through the curtain to flank her. In a finger snap, he had his sword in his hand, laid down a line of fire between them. Most of the horses shied, but not hers. Both she and her mount stayed steady. Is it worth your life? She asked. Is it worth yours? He started to scan the faces, stopped on one. A girl of about 15. You were with the PWs. They made you a slave. Carrie, no. Sherry. They hurt you. They hurt her. He looked back at the leader. They branded her and, worse. Is she one of yours? She rides with us. Then you know we didn't hurt her and dealt with those who did. Our medic treated her, but she took a horse, slipped out of camp before morning. We looked for you, he said to the girl, to help, to give you supplies if you wanted to go, but we couldn't find you. Why would she stay? You may have done the same as the others. Heated now. Duncan's gaze whipped back to the leader. You know better. What kind of bullshit is this? Is this how you treat people who rescue others from PWs? She studied him. Straight as one of the arrows in her quiver on the horse. You didn't kill them all. Why? The ones we didn't surrendered or were no longer a threat. Now they're in prison. Where? In the East. They won't hurt you again, he said to the girl. Why do you care? She's not one of you. You don't look like an idiot, he shot back, but that's a stupid, ignorant question. Her eyebrows arched over those intense, dark eyes. Your ancestors slaughtered mine, stole their land, brought them disease and starvation. Maybe. My mother's people came from Scotland. The English slaughtered our people, stole their land, burned their homes. But if some English dude's ready to fight with me against the PWs, the DUs, and the rest of the fuckers, I don't give a rat's ass about what his ancestors did to mine. This is now. He looked back at the girl. I'm glad you're okay, and from the looks of it, you'll be safe with her. What do you fight for? The leader demanded. Who do you fight for? Duncan muttered, shit, when he felt the vision fall into him. Resigned, he let it take him. He raised his sword. Shot a bolt of light into the sky before his blade flamed. This time her horse shied, and she controlled it with a murmur, a squeeze of her knees. I am Duncan of the MacLeods, child of the Tuatha De Danann. I am the sword that slashes through the dark, brother to the arrow that pierces it. I am blood to blood with the one, and am pledged to her. I fight with her. I fight for her. My light for life. My life for her, and all who stand with her against the dark. Lowering the sword, he passed a hand down its length to extinguish the flame. Got it? She dismounted, walked to the low wall of flame. Then, Duncan of the MacLeods, you're the one I've been looking for. She held out a hand. I'm Meta of the First Tribe. We'll fight with you. We'll fight with the one. Once again he trusted instinct. He let the flames between them die, shook her hand. Welcome to the war. Fallon had felt him, and it left her unsettled. She felt Duncan's sorrow for those lost twine with hers. A kind of grieving intimacy she hadn't been prepared for. Like him, after the ritual she felt unsettled. She'd hoped. As she'd hoped every year since he'd come to her, her birth father would come to her again. But she knew it wasn't to be. Not yet. She made excuses, slipped away from the festivities in town. The bonfires, the carved pumpkins, the treats made for costumed children, the music in the gardens. She told herself she needed to go back to her maps, her plans, refine all her battle tactics. But she knew she lied, even to herself. It was time, she thought, to do more than plan. Time to see, time to be, time to take the next step. Risky but worth it, she decided. And she'd look into the crystal first, judge if the way was clear. At home, she lit the candle Malik had given her when she'd been an infant. In the quiet, with only that light, she laid her hands on the crystal. Open now and clear for me. Let me see what I must see. Like clouds rolling, then a wind blowing to part them. And now colors, shapes, space. More, she urged. Sliding a hand right, watching, before sliding a hand left. Drawing one up, waiting, studying, then drawing it down. She spent nearly an hour with the crystal, once again sketching a detailed map until, satisfied, she went to her closet. Inside, she kept the book of spells, potions, charms, tools. Though on the day she became, every spell in the book lived inside her, she deemed this one important enough to validate. She passed a hand over the book so that it opened to the spell in her mind. With the care and precision she'd learned from her mother, from Malik, she gathered what she needed. Floating a small cauldron over her desk, lighting the fire beneath it, she added ingredients. Measured others, said the words. Here the power ran through her, warm and liquid. Here a pouring into as the spell coalesced with a pulsing beat, as a tower of pale blue smoke rose, thin and straight as a needle. She put out the fire, cooled the cauldron, placed what she'd created inside it into a pouch. It'll work, she said aloud, tying the pouch to her belt. Once again, she checked the crystal. Focused. Time, she thought again. It was time. There I go as powers flow through you in you, so I pass through the glass. Through you in you. Beyond the shields both dark and light, beyond the locks I take this flight. Take me where you let me see. As I will, so mote it be. As she spoke the last words, as she threw out her power, Tonia and Hannah stepped into her room. Tonia said, holy. Then the mad pull Fallon unleashed took all three of them. Shit, Tonia finished as the pull released. Dropped them. What? She broke off. Dropped down as Hannah slid bonelessly to the floor. Damn it. Be still, be quiet, Fallon ordered. I'll be right back. On a snap of wind, she vanished. 10 seconds later, while Tonia tapped Hannah's pale cheeks, she snapped back again. She's out cold. Jesus. That wasn't a flash we got caught up in. It was different and more. We need to bring her around first. Then you're going to get this tonic into her. All of it. Quick. Fallon pushed the small bottle at Tonia, then laid a hand on Hannah's heart, another on her forehead. When Hannah's lashes fluttered, when she moaned, Fallon snapped, get it into her. Hannah swallowed reflexively, choked a little, sputtered, then managed. What the hell happened? I pulled you through with me. Through the crystal. It's stronger than a flash, and you weren't prepared. And not steady yet, Fallon determined, as Hannah's pupils turned her eyes to dark moons. Stay down for another minute. I couldn't risk a flash, Fallon continued. They'll have shields either conjured by DUs or magicals they forced or coerced. I needed to get through them without setting off any alerts or leaving any trace. She sat back on her heels. We're going to have to hope that covers both of you. As she helped Hannah sit up, kept an arm cradled around her, Tonia looked around the room. Jesus. Are we where I think we are? The White House. Oval Office. In the now? In the right now. They lost the Capitol. But they've fortified and shielded the White House. They're running nearly everything out of this location, according to Chuck's intel. Where's that pissant bastard Hargrove? In the residence. They've got easily 1,000 military and civilian guards in and around the building, from what I've seen through the crystal. They've built a military base in what I think used to be the Rose Garden. Everything magically shielded. From the outside, Tonia stopped gawking, shifted her gaze to Fallon. And we're inside. That's right. Are we going to take Hargrove? Not this time. No trace, she repeated before Tonia could argue. But before we take him, take DC, we're going to know their moves, their plans, their numbers, and if the goddess shines, the locations of all their containment centers. I conjured listening devices. Bugs. No, I'm okay. Hannah patted Tonia aside. Maybe just feel a little buzzed, but okay. Bugs, she repeated. Wouldn't they sweep for those routinely? They won't find these. I've picked what I feel are the most strategic locations for them. Starting here. The Oval freaking office, Hannah said in amazement. It looks more like a throne room than an office. Buzzed or not, Fallon thought, Hannah's observation hit the mark. She turned. Looked at the luxurious gold drapes, enough material to make clothes, blankets for 12 people, the rug bearing the presidential seal for a man no one had elected. All the furnishings of glossy, polished wood, silky fabrics. The art in ornate frames. No different in her mind from the hoarding of beauty and luxury she'd found in Arlington. Only more of the same. And for one man's ego and ambition. He wouldn't hold it, she vowed. Not after January 2nd. We're going to move fast and quiet. If there's any trouble, Tonia, you flash back with Hannah. We don't leave you, Hannah said. I'll go back the way we came, through the glass. Take all of us if possible. We don't risk January 2nd. I see cameras, Tonia pointed out. They've got security in here. I took care of those, Fallon told her. We focus on one area at a time. Plant the device, move to the next. She opened her pouch, took out a long, slender leaf. Tonia eyed it. Seriously? He keeps 2 plants, see there? Flanking that door. She walked to one, slid the device among the leaves. As she spoke the words, it attached. Nice. Very nice. What language was that? Ancient Aramaic. It's a date palm. She shrugged. It fits, and it helps shield it from those sweeps, as it's unlikely they can break a spell sealed in Aramaic. Hannah peered closer. It's organic. That helps too. It'll pick up whatever's said in this room. If I did everything right, Chuck can listen in. He's going to have an orgasm, Tonia decided. Where next? It used to be called the Situation Room. They call it the War Room. She took out a piece of carved wood painted gold. There's a portrait of Hargrove on the back wall, framed. What language for this? Hannah wondered. Hargrove's an Old English place name, so Channel Chaucer. That's the idea. If we manage only those 2, it's a big one. I have another. For the office of his chief of staff, something for the residents, if possible, another for the kitchen. The kitchen? Staff gossip. They hear things and gossip. Taking too much time. Fallon thought. Already taking too much time. You should flash back and I'll get this done. Not only aren't we leaving you, but you don't get to have all the fun. Hannah? The potion had put color back in her cheeks. Now her eyes glittered. All in. Arguing wastes time, so we move, and we move by priority. If you taught me the spell, we could split up. Cover more ground in less time. No, we stick together, get planted what we can with as little movement as possible. The more movement, the more chance of hitting some alarm I didn't see, or running into a guard. So we flash. It'll be a little rough on you, Hannah, but I can't risk leaving you here. I can deal. Going to have to. She took Hannah's hand, nodded. 20 minutes later, Hannah sat down heavily on Fallon's bed. Then she gave up, lay back on it. I'm okay. A little shaky. And that was amazing. All of it. I've been inside the White House and helped plant magical bugs. Can we have a whole bunch of wine now? Which is why we came over in the first place, Tonya remembered. Look, Fallon. I know you probably want to get all this to Chuck, but the fact is, Hargrove and whoever's sharing his bed were tucked in for the night. The rest of the rooms we hit were empty and locked up. They even secure the kitchen at night. Let's have a drink to stealthy girls who just infiltrated the freaking White House. All good points, Fallon conceded. Okay. First thing in the morning soon enough. She led the way out to her own war room, got a bottle of wine from storage, some glasses. It doesn't feel as if anyone's home yet. They wouldn't be. Hannah told her. Your parents were going over to our place, a bunch of them were. Your mom said we should come over here, talk you out of working tonight. On a laugh, Tonya took the bottle. Poured liberally. Didn't manage that, did we? Is it always like that when you go somewhere through the crystal? No. It's usually more like sliding into a pool, a really deep pool. But with this, I needed a big punch to get through the barriers there. Definitely a big punch. Hannah drank deep. Your eyes rolled back, then, grinning, Tonya drew her hand down in a slow curve. Actually, you even faint gracefully. It's annoying. It's class. All class. Dropping down in a chair, Hannah sighed, drank again. I've never been a part of anything like what we did tonight. It's exciting. You've been in battle, Fallon pointed out. Treating wounded. And kicking PWs in the balls. It's different. You don't think, you just act. You do what you've trained to do. But this? You have to think, every second, about what you're doing, what's around you instead of how to stop the bleeding or set a bone. And the Magicks. I'm around it all the time, obviously. But I've never been in it, not so, intimately. It's the only time, other than now and then when I watch what the healers can do, I've wished I had some of that. You're a doctor, Tonya said. Saving lives, easing pain, that's your magic. And it's awesome. I saw you. Fallon spoke quietly. On the night Petra attacked, when her twisted parents attacked. I saw you below. Covering someone with your own body. You're a doctor and a warrior. Ball-kicking warrior. I didn't have a sword on me at the time. Thanks. Anyway, I didn't mean it to sound like I'm jealous. Maybe I had some moments when we were kids. Mommy. Boo-hoo. Tonya's making the puppy fly again. On a huff, Hannah rolled her eyes. I was 6. 7. Whatever. And you weren't supposed to fly the puppy. He liked it. So you say. Anyway. Hannah exaggerated the word as she gestured with her glass. As an NM, I can tell you I've observed that magic's fun. And powerful and important. But it's also a heavy responsibility. I'm happy not to carry it. The two of you were born to carry it. I absolutely know I was born to be a doctor. I think about my birth mother sometimes. You must think of Max sometimes, Fallon. Yes. I thought of him tonight. Like Duncan and Tonya and their father. Maybe tonight especially. When I think of her, I feel sure she was meant to survive long enough to bring me into the world. It had to be terrible for her, for all of them, but she survived until I could live. And Mom was there, right there, Rachel and Jonah, all right there, and I believe that was meant, too. Tonya reached over to squeeze her hand. We were meant. Yeah, we were. They'd never have left a helpless baby behind, but they did more. Mom did so much more. She made me hers and not only kept me alive, but loved me. She gave me a life. And I was meant to use it to save others. We're all here for that. Hannah picked up the bottle, poured another round for all. And tonight? We stealthily kicked ass. She talks a lot when she's drinking, Tonya pointed out. I've noticed that. I really do. But, crap, did you see all that stuff? In the office, in the what is it residence. Who the fucking fuck are they, living like princes while people, so many people, still struggle to feed their children. And mouthy Hannah throws the F word around, liberally. Well, fuck them. Oh, we will, Fallon assured her, enjoying mouthy Hannah. Good. Do you think there's any pizza? We could have some pizza and talk about men. Like how Justin makes non-flying puppy eyes at you. Hannah gave her sister a cool stare. He's still a boy. I said men. Not like Garrett, who still makes those puppy eyes at you, but more like Roland, who I clearly saw you making out with a few nights ago. Forget Roland. He's a sloppy kisser. I just don't go for the sloppy kisser. We could talk about all the guys who make the puppy eyes at Fallon. Me? The grin that had started while listening to the sisters turned into shock. What? I could name half a dozen who'd slurp you up like Fred's rainbow ice cream. That's ridiculous, and I don't have time for that anyway. But now she wondered. We've got pizza. She rose. Grabbed the bottle to go with it. We'll go up and eat, we earned it. She paused at the base of the stairs. Maybe you should make me a list of those guys. Tonia laughed. Slung an arm around Fallon's shoulders. It'll be a long one. Battle and blood. The brazen throat of war. John Milton. Chapter 11. Fallon had expected to take some heat from her parents over her mission to DC. She hadn't expected to feel that heat scorch over her from all directions. You could have gotten caught, or worse. We wouldn't have known where you were or what happened. I didn't, Fallon pointed out to her mother. I took precautions. One precaution. Simon tossed back, was not telling us. She'd hoped to appeal to him as a soldier, but he was, currently, all dad. It needed to be done. I was prepared. I was careful. So careful you ended up pulling Tonia and Hannah in with you. Maybe her mother had her there, but they walked in on it. I adjusted. The intel we'll gain from this is invaluable. So are you. Not just to me and your father. To everyone. How was it, she wondered, her parents could wipe away years, training, freaking destiny, and make her feel like an 8-year-old in dire need of a lecture? I did what I knew had to be done, to take DC and minimize our casualties. I'm going to do other things that worry and upset you. You need to trust me. Two-way street, Fallon. You did what you felt you had to do, but you didn't trust us. Simon kept his gaze steady on his daughter, laid a hand on his wife's shoulder. A united front. We don't deserve that. That was bad enough, but she had to suffer through the same reaction from nearly every New Hope original, from Fred's sad eyes to Arlise's cool insult. Katie's, okay, justified, anger at having her 2 daughters involved without her knowledge. Even, crushingly, from Chuck. You know a sure way to demoralize and damage an opposing force? Any video game proves it, and, well, history. You take out the head, the leader. You risk that, kid. Jesus, not you too. My parents are down on me, I'm still raw from a lecture. I figured you, at least, would be on my side. Everybody's on your side. You ought to remember that next time. He looked at her, the geek with purple-streaked white blonde hair and a tiny, pointed beard, and made her realize not just parents could make you feel 8 and stupid. And flipped her last button. You know, I've had enough of this crap. She threw out her hands where the spurt of temper had light snapping from her fingertips. I didn't bring on the doom, I didn't ask to be the freaking savior of the world or spend my life fighting. But that's the goddamn reality. That's the freaking, fucking world. So when I pull off a high-risk, high-reward operation, I don't appreciate being treated like a kid who missed curfew because I didn't clear it with every damn body first. I am the leader, and it's my head. She kicked a chair because it was there. It levitated a foot off the ground, trembled there, fell with a thump. And that's just the way it fucking is. Chuck said nothing until he'd sucked down some of the mango juice and ginger ale he'd grown fond of. Feel better. Not one damn bit. Too bad. Here's what I don't appreciate. Being put in the position of having to think and act like a tight-assed adult. He shot out his index finger with its WTF tattoo. Then don't. I'm there now, and since I am, I'm going to say you can either do a little mea culpa to smooth this out, or you can keep riding that high horse until your nose bleeds from the altitude. You got stuck with leading, well. Sucks for you, but a leader who doesn't respect who they lead doesn't get much respect back. Damn it. She wanted to kick the chair again, but she already felt like an idiot. I do respect them, All of them, and especially the originals. Beyond words. I wasn't sure I could do it until I was sure, then I needed to act, not take a meeting. And she thought of her father's words. Two-way street. Maybe she would kick the chair again. You're not wrong. So when I what? You're not wrong. Chuck repeated and sucked up more fizzy juice. We're not wrong. Give a little, get a little. Plus, I've about used up my adult quota for the week. I want to get to this. He swiveled to his workstation, rubbed his hands together. And Eddie came in. Here's more, Fallon grumbled. We just wrapped up the spanking. Chuck winced. I didn't mean that in a creepy uncle way. Then I'll just say ditto. Plus, dude. He gave Fallon a light head slap before he turned to Chuck. Have you picked anything up? I'm about to commence getting started on working on trying to do just that. Before you do, Fred's been working on something. He held up a sealed jar filled with dark liquid. She wanted you to try it out. Okie doke. What V we got? You tell me. When Eddie unsealed the jar, it let out a hiss. Bubbles rose up. When he poured some into a cup, the air above it sparkled. Chuck took it, sniffed. It couldn't be. Looked at Eddie with what Fallon read as desperate hope. Couldn't be. Could it? He took a small, testing sip. Closed his eyes and whimpered a little before he took another, deeper sip. It's a miracle. A genuine miracle. Popping up, he danced, shoulders bouncing, hips rocking. What the hell is it? Taste the miracle. Curious, Fallon took the cup, sipped. Oh, it's good. Strong, sweet, unlike anything she'd tasted. It gave her a little head rush. What is it? Fred's version of Coca-Cola, Eddie told her with a grin. She's been working on it since we got the tropics up and going. Your mom helped some, and I've been taste testing. I think we got it. It's better, even better than Coke Classic. Oh, it's been so long. Come back to Papa. He took the cup, drank again. Danced again. Even better. It's LFC. Little Fred's Cola. I like it. Chuck eyed the jar. Can I keep it? All yours, dude. I feel tears coming on. Let me tell ya, armed with LFC, I'm going to rock this job here. He drained the cup. Whoa, better take it slow. He sat again, rubbed his hands again. Began to work controls. These codes you wrote? How accurate? He asked Fallon. As close as I could manage. It's not my strongest suit. But I know they're close. Let's start with the Oval Office. I mean, go for gold if you're going. She waited while he keyed in codes, fiddled, did things she'd never understand. Through the speakers came nothing but a steady electronic buzz. Think I see the problem. Another section. He adjusted the code twice, and the buzz turned into a kind of rumbling. Magic-type bugs. This one's a what again? Leaf. Huh. Organic eavesdroppers. Kick my ass and call me Sally. Give it a little boost there, champ. Just a little. Gonna interface the Magicks, get me? Maybe? She nudged. The rumbling became a blast. Back off a lot. Just like a touch. Okay. From blast to a squawk, then to a murmur. Got it. I got it. You can ease it off. Here we go. I've had it with this bullshit, Carter. Mr. President, Commander, if I could. I said I've had it. We're expending too many resources for too little. I want results and get excuses and demands for more resources. Sir, if you cut our resources, pull more personnel off the Muna project, it's the same as shutting us down. We're already cut to the bone. That's the idea, Carter. Sir, what we've learned and can learn, the progress we've made and will make, it's essential to controlling the uncanny threat. Our research hasn't produced tangible results in 20 damn years. The so-called leaders who sat at this desk wasted years on their debates, negotiating, compromising with scientists like you. Weaklings, all of them. Soft-bellied weaklings. I gave you a chance, Carter, against my better judgment. If you could see your way. I'm sitting in this chair because I act. Hargrove's voice boomed out. I'm done wasting time, done coddling those freaks of nature. Our resources and personnel are better utilized to eradicate the threat once and for all. Containment. Research? Experimentation? For what? So the freaks can continue to breed, to attack our cities, our people. Without our work, without science, we'll never understand the phenomenon. Fuck your bullshit science and fuck the phenomenon. It's time to end them. Commander Hargrove, sir, we have over 200 specimens in our facilities here alone. And we believe we're close to creating a serum that will essentially sterilize the uncanny, prevent them from breeding. You said that 6 fucking months ago. We're closer. A few more months. You've got 2. If you don't come through, Carter, I'm not just cutting back your resources, I'm shutting you down and neutralizing your specimens along with every one of them in other facilities. Every goddamn one. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Science my ass. Deborah. A squeak of a voice responded. Yes, Commander Hargrove. Contact that idiot Pruitt. And tell him I'd better have a progress report on negotiations with White and the PWs by the end of the day. And if he keeps pussyfooting around, he should remember what happened to the idiot he replaced. I'm going out to look at the training grounds, give the troops a little pep talk. Send my security in. Now Fallon heard movement. Doors opening. Yes, locks releasing. The sound of gunfire, shouted orders before the doors shut, locked again. And silence. Jesus Christ. Chuck blew out a long breath. How the hell did they put him in charge? Fear, Fallon said. Fear of us, fear of another plague, fear of power. Maybe so, maybe, but most people aren't like that, like him. Eddie rubbed his hands over his face because it felt numb. Not like him and White, not most. He's talking about sterilizing people. He's talking genocide. We're not people to him. We're freaks. My kids, Eddie said. And a lot of other people's kids. They won't stand for it. They have to know about it first, and they will. Lectures be damned, Fallon thought. She'd gotten what they needed. He gave that Carter, that torturer, 2 months. What he doesn't know is that's all he has. She turned to Eddie. He's never going to touch your kids. You're damn right he's not. Keep monitoring, Chuck, all the devices. He's looking to pull the PWs in. We'll want to know how that goes for him. We know they've got over 200 Magicals contained in or around the White House. They'll have more at other locations. She stared straight ahead. 2 months, and I swear by all I am, we will tear them down. December brought the first snows and preparation for Yule, Christmas, the New Year, and the battle to come. New Hope hung their wreaths, burned their logs, decorated their trees, created and bartered for gifts, and trained relentlessly. On the bright afternoon of Christmas Eve, Fallon met with Arlies after her weekly broadcast. It was good, Fallon told her. Hopeful and strong. If you can't be hopeful at Christmas, when? Chuck, can I have the room? Yeah, sure. I've got some Christmas shopping to finish up. Hargrove's taking a holiday, he added. He's hosting fancy parties for key players in his freaking dictatorship. There's not much going on anyway, but we're monitoring. Let him eat, drink, and be merry, Fallon said. His time's nearly up. When Chuck went out, Arlies rose to wander the basement. Chuck's played recordings of any important bits I missed. You already know Hargrove feels he's close to a deal with White. He won't finalize it before we strike, and it won't help him. He also plans for White, after the deal's struck, to be assassinated. He'll claim it was one of us and provide the appropriate patsy for execution. It won't happen. Arlies continued to wander, picked up one of the action figures, set it down again. The government lied during the doom and right after. But I have to believe, it lied in a misguided, even arrogant attempt to control panic. This is nothing like that. Hargrove's a psychopath and as obsessed as Jeremiah White. She gestured to the monitor, and now Fallon read both misery and conflict on her face. I understand why I can't broadcast anything we've learned through the bugs, but it brings me back, Fallon. It takes me back to sitting at the anchor desk in New York and knowing I lied to anyone listening. You're not lying now, and when we take DC, you can broadcast all of it. I understand the reasons. I even agree with them. My Theo, my boy, is going to war. Arlies pressed a hand to her lips, waved Fallon off when Fallon stepped toward her. I'm terrified. I know Will. I know he'll look after Theo as best he can, but my son, my heart, is going into battle and I'm terrified. Rachel's oldest, too. I know. I just spoke with her. I was coming to talk to you even before you asked me to come. I don't have a son or daughter, but I do know what it's like for you. I see it in my mother, and I know it's the hardest thing there is. I believe in you. I believed in you before you were born, when I saw you through Lana. I believe in you. She let out a breath. I know why Theo's going. I know why I can't broadcast the horrors Hargrove perpetuates, the horrors he plans. But I can broadcast what we do about it. I want you to embed me when we attack DC. You can broadcast from here. Fallon began. By relay, when someone's able to tell me something, anything. Not good enough, Arlie said, with steel in her voice. I go, and I tell people, show when I can, as it happens. I show them when you go down to the containment center, what Hargrove and his bastardized government have done. I show them you, Fallon. I show them the one. For most people, seeing's believing. You need this, and I've earned it. Have you talked to Will about this? At Arlie's cool stare, Fallon rolled her eyes. Not because he's a man. Because he's your mate and a commander. Okay. Yes. We talked. He didn't have an argument that overcame mine. You don't, either. No, I don't. You're my mother's friend. I believe in you. I believed in you before I met you because I saw you through her. You can't take Chuck. I understand. He won't like it, but he knows he's essential here. I want one more thing. What? I want to interview Hargrove after you've taken him. I know you want him alive, and if he's alive at the end of this, I want an interview. That's an easy one. When she went out, Fallon stood in the winter sunlight looking at the snow people kids had built in front and side yards, at the cheerful wreaths on windows or doors. Handmade menorahs graced a few windows. She could hear shouts, no school, from nearby as people sled or threw snowballs. She spun around when one of those snowballs hit dead center of her back, and nearly jolted when she watched Duncan brushing the snow off his hands as he walked down the sidewalk to her. A coward shoots in the back. Or an opportunist, he said. It was too good to miss. I didn't know you were here. Just for a couple hours. You look good. It's been a while. A while. I was going to head over to your place, but Hannah said you were in town. Let's walk. She fell into step with him. He looked tougher, she decided. Honed. You've gotten all the intel? Yeah, right up to this morning. I'm looking forward to smashing their plans. Balza moved to bug the White House. Sorry I missed it. It had to be done. Sure it did. Even as she let a little satisfaction in, he continued. Too bad you didn't think of it sooner. We've been able to recruit off the rumors. We're caging them as rumors, Hargrove and White are working toward a deal. If that gets out, we're not morons, Fallon. We're saying we got it from a captured PW. Your numbers increased with your alliance with the First Tribe, with Meta. More than numbers. I've never seen anyone who can ride or fight on horseback like the First Tribe. His words might have been briskly delivered, but admiration shone through. They're helping train in that skill. We had some troops who could barely sit a horse a month ago. Now it's, ride cowboy. You have 442 troops now. 503. We added in the last few days. I figured to tell you in person. It's a good number, and from a remote location. She stopped to study him. How? Meta's got ways of getting word to more First Tribe. I've had scouts, myself included, traveling or flashing to where we've heard maybe some settlements. I can tell you. Since we've been able to pass along the rumors, recruits have come in steady. We may have more, some ready and able to fight, before the second. They walked toward the gardens. He'd shaved. She thought, for his family visit. And smelled clean, like the snow. The desert sun had given his skin a warm gold color that made his eyes greener. Are you ready to come back? To New Hope? He looked over the snow, the greenhouses, the playground, the memorial tree, and realized he'd stood nearly in this same spot when Petra had killed his closest friend. After DC. Yeah. I've been away long enough. You helped build the army that'll take DC. That's right. I'll help build more from here and give my family some time. If I need to be somewhere else, I'll go somewhere else. But it's time to come back for now. Your family misses you. I miss them. I miss New Hope. The desert, it's an amazing place. But I miss home. But that's not all I'll come back for. I told you when I left, I'd come back for you. She shook her head. She didn't step away. That was cowardly. I can't think about anything but January the 2nd. 10,000 depend on me to lead them to battle. And you, Duncan, to lead them. And we will. After, you and me? He flicked bits of snow off her shoulder. We have to deal with this. You make it sound like a chore. I don't know what it is. He took her arm before she turned away. I don't know. But it's been inside me since the first time I dreamed of you. I'm beginning to think that started with my first breath. I want you and everyone else I've ever wanted. They're like smoke. Just easily brushed away. It doesn't seem right, but that's how it is. It's you. She understood that want, because she felt it. Do you know how much of my life has been laid out not just at my first breath, but hundreds, thousands of years before that breath? Can you understand I might resist having who I want laid out too? Sure, because I feel exactly the same. That's why we deal with it. She didn't object when he took her shoulders, pulled her in, took her mouth. She wanted it. Wanted to feel again what she'd felt the night he'd left. That heat, that rise. But when he drew her in, just held her until the heat slid softly down to warmth, it left her shaken long after he stepped away again. So, he tucked his hands in his pockets. I've got the coordinates for the 2nd. We've been drilling with the maps you sent. Since we're too far away for otherwise, we'll flash the entire 500 and 200 horses. We've already started prepping the NMs and horses. Easier, she thought. Less complicated to talk of battles. You're confident you can flash that many? It's the only way to get there, so yeah, I'm confident. I need a heads up from you to me directly. Not through an elf. You're planning to strike at dawn, so we'll be ready to go 2 hours before dawn. But I need the go. His eyes, greener, steady, held her. Direct from you, Fallon. You'll have it. We're going to win this, Duncan, because we have to. It's a good plan. Freaking bold, and that's what we need. You picked your base commanders well. I include myself in that. He added with a grin that flashed on, then off. Every one of them knows how to lead, knows what's at stake. When we win, because, yeah, we have to. Who knows how many DUs we take down with that police state they call a government? Who knows how many Magicals we'll free from containment? They have 200 in the White House facility. They what? That's intel from the listening posts. The scientists who work for Hargrove are trying to create a serum that will sterilize them. For fuck's sake. Hargrove gave them a deadline. If they don't come through, he wants them exterminated. Everything in him hardened and burned. What's the deadline? How long ago did this come through? The day after we planted the bugs. He gave them 2 months. You've known this for weeks? His eyes fired as he raged at her. You knew this goddamn deadline slaps right up against the strike? And you don't tell me. Or any of the commanders. Because I'd have heard if you had. Who the hell do you think you are? The one. Bullshit on that. Bullshit. He stormed away, then back again. You had no right. That rage, that storm, blew over her, blew through her, but she held her ground. Maybe not. Maybe not the right, but the need. If I told you, and the others, what they're trying to do. If I told you we learned just days ago they're forcibly impregnating Magicals to study them through gestation, to study the infants born, that they've experimented on newborns. How many would break ranks and push an attack before we're ready, before we can win? It sickened him. She could read it on his face, felt her own stomach quiver. And he looked at her with contempt. You're a fucking cold one, aren't you? I'm not. Her voice broke, and so did the wall of wool she'd so effortfully built. I'm not. Babies. How many? I don't know. I didn't know they had them right in the White House, right there where they once had a bowling alley, a movie theater. They have labs and cages now, and I didn't know. I stood above them that night. And didn't know. She covered her hands with her face. If I had, I would have had to leave them. I would have had to because even if I could have saved a few, somehow, the rest would be lost. Okay. All right. It's not okay. Now she raged. It's not all right. But it's necessary. Now I do know, and I hear babies crying. I hear them in my sleep. So how can I sleep? Stop. He took her shoulders again, a firm grip that gentled as he ran his hands down her arms and back again. Stop, now. I want to drive my sword through their hearts. She gripped him in turn, her fingers digging into his arms. From DC to New York, from ocean to ocean, and over the oceans to every corner of the world. And I swear I will. I swear on my life I'll cut out their hearts and the heart of the beast that uses them like toys. Not alone, Fallon. No, God, I don't want alone. But if I know myself and what my own rage, without control, can unleash, I know yours just as well. I swear to you, I swear, we have to strike on the second. Not a day sooner. It's one circle in many, Duncan. Not the first, not the last. But one in many. I believe you. Because she trembled, he laid his hands on her cheeks, kept his eyes on hers. I believe you. But here's where you're wrong. I said before you chose your commanders well, and you did. Every one of us would have argued for an earlier strike. But, he said before she could speak, we'd have listened to your reasons against. Jesus, Fallon, do you think I didn't learn control after all those months with Malik? He's the king of control. It used to piss me off. Yeah, I joined that club. But it works. He dropped his hands, stepped back once more. I want the coordinates for the containment facility. Once they realize DC's falling, somebody down there could panic. They'd start killing prisoners. Which, he added, you've already thought of. I plan to tell the other commanders what I told you. We'll have a rescue force take the containment center. Free and transport prisoners to Arlington. You were already on it. He nodded. I'm going to share this with my key people when I get back today. Pick 2 for the rescue team. Can do. I'll also tell the troops when we're ready to flash to DC. The rage will pump them up. I have to get back, spend a little more time with the family before I leave. He looked around. You know, I didn't figure I'd miss the snow. But I do. His eyes locked with hers. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. When he turned, she scooped up snow, balled it, winged it. The impulse. And his over-the-shoulder grin made her laugh. Now we're even. Until next time. I'll see you on the battlefield. When he walked away, she thought, not just the battlefield of DC. They would see each other on so many more. Chapter 12. Just before dawn on January 2nd, Fallon stood in front of the barracks. More than 2,000 spread out with her. Some mounted horses, others straddled motorcycles. Foot soldiers moved into formation. Breath expelled in clouds swirling the air in mists. The dying night hung cold and clear, the waning half-moon sailing low as the stars shimmered out. A fresh snowfall lay like ermine over branches while men and women trampled it underfoot to move into position. She saw Marichu take hers, quiver on her back, eyes already fierce. Those who would stay behind had already said their goodbyes, embraced their loved ones, and waited now in the shivering dark. When she felt the sun waking, she mounted Layok, called Tabes to her arm, and Fail Ban to her side. She turned her horse to face the troops. What you do today, you do for all. Every blow you strike is a blow against persecution, bigotry, suffering. You are the brave and the true. Today you fight for all who are hunted and caged, tormented and slaughtered. And what you do this day will ring the bells of hope and freedom through the smoking cities, through the forests and over the hills, the seas. We are warriors of the light. She drew her sword, lifted it high as the air rang with cheers. And today, as surely as day breaks the night, our light strikes back the dark. Salas dawn sail. Thousands of voices echoed the call. Salas dawn sail. As the sun shimmered, blooming rose over the eastern hills, she inflamed her sword and struck the first blow in the heart of DC. Within seconds, the air filled with shouts, screams, gunfire. The flame of arrows, the thunder of horses, a roar of engines. Much of the city, already in rubble, smoked from fights waged through the night. Overhead, the crows circled and cried out in a kind of jubilation. Tabes shot off her arm, a white missile, tore through the smoke and ripped at the crows with beak and talon. Fallon rode toward power. She felt it pump, black and vicious, pushed through the oily stream of it toward a woman striking out with bolts of red and black at oncoming troops. With her shield, Fallon slapped a bolt to the ground, where it burrowed in the rubble. And with one swipe of her sword, she ended it as Layok's sword over the fallen body and the charred stones. A man with a bat studded with nails rushed forward, struck down one of the government militia. "Resist," he shouted, and behind him poured a dozen more as Fallon rode into the chaos. Arrows flamed and flew through the dull morning light. Fire burst from the thunder of explosives, quaking the ground as brick and stones avalanched from ruined buildings. Their dust spumed up. Another smearing haze so thick soldiers became ghosts. She pounded through wherever she felt that pulse of dark power, striking down, battling back. As war cries echoed, she thought of nothing but the next foe, the next inch of ground. Sweat and blood rolled through the frigid wind as powers clashed, as steel rang and bullets sliced. Her forces drove through the barricades, north, south, east, west. Dozens of ugly battles flooding a city that no longer stood for its people, no longer honored the blood spilled, the lives sacrificed for centuries to preserve the rights of its people. Monuments defaced, parks scorched to ash, the dome of the capital broken and blackened. In that dawn, through the bitter morning, they fought savagely against the government forces, the dark uncannies, the cold hands of cruelty that had choked all life, all hope from a once shining city. She took Layok up, dived over the base, heaved down fireballs. From her height she could see holes in the enemy lines, holes in her own defenses. Relayed orders to exploit the first, close up the second. In her mind Duncan shouted, "We need to move on the containment center. They could start executing prisoners. We need to move there now." "Now," she agreed. She shot down on Layok. Leaped from him. "Fight," she told him, and flashed. Men and women scrambled to secure vials, samples, equipment. In what she took to be a holding cell, a boy, no more than 16, struggled against his chains. She heard the echoes of shouts beyond the main lab. A woman running for a steel door, pushing a wheeled crate, saw her, shrieked. "You should fear me. You should be afraid." Like a backhanded slap, Fallon knocked her to the ground with a wave of power. Alarm screamed. One of the men, his black uniform pristine against the flapping white lab coats, drew a sidearm. She melted it in his hand so he dropped to the floor. The rest dropped to their knees, threw their hands in the air. She heard the rescue force battling, knew with all she was they wouldn't fail. "Carter," she said, and read the fear in one pair of eyes. As she stepped toward him, tears leaked from his eyes. "Please. I was only following orders." President Commander Hargrove himself. Torture, rape, mutilation, genocide. Experimentation on infants. These are your orders. Please. I'm a scientist. You're a war criminal. And because he deserved the insult, and so much more, she rammed her fist into his face. Face coated with soot, eyes as fierce as they'd been at that break of dawn. Marichu pushed through. Those eyes and the arrow already knocked made her purpose clear. Fallon simply shifted in front of Carter, said no. She turned to the holding cage, opened the locks, dropped the chains away. The boys staggered out. "Give me a weapon. Let me kill them. We don't kill prisoners. We're not like them." She turned her gaze to Marichu. "We won't be like them." Into the cage, she told the rest, and gestured to Carter. "Drag him with you. Quickly, or I may change my mind and give this boy one of you after all." She turned to the boy. "Can you fight?" "Yes." "Then fight." She gave him her knife. "I'll need that back. Let's move." She led him toward the sounds of combat, stopped short when she saw Arlie's. "You're supposed to be right here." In flak jacket and helmet, Arlys recorded. Right here. Finish this. For God's sake, finish this and get these people out of here. It's done. Duncan swung his sword left, right, and did what Arlys asked. He finished it. Secure the doors, Fallon ordered. She snapped at Marichu, help secure the doors, and don't make me regret I gave you your wish. Cells, glass-walled, ran at least 50 feet on either side of the space. People crowded into each section, some unconscious, some glassy-eyed, others shouting for release. Children, separated from the adults, huddled together. In another, 6 infants squalled in clear containers with locked lids. Like animals, Fallon thought. Even the babies caged like animals. We're going to get you out. Those of you who can fight, move out and to the left when we get the doors opened. We'll get the others to safety. She gripped Duncan's hand. Help me. They joined. Power to power, purpose to purpose. Magically sealed, he murmured. Yes, I feel it. But we have more. At her call, Tonia, blood splattered on her thick jacket, joined hands with them. The glass began to hum, to ripple, to vibrate. Open, not break. They're the locks, hear the key. Turn the key to set them free. The glass moved, a fraction, an inch, a foot, section by section. Row by row. People poured out, supporting, even carrying others. Some ran to the children, gathering them up, weeping. Over the clash of voices, languages, Fallon pitched her own. Stand together. We have to move quickly. She noted more than a dozen walked to the left, prepared to fight. Hold on to the children, the infants, the injured. Where will we go? Someone cried out. Arlington. They're waiting for you. Stay together. Trust the light. Take them, she said to Tonia. With Greta and Mace as planned. We've got it. With the 2 other witches, Tonia focused power. We'll be back, she said, and flashed the rescues. Fallon walked to her father, laid a hand on his arm to heal a wound. Give them weapons. Led them. Take this house. Your standard's going to fly over it tonight. Secure the prisoners in the cells. We'll be bringing another. She looked at Duncan. It's time to cut off the head. Are you with me? You know I am. She took his hand, spoke in his mind. His brows shot up. You know where he is? Yes. They rehearsed only last week. The bunker's magically sealed, so. Together. Together. She pulled the location into her mind, flowed it into his. Light sparked from their joined hands as they stood, eyes locked, mating power with power. Her blood hummed with it. All but sang as the link flowed through her. She felt his heartbeat inside her own. And so, that merged light peeled away the layers of the dark. Then it burst. While prisoners herded into the cells they'd used to cage others, while troops rushed out to fight, she flashed with Duncan. Hargrove stood in a small room behind 4 armed men and a thick steel door. Like the officer in the lab, he wore black, more uniform than suit. Metals glinted across the chest. Gold braid wound at the cuffs. His shoes shined like mirrors, those of a man who never walked through the dust and mud of the city he'd claimed as his own. His eyes went wild when she slapped power at the guard who fired on her. The bullet pinged off her shield and shot back into his chest. Even as he fell, Duncan slashed out, sword singing. In seconds, the guards lay, finished. Hargrove cowered back, one hand held up. You need me to. We don't. Fallon flamed the gun he whipped from behind his back, so he screamed, fell to his knees. But I want you to taste what you've served. She dragged him to his feet, flashed him back to containment and into a cell. You're deposed, she said. Arlys? Right here. I'm getting all of it. When we have control of the communications here, can you broadcast without Chuck? Oh yeah. I'm writing copy in my head right now. Fallon continued to study Hargrove, who sat in his fine suit, his false metals glinting while he cradled his burned hand. No power in him, she thought. Only what he'd stolen, what he'd killed for, what he'd grasped. Now his hands were empty. Why don't you do your interview now? You might want to get some statements from the others. We'll send a medic to treat the wounded. It's more than they did for prisoners, Duncan noted. Yes, we're more than they are. She turned her back on Hargrove. Communications? I'm with you. Duncan took her hand. The Battle of DC waged from dawn to dusk. More than 4,000 lost their lives, and more than 3,000 were wounded in the bloodiest day since the Doom. LFL forces freed more than 200 prisoners, and their strike forces found and freed another 50 from secondary containments, and 60 more, primarily children, held in an underground section of what had been the National Gallery of Art. Resistance forces, numbering approximately 1,500, joined with the LFL to defeat the government troops and the DUs. General Dennis Erla formally surrendered the city. He, James Hargrove, Dr. Terrence Carter, Commander Lawrence Otts, and other key figures in the city's rule, along with 2,000 enemy troops, were taken as prisoners of war. With her father, Fallon stood in a vault. Stared with some wonder at the stacks of gold bars of silver, the wink and glint of jewels set in more gold for adornment. Cases of diamonds, cold and white. I wanted you to see, she told him. We found another, full of art, old masters. I recognized some from books. Duncan recognized more. Hoarding it all. Hargrove's personal treasure house. He or somebody looted the museums. Maybe at first, give them the benefit to protect, but this? Hoarding, and for what? He, and those like him, would still see this as wealth, and in wealth, power. The metal and stones can be useful for engineering, building, mechanics, and in Magicks. The art should be preserved. One day, it should be housed again, where people can see it, students can study it. It belongs to no one because it belongs to everyone. Simon tapped a gold bar with a battle-stained finger. There are some who'd kill for this. It doesn't matter, you can't plant it, eat it. Keep warm with it. Yeah. White kills for bigotry, for his wrathful god, but still draped Arlington in riches as he saw them. Hargrove kills for power and this. And this. She gestured around the vault. Because for him and those like him, those bars of metal can make one man a king, and the lack of them makes others slaves. That time is over. Arlie's recorded all of it with footage of the battle, of the condition of government prisoners, and their rescue in her broadcast from the White House. She ended with a shot of the white standard flying through the battle smoke over the ruined city. With Fallon, she sat with Hargrove in his cell. With her camera on a tripod, she took notes. Though pale, he'd recovered some of his arrogance. You've committed treason against the United States of America. You will hang for it. Our military and our allies will, I promise you, cut through you and wipe you off the face of this earth. Allies like Jeremiah White and his cult? Allies that stand by while you sign orders to torture, maim, kill? Orders directing children be locked away in the dark and half-starved? You kept infants locked away, infants born after you forcibly impregnated women. 6 infants in this, once the people's house. And embryos, fetuses, found in jars in your laboratories here. How many more people, children, infants, unborn are locked away by your orders? You're not people. You're not human. I bleed. I breathe, I think, I feel. I know right from wrong, light from dark. How many more, and where are their locations? I am the President of the United States. I am the Commander-in-Chief. Self-appointed following a military coup on what was left of the government and this city, Arlie said briskly as she took her notes. They weren't much better than you. No, Fallon agreed. Not much better. If we were like them, like you, like the dark uncanny you've both used and fought against, I would cut you down with a thought. He paled at that, drew back. White's right about you. You're from Hull. No, but you? I see the dark in you, the human dark, the dark with no power but force and cruelty. Your time's done. She rose. You don't have to tell me where you hold prisoners. There are other ways to find them. Torture. Black magics. He believed that, she realized. Believed every word of his own lies. You're alive. Your hand's been given medical attention. You'll be humanely treated. But you'll never know freedom again. I don't want your death. It's enough to know that you'll be here, under this dead city, for the rest of your life. I have a couple more questions. Mr. Hargrove, Arlies began. I am the President Commander. There is some dispute over that. But as President you'd swear to uphold the Constitution. Isn't it a violation of the Constitution, of basic human rights, of all decency, to forcibly impregnate females detained and contained for experimental purposes? They're not human. Freaks. Abominations. You consider the half-starved children I recorded being released from what's essentially a dungeon abominations? Arlies crossed her legs, settled in. Let's talk about abominations. Fallon left him to Arlies' skilled hands. She knew. She left the others who'd followed him, taken his orders, ignored their humanity in the glass cages, and walked back into the lab area. Malik waited for her. Her heart lifted. I'm so glad to see you. Glad to see you unharmed. You have the city. Even the crows have deserted it. It was once a seat of power. Will it be yours? No. Those like Hargrove destroyed its light. It'll never shine again. Now it's a prison. We'll secure it, hold it, but there's no center here. I agree. The issue will be feeding, housing, securing. Treating medical needs for the prisoners. My last report numbered them at 4,000. We can't hold that many here, not humanely. I have a thought on that. I should say Duncan and I had a mutual thought. I'd like to hear it. Not here. She looked around at the remnants of torture. I want air and movement. Let's go out to the base. I'm more comfortable with a military base, even if it was the enemy's. As they walked upstairs, through the building, she watched her people securing areas, transferring supplies, taking more up to what would serve as a temporary infirmary for those not seriously wounded. I'm told you've ordered anything of real historical value to be preserved and secured. We have some with knowledge helping categorize, she confirmed. This house, this city, the country, the world, it won't ever be what it was. Still, we need to value history and art and remember. You learned well. You taught well. She walked outside with him into the cold, breezy night. Much of the base had joined the rubble. She'd destroyed some of it herself. But it could and would be rebuilt as needed. You'll station some here. Yeah. Straight shot to New York. Soon, Malik. We have the momentum. And we'll have more weapons, more troops. I only heard part of Arlies' broadcast earlier, but that will bring more to us. And more against you. It's time to dig them out. You hope for one in particular. She looked out into the night. 2. Not just Petra. Her mother along with her. In my heart, in my belly, I yearn for it. He let out a sigh that had his breath expelling in a cloud. Such yearnings dim the light. Do they? Didn't her shield hang on her back to defend, her sword wait at her side to strike? Inside me I feel they're the way through to the black, the very absence of light that crouches and watches. Is it because I want it to be, or because it is? I don't know. Nor do I. They bring death, madness, pain, grief. While they exist, that won't stop. Petra and Allegra won't stop until I stop them. She shook it off. But it won't be today. What we stop today is part of them, but only part. Your idea. Duncan and I discussed the problem of prisoners. The numbers, and how those numbers will increase. How much of our troops, resources are involved in keeping them. We can hardly eliminate them. There are places, islands. Remote. All but inaccessible to non-magicals. Places with natural resources. Food, materials to build shelters. Land that could be farmed and grazed. Island prisons. Ones more easily supervised. Again remotely. Provide them with basic tools, materials. Their life would be what they make of it. Saving us from using troops and medicals to guard and treat. Resources to feed and clothe. Do you have locations in mind? I do. I'd like to see them. If we do this, we should start with prisoners we feel are capable of living without locks and walls to hold them. Travis and other empaths could help select the first we placed. Some will have families, Malik. Yes, then they and their families can be given the choice. She shoved a hand through her hair. God, if we can relocate even a few hundred for now, it would relieve some of the strain. Some will swear allegiance to you. And some will mean it. Those who do increase our number. How many were forced to fight? How many didn't know what they did in there? How many pretended not to know? And how many knew and deemed it good? We'll find out. She studied him then, realized he looked tired, a little worn around the eyes. I need to go to Arlington, see the rescues, the troops, then home. New Hope. 82 I led from New Hope this morning won't go home again. Some of them had families. They'll be mourned and honored. They will. Does Duncan know the islands you have in mind? I showed him. All right, he can show me. You go back to the cottage. Surprise crossed his face, followed quickly by annoyance. I don't believe my usefulness ends this day. No, and because it doesn't, because I need you, go home, Malik. 1 week. It's what my father calls R&R. Take a week, tend the bees, drink wine by the fire. Then come back to me. And you, girl, do you take a week for bees and wine? I'm damn well going to take a day or two. A week for you, old man. Before he could evade it, she wrapped her arms around him. I'll need your guidance, your strength. Please, take a week. He touched a hand to her hair. Then take the 2 days. Deal. Starting tomorrow. Now I need to find Colin, take him back to Arlington. Should I have someone bring your horse? I can get my own horse. Bright blessings on you, Fallon Swift. And on you, Malik of Wales. He flashed away, and she went inside. She found not only Colin but Flynn and Star in the residence, divvying up cups and plates. And with Flynn, standing close to his side, a wolf. Not yet full grown, she noted. A smoky gray with gold eyes that shifted to her, watched. Flynn. He turned. Teacups in his hands, bruises on his left cheek, dried blood on his right. He came to me only yesterday, he told her. He walked out of the wood and waited for me. Flynn set the cups down. Laid a hand on the wolf's head. He's from Lupa. I can feel it. One of the sons of his sons, blood of his blood. Yes, and he's yours. His name? He's Blade. Wolf in Welsh. Beside Flynn, Star, who rarely smiled at all, grinned. Malik sent him. Flynn felt it. Malik sent him on the path to Flynn. I want to tell him I'm grateful. There wasn't time in the battle. I've sent him to his cottage for a week. I wanted him to rest a few days. Satisfied, Flynn reached for more plates. I'll detour there on my way back to base. I need you in New Hope now. Who can take your command? Flynn looked at Star. Do you want it? Fallon asked her, and at Star's nod, said, the command's yours. And with it I hope to send you 100 resistance fighters. Then you really are going to need all these fancy dishes, Colin commented. You'd better find something to use to carry them. Mix called for some of the cooking stuff. He wants to set up a secondary camp. You've seen Mick? Another breath of relief. He's okay? Yeah, he's good. We're going to need some of the sheets and shit for Arlington if we're going to handle the rescues for now. Let's get what you need and go. I want to see all the commanders in New Hope tomorrow, she broke off, remembering she made a deal. No, in 2 days. Flynn, can you pass the word? And let my parents know I'll be home either tomorrow or the day after. She gathered sheets and towels with Colin. You're okay? She asked him. A to the okay. Hell of a fight, Fal. Some of them ran like rabbits at the end of it. I had a couple of DUs homing in on me. I've got a couple of witches to thank for that block. He stopped, grinned. We took fucking DC. Who's president now? Still not you. And, taking his hand, took them to Arlington. Fallon toured the houses where they relocated rescues. Volunteers and soldiers had hauled in extra beds, cots, mattresses. In kitchens, more volunteers made soups, teas while medicals treated injuries. In one large family room, Fallon counted 25 beds. Some slept, some ate. Others simply sat huddled under blankets. The air, she could breathe it, tasted of their fatigue, confusion, fears, hopes. Volunteers moved through, offering tea, soup, and sometimes just a hand to hold. She saw Travis sitting with a woman. Long gray hair, withered face. Murmuring to her as he draped a blanket over her shoulders. Nearby, Hannah tucked in 2 children together. They clung to each other. Travis rose and, clipboard in hand, wound his way through the beds to come to her. I'm working on getting names, ages, abilities. Whatever I can. Stories. It's so fucked up. It's beyond fucked up. Feeling his fury, she put a hand on his shoulder. They're safe now. We'll take care of them. How do they get through it? The woman I just talked to? Susan Grant. Empath, like me. She was a teacher, lost everyone in the doom. She got out of Dallas with a small group, a couple of her students with them, and ended up in East Tennessee, where they decided to settle. She started a little school. She said she never explored her other powers because they spooked her. She just wanted to teach, you know. How long has she been in containment? She's not sure. 5 or 6 years, she thinks. Government forces swept in night raid. She thinks some got away. They used electric shock therapy on her, Fallon. Put her in isolation, sensory deprivation. And she thinks they did some kind of brain surgery. She can't remember. But after, if she tried to feel, to get a sense of someone, she'd get a blinding headache. They took what she was. And made it pain. They won't touch her again. How many more? He demanded. How many more like her, like the rest we got out today? Jesus, can't you hear them screaming? She did the only thing she could think of. She pulled him into her, pushed calm into him. You need a break. They didn't get one. Sorry. Breathing deep, struggling to settle, he drew back. It's getting to me. Some of them can't even remember their names until I push in deep enough to find them. The bastards did everything they could to erase them. To make them nothing. He drew in another breath. Yeah, you're right. I need a break or I'm not going to be able to help. I'll take a walk, get some air. Good. While I'm at it, I'll pass what I've got up the chain for the records. I'll be back. You could use some sleep. With eyes full of feelings, he looked around the room. None of us are going to get much sleep tonight. I'll be back. When he went out, Hannah came over. I didn't want to interrupt. He's taking on a lot. These rescues, they're just so full. Fatigue bleached her face of color. Compassion glowed under it as she pressed a hand to her heart. You know what I mean? And Travis can't help but take it in. Did you talk him into calling it a night? No, but he's taking a break. What about you? I'm going to bunk down here. We're stationing medics in every rescue area tonight. Where are the babies, the rest of the kids? Hannah took her arm, drew her a little farther away. Rachel and your mother took them back to New Hope. Nobody knows who the babies belong to. Some of the women remember being pregnant, but they don't remember giving birth. They'd take them into the lab, from what we're piecing together, put them under. We need to go through the medical records. We have them. Not all of the women came back. And not all of them were at term when they were taken away. Fallon, I always knew, but I guess some part of me wouldn't believe anyone could do what's being done. Now I know it's worse than what I thought I knew. They'll pay. Those who sanctioned it, those who ordered it, those who carried it out. There'll be a reckoning. I believe that. And I hope what we did today sends shock waves through every single one who's had a part in this. For now, absently, she rubbed at the back of her neck. I'm going to take the next who wants a shower and a change of clothes. Do you see the woman Lydia's bringing back? The blonde? Yes. You should talk to her before you go. She was taken in the first sweeps. She's been in containment for 20 years. She's Nadia. As Lydia settled the woman on a cot and Hannah helped another to the shower, Fallon made her way through. Several reached out to touch her hand, her leg. It made her feel humble and strange even as she paused to say a word. Nothing she'd been through touched what every one of these women and children had endured. The blonde with pale blue eyes stared at her as she approached. Nadia. I'm Fallon. Have you eaten? They gave us soup and bread and tea. Thank you. Hearing the accent, she sat, spoke in Russian. I see the light in you. And the tiger. It's been 20 years since I've heard the language of my birth. Tears swam into her eyes. I came to America, to D.C., to the embassy to work. I was 26. Your family? My brother also. Our parents and the rest in Moscow. My brother died in that horrible January. Most did. I did not. My friend, we shared an apartment. When she became ill, I took her to the hospital. You still had hope. The city was already in flames, but you still had hope. But she died, too. I tried to call my parents, but nothing went through. Nadia's fingers rubbed at the blanket over her lap, restless, wondering. I felt what was in me, saw it in others. But I didn't understand. See, she shifted, drew down the shoulder of her shirt to reveal a tattoo of a crouched tiger on her back. I loved the tiger, always, but I didn't understand. Such madness, such joy. And all around the dying, the killing, the madness, the flames. Crows circling and smoke rising. Because she understood. Fallon took her hand. My mother lived through the doom and became. She and my birth father escaped from New York. So you know. You've heard stories like mine. Tell me the rest of yours. There was a man I knew. I'd slept with. It was just beginning, not really serious. But I went to him. I was afraid, so I went to him. He worked for the government. He said he would help me. He called the soldiers. They said they would help me, and I believed them. I didn't resist. There were 12 of us they took from the city that day. They took you out of the city? To safety. They said. All Magicals? No, some Magicals, some immune. Out of the city, but I don't know where. Something in the water they gave us, I think. Somewhere, I think, underground. And it started. Just tests at first, taking blood, urine, asking questions. It seemed almost benign, even when they kept us separated and closed in. They gave us food, spoke softly. All for our own good, they said. To find a cure. I believed them, even as the months passed and the doctors changed. New ones came. Military. And the tests weren't so benign. They brought the pain and brought the tiger. I'd try to get away, to strike out, and they'd shock me or tranquilize me, just enough. They made me sleep, took me to another place with others who could change into spirit animals. Then another place, then another. And here again, Fallon prompted. Yes. I didn't know I was back in Washington, but others they brought in knew. We couldn't get out. There were rapes and beatings. Drugs and chains. Some they took out and didn't bring back. They made me pregnant. The child would be 8 years if the child lived. I kept track then. Carter, they called him. He did his cruel tests on me and others like me. And one day, they took me. When I woke, there was no child in me. She lifted her shirt to show the scar of a cesarean section. They took the child out of me. Every day for months they strapped me down, pumped my breasts. I told myself the child lived, the child drank my milk. But they wouldn't tell me. I thought to find a way to end it, end myself, but then I thought, if the child lived. I wanted the hope of that. Some among us could speak in the mind. They spoke of you, of the one. The day would come when the one would strike with her sword, and the light would burn away the dark. Chapter 13. By the time Fallon walked into the quarters arranged for her, dawn streaked over the east. Nadia's hadn't been the only story she'd heard through the night. And all of them circled in her head, her heart. Tales of torture and despair, of families torn apart. But through those tales she thought she might be able to pinpoint other containment centers. She needed her maps. She needed a clear head. God, she needed a shower. A drink. One night's sleep. Even as she reached for the wine some considerate soul had left on a desk under the window, someone knocked on her door. Her first thought was, go away. For 5 minutes, just go away. But she walked to the door, opened it. Duncan stood, as battle-grimed as she. Colin said you'd just gotten in. She said nothing, just stepped back to let him in. I know you sent Malik back to his cottage for a few days, and that's a good call. We're going to need him when he's had his time. And I know he talked to you about the islands. The fact is we can't spare the troops to handle the number of POWs we've taken. And we damn well can't keep people locked up for fucking ever anyway, or we're not much better than they are. That's number one. Then there's the resources we'd need to house, feed, treat, clothe. We can't spare them, not indefinitely. Duncan, he kept prowling the room, stirring up the air, the energy. Stirring everything. We need a solution. One we can live with. And one where those resources are used for the rescues, the troops, the people who are just trying to live through this fuckfest. Duncan, she said again. He spun back to her. Fury and fatigue all over him. What? Shut up. She grabbed him, locked around him. Shut up, she repeated as she crushed her mouth to his. His hands gripped the back of her jacket, balled into fists, then streaked up to take her hair in that same furious hold as he dragged her head back. His eyes, sharp and green, met hers. Don't ask me to stop. Shut up, she said again. She grabbed his belt, tugged until his sword and sheath clattered to the floor. His hands got busy as she yanked at his shirt. He threw one out to lock the door before her sword fell with his. She had a farmer's knowledge of mating, but already knew this would be more. She wanted more. She wanted all. Touch me. God, touch me. Trying. He fought off her jacket, shoved her onto the bed. Covering her, his mouth feasting on hers, he took her breasts in his hands. Another rise, sharp and hot, streaming from her center, spreading everywhere. Oh yes, here was more. Should she have known? How could she have known of the feel of his hands, so hard and rough, would lift her up, so high, so fast? She pulled at his shirt even as he yanked hers off. Now his hands, those hard palms, those strong fingers took flesh, took her breath. Arching up, she pressed her aching center to his. Like the merging of powers, that joining, humming in the blood. Her body, taut, lean, quivered under his. Those muscles, well honed, rippled strong. The feel of her, finally, the feel of her, so long, so smooth, so hot. As if flames sparked under her skin. Her heart galloped under his hands, then his mouth. God, the taste of her, dizzying. It rushed through his system, hot whiskey after a bitter chill. She bore bruises, cuts, burns left untreated from the battle. Half mad, he healed as he touched, as he tasted, as he roamed the body he'd wanted longer than his own memory. Her hands, as eager and questing as his, slid down, dug into his ribs. A stabbing shock of pain jolted through him. He hissed it out as he fought open the buttons of her pants. You're hurt. Now you shut up. His mouth came back to hers while he worked her pants down. And he felt her warmth slide into his injured ribs, soothe, mend. They healed each other as they pulled clothes away. Frustrated by boots. He slapped power out, sent 2 pairs tumbling across the room. He wanted to see her, absorb her, savor her, but need blinded him. And she was already reaching for him, taking him, opening for him. Now, she said, her eyes like smoke. Anoy's AG dairied. Now at last. He plunged into her, deep and desperate, and swore his soul leaped. Light burst, brilliant and bold, through the window. Through the air, from her, from him. There came a crack of thunder, a swirl of wind. Flying on it, she found his hands, gripped them in hers. She gave herself to the light, to the storm, to him. Took him through the whirl of bodies, minds, powers mating. The thrill tore through her, keen as a blade, then rolled and rolled like a swamping wave. Rising on it, soaring. She tasted freedom so heady and sweet she cried out. And the cry was joy. Breathless, drunk, drugged, staggered, he lay over her. The light, softer now, spread over them. Glowed and flowed between them like liquid. He felt her trembling, not from cold or pain, but from that same overwhelming rush that had stormed through him. Half dreaming, she sighed. I was so tired and sad. Now I'm not. You had a cracked rib. Now I don't. He wanted to stay as he was, but pushed up to study her face. He felt it as he'd known he would. Simply overwhelm him again. We've seen each other like this before. Yes. Dreams and visions. Reality's more intense. Her gaze roamed over his face, and some of the light dimmed in her eyes. If you're going to regret it, we'll just chalk it up to battle fatigue. She lifted a hand to shove him aside, and he took it in his, squeezed hard. This is it. God damn it, this is it for me. You. So give me a minute to deal with that. To deal with the fact it doesn't matter why. I've pushed back on that all my life. We'd end up here, sure. But then, I don't know what the hell. Now I know. This is it for me, and it doesn't matter why. So frustrated, she thought as her heart melted. She lifted her free hand to his face, brushed it back through his hair. No, it doesn't matter. Duncan of the MacLeods, she murmured. The jail agam ort. He dipped his head to brush his lips over hers. I don't know what that means. Duncan of the MacLeods should learn a little Scots Gaelic. I love you. He rested his brow on hers while emotion swirled through him. I can probably butcher it in Irish from what I learned back in school, but I'll stick with English. I love you. She drew him down to seal the words, the promise of them with a kiss. He rolled over, tucked her against his side. I just wanted to see you. Needed to talk to you about the island. But that was mostly an excuse. I just needed to see you. I didn't expect you to jump me. I wanted a drink, a shower, sleep. Then I saw you. Bloody, bruised, broody. And I only wanted you. I think if you hadn't come to me, I'd have taken the sad into sleep instead of remembering the good we did today. I get the drink, shower, sleep. Why were you sad? What they did to those people. Duncan, listening to what they went through. I know. He rubbed his hand up and down her arm. I talked with most of the rescues. One I talked to was taken in the first sweeps, in D.C. Some of the children were born in that place. They've never known anything else, only the dark. We'll show them the light. There must be a way to find out if any of the women have kids we rescued. I don't know if Rachel knows how to do that medically, but magically. Some won't want them. Others will. He sat up, and because he saw the sad again, gray clouds in her eyes. He pulled her up with him. Others will, Fallon. How many times have we seen it? Look at Rachel and Jonah with Gabriel. Biology doesn't mean a damn. That kid's theirs. Look at Anne and Marla with Elijah. There are hundreds more like that. We all know them. You're right. Those clouds whisked away. You're absolutely right. I'm so glad you're here. A shoulder. She realized, good sense. And thank all the gods, sensibility. Oh, we've got so much to do. I think I can work with what I learned from some of the rescues who were moved around to locate other containment centers. And you and Malik are right, we need to relocate the POWs. We need to talk about how to do all of that. How and when to. He pulled her to him, kissed her quiet. We'll do all of that, but we're going to take a couple hours. We'll take that shower and find out what it's like to have sex when we're not bloody and banged up. That's one plan. It's a good one. We can grab something to eat. Eat. She pressed a hand to her belly. I'm starving. See, good plan. He pulled her to her feet. Then I can take you to the islands Malik and I have in mind. We'll work out the rest. He paused. Let himself take her in. Long, lean, naked. Jesus, I was in kind of a rush. You filled out really well since the last time I saw you naked. You weren't impressed at the time. I lied. She smiled, and with his hand in hers, walked toward the bath. I know. Late morning, energized, again fed, she met with Colin in his HQ to explain the basics of the plan for POWs. Islands. He pushed away from his computer. For reasons that annoyed her, he had an easy skill with technology she lacked. Tropical islands with resources, shelters, or the means to build them. They'd still be supervised. We wouldn't put guards on the islands, but there are ways for us to watch them, to maintain control. I get that. He stood up, shoved his hands in his pockets. Some of them don't deserve any kind of freedom. We'll determine that. We can't keep them all locked up indefinitely. Not only because it's just not who we are. But we can't spare the men or the supplies. I have to see the locations first, so Duncan's going to take me. But it seems like a good solution. Not Hargrove or Carter. He sent her one fierce look. Not those two. I'm laying down a line there. You don't need to. They'll live out their lives in prison. I'm going to look, then when we all meet in New Hope, Duncan and I will present the plan to all the commanders. We need to look ahead, Colin. Not just to the next battle, but to the world we want at the end of it. You worry about the world. I'll worry about the next battle. He shrugged, paced. Moved like a solitaire, she thought. Looked like one with the tough build, the straight back, the warrior's braid. The soldier had always been in there, in the annoying and beloved brother who collected odd treasures and loved basketball. She started to say just that when he glanced back at her over his shoulder. So, you and Duncan. He's already been to the islands, and Magicks on our end are so he'll give me the tour, and we'll see. Yeah, I mean you and Duncan finally did the deed. Got, down to it. What? Shock came first, then the bone-deep embarrassment only a sister can feel when faced with a grinning brother. How do you know? Shit, Fallon, everybody knows. It was like the freaking sun exploded. And did you look out here? He jerked a thumb to the window. That tree behind the memorial stone. What do you mean everybody knows? What does a tree have to do with, she looked now? A tree of life, she murmured. It bloomed, like the one at Magicks' cottage, full of flower and fruit. I'd even been cool with it anyway. He's a good guy, but it's hard to argue with shit like that. Dad, now. Let's not go there. I need to see the islands and get back to New Hope. Don't let Travis take on too much. It's harder on him. He feels everything. I've got him. He added a smug smile. He'd have felt it when I short-sheeted his bed last night, and that'll have him working out how to pay me back. Brothers, she thought. They were what they were. Safe trip and all that, Colin added. Oh, wait. He went back to his desk, opened a drawer. He took out her knife and the sheath Travis had made for her 13th birthday. Kid said you lent him this and asked if I'd get it back to you. Marichu brought him in. She handled herself. He said in a way that told Fallon he did, indeed, have a little thing there. Thanks. The boy's okay? In the barracks. One of our new recruits. Nodding, she clipped the knife to her belt. Train him strong. I'll see you in New Hope. Hey, Fallon, he said as she walked to the door. We've got them on the run. Let's keep it that way. She got home at dusk to find her mother stirring something that smelled like heaven on the stove. So normal, she thought, after the blood and the battle, after a day of wonders. Grateful. She rushed over to wrap her arms around Lana, press hard against her back. There's my girl. Here's my mom. Lana turned, hugged just as hard before drawing back with a smile. The smile changed as she studied Fallon's face, a face she cupped in her hands as she said, Your first time. What? Duncan. Of course, Duncan. You. How do you know? I had a first time too. You've got knowledge in your eyes along with the stars. He made you happy? Yes. The initial awkwardness dropped away. I love him. He loves me. I know. It was wonderful. As it rushed into her again, Fallon spun in a circle. I didn't know I could feel so much. You can read stories or listen to soldiers' sex talk. I could even see the way you and Dad look at each other, but I couldn't know. I couldn't know until he touched me. With a sigh, she laid a hand on her heart. And then he did. When we're together like that, I'm not the savior or the one or anything but. I'm just me. I know, Lana said again. It's like that with Dad, for you? On a sigh of her own, Lana put a kettle on. Chose teas. All the months we were together, the time before you were born and after, he never touched me, never asked. He wanted me, and I knew. Just as he knew I needed my grieving time for Max. And through that time, I fell in love, slowly and completely. She got out cups and the honey Fallon loved. It was the day Malik came. The new year. The end of year one. When we were alone again. The three of us, I told him I loved him and wanted our lives together to really begin. That was our first time together. And when he touched me, finally, I was just me. You never told me. It would have been just a pretty story before. Now you understand. We're lucky, you and I, to love and be loved by good men. Through all this, the war, the loss, the victories. We can still be women in love with good men. She set out the tea, added cookies, and sat to talk, to listen. I wasn't sure I'd know what to do. I mean, other than the mechanics. There's so much more. On a laugh, Lana bit into a cookie. Thank the goddess for that. Or that it would feel so good. Everything. We were still banged up and bloody, and it didn't matter. Might have added to it. Lana replied. Then in the shower, she trailed off, stirred honey into her tea. Is it weird hearing this? I'm patting myself on the back right now for being the kind of mother whose daughter feels comfortable talking to her about this. But let's not share the details with your father. Talk about awkward, Fallon thought. Will he know like you? Unlikely. Let me ease him into it. Better, Fallon thought. Much better to leave that part to her mother. Good idea. Oh, I forgot. The first time, the light just exploded. It burst everywhere and through me, through him. Outside, the tree behind the memorial stone changed. It's a tree of life. Like Magicks. Lana sat back. That explains it. Our memorial tree, it did the same. I thought it was a sign of victory, but now I see. Then again, love's a victory. She put her hand over Fallon's. Without it, all the battles mean nothing. There'll be more battles. But you'll go into them with one more thing to fight for. I was worried it would make me weak, but I was wrong. I feel stronger. I'll need to be. There are things coming I can't see clearly, but coming. A flame from the north, a madness brewing. A blackened soul behind a mask of innocence. Can you see? A bolt through a faithful heart. The black dragon bringing its long shadow to smother hope. What bargains must be made, what loss suffered. What sacrifice given for the light to burn through the dark? Fallon lowered her head. I can't see, but I know it's coming. When it does, we'll meet it. Lana took both of Fallon's hands. Every one of us. There's so much more I need to talk to you about. You, Dad, Travis. Ethan, too. Even before we meet with the rest of the commanders and the New Hope originals. Lana looked over as the door opened. Simon came in. You're in luck. Something in his face stopped her. Ethan. Simon walked to Lana, laid a hand on her shoulder. He's fine. He headed over to Eddie's. Babe, it's Joe. Oh. Lana, Ethan says it's time. Oh no. But. He said Joe's ready. He just needs Eddie to let him go. Tears swam into Lana's eyes. I need to be there. Go. Fallon stood. You go. We'll finish making dinner. Go be with Joe. Lana didn't hesitate. She didn't rush for her coat. She flashed. She found Eddie, Fred. All the kids sitting on the floor of the living room in the farmhouse. Joe's head rested in Eddie's lap. Ethan, her strong, sweet boy, knelt. Stroking a hand over Joe as the dog's breath labored in and out. She knelt beside him, laid a hand on the old, faithful dog. And knew her son was right. It was time. She met Eddie's eyes. And her heart broke at the hope in them. He won't eat. Maybe you could. He's so tired and everything aches. Ethan spoke gently, stroking. He won't leave you until you say it's okay. He'll fight not to rest because the love's so strong. He still dreams. He dreams of chasing balls and sticks and going for long walks, playing with you, with kids. With hands gentle, tireless. Ethan comforted the dog, read Joe's heart. Jem and Scout and Hobo run and play, but he can only watch. He wants to run again, play again, but he won't unless you tell him it's okay. He misses Lupa, and knows Lupa's waiting for him, waiting to wrestle with him and run with him. But you need to tell him he can go. Do you believe that? Eddie swiped at the tears on his cheeks. That he'll go somewhere he can run and chase balls, play with Lupa. Do you really believe that? I know that. Our Harper and Lee are there now. They want to meet him. Can he have a red ball? Willow buried her curly red head against her mother's shoulder. Can he please have a red ball? Of course he can. Weeping, Fred pressed a kiss to Willow's hair. She took Eddie's hand, kissed it. Okay. Y'all say goodbye now. Eddie took a breath as Joe looked up at him with eyes full of love and trust. You saved my life. I guess we saved each other. We've sure had some adventures. Haven't we, boy? You go ahead now. You take a rest and let it all go. Then you find Lupa and meet Harper and Lee and all the rest. You chase yourself some squirrels. Joe licked Eddie's hand, and on a sigh, he went to sleep. Later, as she walked back home in a borrowed coat, she put an arm around Ethan's shoulders. He couldn't have done it. Couldn't have let Joe go without you, Ethan. I'm not sure I could have either. I didn't want to let him go, but he needed to. He glanced back. They're lighting candles in the windows to help him find his way. We'll light them too. Look. She gestured ahead. We already have. He'll come back, you know. Find his way back after a while. Back to Eddie. People do. Some animals do when they love enough. He looked at her. It gave Lana a jolt to realize her baby boy now stood eye to eye with her. It's why they can't beat us. I don't know why they want to kill us, destroy everything that's good. I can feel what they feel, but I can't understand it. I know they can hurt us, take from us. But they can't beat us because we can love a good dog enough to let him go even when it hurts. They can burn the land, but we'll plant it. They can burn it again, but we'll plant it again. They can't stop us. They can't win. Oh, Ethan. She drew him closer as they walked toward the lights in the windows. That's exactly what I needed to hear tonight. I need you to let me go with Fallon. Not what I needed to hear. They need support staff to deal with the horses, the hunting and fighting dogs. I can fight, but I'd be more useful freeing up a better soldier. It's time, Mom, for you to let me go. You've already talked to your father. Now I'm talking to you. All of you go and I stay. What you do here is important, sure. But I'm not a kid anymore, and I have abilities that can and will help during a fight. I need to use them. You need to let me. The gods ask for so damn much. She looked up at the stars. Talk to Fallon. I won't stand in your way. Give me this. We have dinner without any talk of war. We'll tell Joe stories. After. We'll talk about this and whatever your sister needs to tell us. Is she going to tell us she and Duncan got naked? Ethan. His grin brought back her baby boy. How do you know about that? A little bird told me. She had to laugh. You're one of the few who can say that and literally mean it. Just keep that to yourself. She paused at the door. I'm serious. Dad doesn't know. Just Joe's stories, she repeated, and opened the door. After the meal, with the dishes cleared and all the stories dulling the sharpest edge of grief, Lana poured wine for herself and Fallon. Travis, back from Arlington, got a beer for himself and Simon. Ethan looked at the tea in his cup. Why can't I have a beer? Fallon had a beer when she was my age. A bit older, Lana corrected. And she'd just decked a 250-pound man, Simon recalled. No magical assistance. You do that, I'll personally serve you your first beer. Meanwhile, Fallon repeated. There are some things I want to go over here before the formal meeting. I want to hear about the status of the wounded and the rescues, but before that, I need to talk to you about the POWs. We've debriefed about 60 so far, Simon told her. Some hard asses in there. And some who were conscripted, if that's what we're calling being rounded up and forced into service. You've got some barely older than Ethan, taken from their families, put into training camps where they're hammered every day about the uncanny threat. And most of them, nearly all, have family. Magical family members. They turn them, or try to, against us. Eyes hard. Travis tipped back his beer. To them we're the same as the DUs. Shit. Plenty of them are waiting for us to torture them the way they do us, or just call down a lightning strike and kill them on the spot. They're indoctrinated, brainwashed. We know this. Fallon lifted a hand. We can, and have, successfully turned some back. It's vital we continue trying. But for those committed to wiping us out, we need another solution. For some, like Hargrove, that's life in prison. We can't sentence potentially thousands more to the same. There can be a choice, for us, for them. Such as? Simon asked. She told them about the islands. About the basic outline, one she and Duncan had refined. Maybe we use one for the harder of the hard asses, and the other for those we think, or hope, might build another kind of life. It's pretty radical, Travis began, but Simon shook his head. Not without precedent. The English sent people here, what was the colonies, and to Australia. Without a choice. And as indentured servants. We'll give them a choice, Fallon added. And they'll have a kind of freedom. Maybe it's not a perfect choice. Prison or relocation. We'd need a council of some sort to determine who would be eligible for the choice. And to determine who would be given the choice to come back and when. We'd need to calculate how much in the way of supplies, equipment, and resources to send with them. It's going to be complicated. And there will be more than one who argues against giving any enemy combatant a choice. But it's the right thing. Though she'd said nothing throughout, Lana had listened, weighed, searched her own mind and heart. On the way here, the first time, I saw those, with powers and without, who could never be redeemed. Even before the doom, it was the same. But I saw people who were afraid or desperate and did things out of fear and desperation they'd never have done otherwise. I've used my power to harm, to kill, and will again. That's a choice we all live with because what we fight against demands it. But we're not what we fight against, and when there's a choice, we choose what's right. This is right. Couldn't have said it better. Simon toasted her with his beer. Let's work it out so when we run up against those arguments, we've got the answers. Do you want Duncan in on this? At Ethan's snicker, Fallon sent him a threatening glare. Simon simply looked puzzled. What? It's nothing. With a smile, Lana gave Travis a magical, motherly buzz. I'm sure Katie's happy to have Duncan around. Let's leave that for tomorrow. So where are these islands, exactly? I've got maps. Rising, Fallon went for her bag, then spread the maps on the table. By the time she went downstairs, she felt they had more of those answers, and with unified family support a strong force against any dissenters. When she opened the door to her room, Duncan rose from the chair, set his sketch pad aside. Took you long enough. I didn't know you were here. We were working out more details on the islands. You should have come up in. Oh well. It's a little weird with your family upstairs, and then there's the idea that if your dad catches me in here, he'll kick my ass. But. She sealed the door and went to him. Chapter 14. As the commanders arrived, Fallon wondered how long the celebratory air would hold after she laid out the proposed agenda. She greeted Mick and, amused, tugged on the side braid he'd dyed a bright blue. It's an elf thing, he told her. If you say so. A lot of the shifters are going for tats of their spirit animals. It's a way of embracing heritage, Fallon finished. She looked around at the mix of people. And a statement. Magicals won't hide who and what they are. I like it. Duncan moved to her, laid a hand on her shoulder in a way that had Mick's grin fading. Mick. Like the blue. Magicks here. Oh! Fallon shifted to look for him. I wasn't expecting. She looked back. Saw the hurt in Mick's eyes, felt it. Before she could speak, he stepped back, stiffly. I've got stuff. Hard for him, Duncan commented and had Fallon turning. What do you know about it? Jesus. Fallon, I've got eyes. I see the way he looks at you. Probably because I look at you the same way. Did you come over here to tell me about Malik, or what, stake your claim? Both. Ass. Unoffended, Duncan shrugged as she cut through the room to Malik. You left your bees. They'll be there when I get back. I thought you might need me here today. I do. I'm glad you came. I expect some strong objections to what I'm going to propose today. Is it a proposal? What I saw in DC, beyond the battle. In the chambers of power, such as they were? We won't go back to that. She thought of Mick's blue braid, of tattoos of spirit animals. Tribes are forming, Malik and pride in them. They need their voices heard. And still, they must be led and united in purpose. There must be laws established for peace to hold when peace is won. That is for you. Then I'd better get started. Will you sit by my side? Always. She caught her father's eye as she walked to the big table, nodded. He gestured to Colin, brushed Lana's arm. As they took their seats, others followed. I know you all have stories of the Battle of DC, Fallon began. We've buried our dead, treated our wounded. I'm grateful to all of you for your leadership. It's that leadership that will take us from this victory to New York. She listened to the cheers and battle cries, the thumping of fists on the table. Tribes forming, she thought again. And war drums still beating. We led 10,000 into DC. She lifted her voice over the din. We'll lead 10,000 and more into New York. The dark, uncanny rule there. And raiders burn and pillage its boundaries. While Hargrove's rule is over, there are still military that hunt us as mercilessly as they do the DUs, who forcibly conscript non-magicals to increase their numbers, and PW enclaves that hold slaves and executions. There won't be so many of them when we take New York. John Little gave the table another fist pound. We'll cut them down. We'll lock them up. My troops are ready. Fallon nodded and took the opening. We'll all be ready. But we need the 10,000 and more. And more, she repeated. Some we've locked up were conscripted, forced to fight. They would fight with us or serve as support. How many of us did they kill? Little demanded. How many of them did we? Duncan took his cue. Jamie Patterson, he began, 17, NM. Taken from his family in a military sweep, conscripted. They took his family, too. His sister, an elf, age 14. And his parents. They told him his sister would be held in a containment camp. His father would go to another training center, his mother to another. After 5 years, they'd be released from service. If he attempted to desert, refused to fight, he and the rest of his family would be tried as traitors and executed. Maybe that's his story. Little began, but his truth, Duncan corrected. His sister, Sarah Patterson, was in the DC prison. Do we keep him locked up? Do we tell her he fought against us? Sure, he was forced to. But that's the breaks. There are dozens more with similar stories. Simon spoke up now. Isn't that what we're fighting against? Look, man, I've got a heart. Little rubbed one of his big hands over his face. But how do we trust them? How do we trust any who come to us? Lana asked. Not everyone who weaves into our communities has good intentions. Kurt fucking Rove, Eddie muttered. You're going to have the shitbirds, but you can't toss them all in the same bucket, dude. They can and should be given a choice. Fallon waited a beat. Those able and willing to fight should fight. Train under trusted commanders. Those unable or unwilling would serve in other ways. If they have a skill, they offer the skill. And those who have families will know, will have our word, that we'll do whatever can be done to find those families and reunite them. We have a couple of shifters twins. Mick drummed his fingers on the table, didn't meet Fallon's eyes. They came in a few days after we took the beach. They'd been in containment about 6 or 7 years, lost track. They got out in the confusion when a bunch of whacked-out raiders hit the containment center. They were about 8 when the military grabbed them up. The parents tried to stop them, fought back. Soldiers killed their mom right in front of them, burned the house, dragged their dad off. They'd shot him, so they don't know if he's alive. He looked at Little, around the table. We've all heard stories like it. I don't see how we can make prisoners out of prisoners, because that's what they were. Little huffed out a breath. Some of them are going to be assholes. And Mick grinned. If we lock up the assholes, where does that leave you and me? Little laughed, waved a hand. Okay. Thomas leaned toward the table. How do we verify they were conscripted? Or have families they claim? We've got records. Chuck spoke up. We're still going through them. We got a shit pile of docs from DC, so it's going to take some time. We're making progress. Arlies, as always, took notes. Most are conscripted between the ages of 15 and 35. It's a practice that's gone on for nearly 20 years. Some who were taken were also indoctrinated. They acclimated whether by nature or time, who knows. But we found no one who was released. Once they pulled somebody in, they didn't let them go. She put down her notes. There are also numerous records of trials and executions. Some who tried to escape, some who just didn't satisfy the command. They used them as examples to motivate the troops. Fuckers. Little sat back. You got ones that acclimated or whatever the hell you call it, we can't cut them loose and hand them a weapon. I agree, Thomas said, and the murmurs started around the table. How long do we keep them locked up? Eddie demanded. How many troops do we cut out of the fighting force to secure them? Then you gotta feed their asses, give them medical, clothes. And after we win this thing, we'll put in. What then? There are so many already. Troy looked around the table in turn as people spoke over each other. Where will we put more? We can't cut them loose, and we sure as hell aren't going to start executions. It's a lock and a cage, Little insisted. That's it. It doesn't have to be. There's another way. Fallon turned to Malik. Would you show them? He lifted his eyebrows, clearly surprised she deferred to him. Very well. He rose and, after a moment's consideration, spread his hands, lifted them, and conjured a two-sided map. This is the world. A large place, land masses, great oceans and seas. Much of this world is now empty of people. How many, Kim? Fallon asked. Kim pursed her lips. Most reports calculated an 80% wipeout from the dune. Even in the years since, given births, deaths, war, you wouldn't have much population growth. A couple billion. Sounds like a lot. It's not when you consider the Earth's about 200 million square miles. Once a nerd, Poe grumbled and got an elbow jab. How much of that's water? About 70%. Vast. Fallon looked back at Malik. And our ability to travel over the vast seas isn't what it once was. Lack of fuel, skill, equipment. In the vaster islands, Malik continued. Some are and were inhabited. Many are not or no longer. And here are two. With a gesture, he had two small islands glowing on the map. They are habitable. There is game, fresh water, natural resources, land that can be planted. Interested, Thomas studied the islands, the positions. Transportation? Wait. Little waved his hands. You want to give POWs a vacation on a tropical island? Shit, sign me up. Hardly a vacation, Fallon corrected. Palm trees, beaches? The argument rolled around the table, hot words, cold ones. Temper. Enough, Malik snapped when Fallon remained silent. I've lived a very long time. I've seen the rise and fall of powers, wars upon wars. Even in my sleep, I witnessed. The light must always seek the light. In that light are shadows that must be carefully chosen. What does it matter to you if those we defeated feel warm breezes or can pick fruit from a tree? The shadow we choose is isolation. Some will never see the home they knew again. And if some build a life, even find contentment, does it harm you or yours? It softens the shadows we chose. Hargrove will live out his life with that lock and cage, Fallon said to Little. As will those like him. But some are soldiers, John, just like all of us. Some have families. Some may make families, and with the making come to see what wrong they did. Can I say something that's just the straight practical end of it? Duncan shifted. Supplies, security. This way, we give them enough to get them started instead of cutting into our own resources for the duration to keep them held humanely. Do the math, Duncan suggested. How many pounds of meat, grain, gallons of fresh water, medical supplies, and stuff? I've been to those islands. Yeah, they're pretty. You've also got sand fleas, snakes, a rainy season, and hurricanes. You're going to have to plant your own crops, build your own shelters, hunt your own meat, fish, figure out how to live surrounded by miles of ocean. How about security? Mick asked. Mere people. Primarily, Duncan told him, and Mick nodded. I can live with that. We've got to be better than they are. If they get one of us, they'll kill us or toss us in a hole until that killed us. We have to be better than that. I might like it better if we talked islands in the North Sea. Colin shrugged. But Malik's right. Warm or cold, it's no skin off ours. Are we agreed? Fallon looked around the table. What do we supply them with? Troy asked. How much? For how long? What if there are children? We have most of that worked out. But we need to agree on the concept before we move to that. You're the one, Troy pointed out. But I'm not alone in this fight. Everyone here has a voice. Then mine's an agreement. Agreement rounded the table until John puffed out his cheeks. Maybe we can toss that North Sea idea in there. Fallon smiled. Let's see how this works first. They worked on logistics. With Kim and Chuck, the nerd and the geek, assigned to calculate how much in supplies would be needed per man. Her father, Travis, and other empaths would work together to determine which prisoners were most suited to the choice, with Arlie's helping confirm through the records and Rachel clearing candidates medically. With an optimistic goal of moving the first 500 within 10 days, Fallon shifted to New York and battle plans. With her new maps over the table, Fallon looked over in annoyance at the interruption when Ethan and Max burst in. "Sorry," Ethan said quickly, "but you need to come outside. There's somebody here and you need to see." With a hand on the hilt of her sword, Fallon reached the door with Duncan and with Mick. A woman stood in the snow-covered garden. Flaming red hair curled and spilled nearly to her waist. She wore a long white coat edged with fur at the collar and the cuffs, and looked like something out of a fairy tale with the icy sparkle of diamonds on her fingers, her ears. She carried no visible weapon, but the two men flanking her, both in unrelieved black, had swords in sheaths crusted in jewels. Fallon felt the pump of power that matched the confidence in the bold red lips, the emerald eyes. She spoke with a charming lilt of France. "I bring you no harm, Fallon Swift. I am Vivian of Quebec. I have come to offer you an alliance." Fallon watched her gaze shift to Duncan, to Mick, saw those jewel-toned eyes sparkle with flirtatious approval. "May we speak? Perhaps we will leave our very handsome men and have you and I a little tête-à-tête?" "All right. Fallon, hold on." Fallon patted Mick's hand away from her arm. "It's fine. Would you tell my mother I have a guest and ask if she wouldn't mind bringing coffee to the living room?" "How kind." Vivian walked, all but glided over the snow. Fallon caught her scent, rich, assessed her beauty. Flawless. Fascinated, Fallon led her around to the front of the house. "You've come a long way." "Yes. My escort Regis is a witch, so we do the snap." Flashed, Fallon thought. "You're not a witch. A shifter. You see quickly. I see also that you have two very handsome men in love with you. I have men in love with me. It's pleasant, yes? I thought the one would be hard and, what is it, battle-worn. But you're very lovely." Fallon opened the door. "Please come in." As she walked inside, Vivian looked around the entranceway, toward the living room and the crackling fire. "How cozy. Should I take your coat?" "Please, yes." She wondered as she unfastened it. "I thought you would have more fancy is the word?" "Yes. The one would live more grandly. There are people still living in caves or whatever shelter they can manage. This is grand." "Bien sûr." Beneath the coat she handed to Fallon she wore more white. A dress that skimmed down a curvy body to the ankles of white boots. "But the one is not people, no? You're wrong about that. Please sit. Préférez-vous que je parle français?" Vivian's eyebrows lifted as she let out a light, musical laugh. "Vous parlez très bien français. Merci. But I would like to speak in English. I wish to become more proficient." "All right." Fallon turned, took the tray from Lana as she came in. "Mom, this is Vivian of Quebec. My mother, Lana. I am so pleased to meet with you, the mother of the one. I've heard many stories of you." "I've heard a few of you," Lana returned. "I am flattered. And you've troubled for me." "Merci." She sat as Fallon set down the coffee tray. "I'll leave you two alone to talk." "No, stay." Fallon took Lana's hand. "Just us girls, right, Vivian? Delightful. Milk, sugar. Both, and the little cakes. I have no willpower against the sweet. I like the sweets and the pretty and the handsome men. Do you take both your handsome men for lovers?" Fallon poured out the coffee. "Saturday, no. Just one's enough. Me, I'm very greedy." Vivian took two of the frosted cakes as if to prove it. "I was a child when the doom came, and there was hunger for some time after. My papa died in it. And Maman and I had to hide as I became. She feared for me, you see. And feared of me as well. I was only 10. She was killed before my 13th birthday. I'm very sorry." Vivian acknowledged Fallon's sympathy with a nod. "The ones you call raiders. I was not quick enough to save her, but I killed them all. And it was then I vowed, an oath on my mother's blood. I would no longer hide, no longer live hungry or cold or afraid." She sampled a cake. "I would make a place, I took this vow, where no one killed a girl's mother. I used what I have to make what I needed. Now I have Quebec. Or enough of it for now. A fine house and soldiers. Lovers. She bit into a cake with a smile. Slaves? No. One has no right to own another. Servants? Yes, I have servants. But they're free. They're not forced to give service. They have food, shelter, clothing. I give them work if they want it. And they are free to stay or to go. We offer protection from the dark uncanny, the raiders, and the rest. These are my people, understand me. I do not go hungry, nor do they. This is very good coffee, thank you. We don't have so good the coffee. We have traded for some, but not so good as this. We'll give you some beans to take back with you, Lana said. That is very kind and generous. Delicately, she bit into a second cake, licked a bit of icing from her finger. May tenant, my rule may not be as yours, but still we fight the same enemies. You have won a great victory. I would offer you an alliance. I have 2,000 soldiers. Almost, she added with another smile. You offer an alliance after a great victory. But yes, if you had been defeated, my soldiers, my people would have suffered with yours. My council and my generals advise that you are most likely to advance on New York within the year. Perhaps within 6 months. I would be your ally. I would give my allegiance to you. I do not give it lightly. And I've chosen the light, she added. Not so bright it may be as you, but the light. And for your allegiance, your 2,000, what do you want in return? Quebec. Vivian folded her pretty hands with their sparkling rings in her lap. Safety for my people, my realm. The promise you and your soldiers will not invade or take from me what I've made. What I may make still. You go north, those who fight there may go more north. May covet what I have. So, an alliance. Promises. Terms. My people will fight with yours, and you will respect and help protect what is my country. I fight with my people. Do you fight with yours? I'm not a warrior, but a ruler. Still, I guard what's mine. I'll kill to protect it. Show me. Daintily, Vivian set down her coffee, dusted crumbs from her fingers, and shifted. Fallon studied the flame-red dragon with the glittering green eyes. The red flame from the north, she thought. Impressive. And only the second I've seen. Vivian shifted back. We are few. I don't know why. You saw another. Twice. Larger, black. Of the dark. It saddens me that when we are few, any would choose the dark. With a delicate shrug, she lifted her coffee again. Well. I will not keep you, but I trust you will think about my offer. I will. I'll get you some coffee beans. You're kind. Vivian offered a hand to Fallon as she rose. I'm not unkind. I'm not unselfish. But I don't see those as. On a gesture of frustration, she rattled off a phrase in French. In opposition, Fallon told her. Yes, thank you. They are not in opposition. I am known to lie. To a lover, when it is simple? I do not lie about life and death, about dark and light. I may lie to you, she said with a gay smile. But not about that. When Lana came back, she took the cloth bag offered, slipped it into her pocket after sliding back into her coat. Thank you very much. I will have a gift for you when I see you next. And I would send to you General Darcy if we proceed with the alliance. You will find him very clever. Safe travels, Vivian. And to you, Fallon Swift. Madam. Fallon watched her walk out, moved to her men, and, standing between them, flash. She's interesting, Lana decided. And complicated. She has shadows, but she isn't of the dark. Not like them. Not quite like us. An alliance. 2,000 troops. Fallon shut the door. She has more than 2,000 or she wouldn't have offered 2,000. Now that you say it, that wouldn't surprise me. She's canny. Canny is a good ally. It could be. Let's see what else anyone's heard about her, what else we can find out. It's going to be worth, at least, meeting this general. You're likely to get an argument from some quarters. What else is new? As they started back, she looked at her mother. From you? No. You're going to need alliances. New York isn't the end of it. You never told me about the Black Dragon again. It was in a vision dream with Petra. Lana stopped, gripped Fallon's arm. Petra. She wrote it, I think. It's not all the way clear, and I wasn't sure until now it was real. I need to talk to Malik. Let's take some food down, Lana suggested. An alliance with the Dragon Queen might go down easier with some stew. You've got a point. Chapter 15. While the others ate, Fallon took Malik and her father aside. Related the meeting with Vivian. I've heard of her, Malik confirmed. Bits and pieces, rumors, gossip. From what I know, she has her realm, her palace and people, and they're loyal to her. She is, or has been, content with that. If she's come to you, I suspect she's concerned about invasion. We pushed the Dus out of New York, Simon agreed. They may head north. She'd be more vulnerable. You're serious about the dragon? Yeah, and she's impressive. Adding a dragon and 2,000 to our ranks against New York wouldn't hurt a thing. And, he added, it's likely she has more than the 2 she offered. It added to Fallon's confidence that she and her father thought alike. Exactly. Just as likely, she has other alliances. I wondered about that too. She's both forthcoming and cagey. Clearly, she wants to preserve her own, and why wouldn't she? If her advisors estimate we're moving on New York within a year, maybe 6 months? The enemy likely thinks the same. If we can add her in, and potentially others she's hooked with, I'm looking at 6 to 8 weeks. You didn't tell her that? I'm standing here with 2 men who helped teach me to be cagey, so no. And we'll just keep that to ourselves until we're sure of her. Can you go? She asked Malik. She talked about sending one of her generals here to negotiate, but I want a better sense of her and her people, her place. You could get that. She'd respect you. And you wouldn't fall for any bullshit. Of course. When? As soon as possible. She popped in here, we'll return the favor. I'd like you to take Travis with you. She looked at Simon. As an empath, he'll feel as much as see or hear. And he's diplomatic, political. He'll love it, and he's a good choice. I'm not going to say Malik and Travis can't handle themselves if anything goes shaky, but you need another, at least one more. I was thinking meta. Female, and one who led her own tribe. And Arlie's. Our chronicler. Travis will see, hear, feel, but Arlie's won't miss a detail. She also knows how to negotiate and lead. Well chosen. Do you agree, Simon? Yeah, it's a good mix. Great. Let's make it happen. Everyone had a voice, Fallon thought later. The fact that she would defend that right with sword and shield didn't make it less of a pain in her ass. Still, after the grumblings, objections, second-guessings, she had her negotiating team set and preparing to head north. As the commanders left, Fallon broke away to find Mick. Got a question? Duncan took her arm, drew her outside. Why aren't you sending me to Quebec? A couple reasons. She looked over toward the barracks, but saw no sign of Mick. First, Vivian would try to seduce you. Jealous. She looked back, nearly laughed at his smug expression. If I thought you'd fall into her bed, I wouldn't invite you into mine. But it would be a distraction, and this needs to go smooth. Second, it's a good balance. Third, I'd like Travis to work with Malik more. And last, you, Tonia, and I are going on a hunt. We are? For a black dragon. Now we're talking. When? Tonight. But right now I need to talk to Mick. He took off, Duncan told her. When you were talking to Arlie's and Chuck about digging up more intel on the redhead. But not even a goodbye, she thought. I can't leave it this way. I need to fix this. You can't fix everything, Fallon. The guy's in love with you. It ought to piss me off, but hell, you've got to like him. Plus, he fights like a son of a bitch. Maybe she couldn't fix everything. But this? This was different. I have to try. I can't explain how sad and lonely and angry I was in those first weeks with Malik, how much I missed my family. And Mick was there. It mattered. He matters. I get it, but what should I say to him? Thrown off, Duncan stared at her. You want me to tell you what to say to a guy who's in love with you? Jesus. Shoving his hands in his pockets, he paced away. Damn it, Fallon, you're mine. Eyes hot, he strode back to her, gripped her face in his hands. Mine. How could the words? the anger in them both thrill and infuriate her at the same time? You don't. Hell, I don't. You're mine. And I'm yours. With that, the thrill drowned out everything else. She took his wrists as his mouth came down on hers, felt his pulse beat in time with her own. She eased back, brushed her fingers down his cheek. That's the point. So help me, please, help me try. What would you need to hear when someone you loved couldn't love you back the same way? I've hurt him, Duncan. What should I tell him to ease the hurt? Damn it. He shoved his hands in his pockets again. Tell him the truth, and don't use any bullshit like, it's not you, it's me. Baffled, she threw up her hands. But it is me. Don't go there. It's insulting. Don't pull the can't we just be friends line out, either. But, did you ask for my help here? He shot back. Yes. Still, she raked her fingers through her hair, twice. Yes. All right. Just don't do the let's be pals crap unless you want to stick a knife in his ribs. Tell him straight. He matters, he's always going to matter. And for Christ's sake, don't expect him to snap back like a bowstring. Okay. All right. I'll go to the beach, talk to him now. He didn't go with his crew. He and Malik flashed out. Oh, I know where he is. If you could get Tonya, we'll talk when I get back. And go dragon hunting. Yeah. I need to try to fix this first. She laid a hand on his cheek again. Thanks. He dragged her in for another kiss. And if it was staking a claim, so the hell what? I'm not going to say any time because this better be the last time. Okay. Don't leave room for hope. It'll just hurt more. She nodded. Stepped back, flashed. Because who the hell could ever get over you? He murmured, then turned when Simon came out of the house, gave him a cool-eyed stare. Looks like we need to have a conversation. Though he'd rather have faced a horde of DUs, Duncan braced himself. I guess we do. Fallon walked through the green light of the fairy glade toward the pool where Mick sat cross-legged, brooding into the mists rising over the water. He bounded to his feet, and when he saw her, the hand on the hilt of his short sword fell away. You didn't say goodbye. You were busy. Mick. When she started toward him, he stiffened, so she stopped. I'm sorry. For what? His shrug was a sharp jerk of movement. For not being with me like you are with Duncan? Don't ask me to be sorry for loving him, because I can't, but I'm sorry it hurts you. Why him? Mick demanded while the pixie lights blinked nervously in the green shadows. Why not me? The truth, Fallon reminded herself and found it. Because what I feel for you is different. It's real and it's deep and it's true, but it's not what I feel for him. So, I'm just your good old pal Mick, he said bitterly. You're the one who was with me when I found each of my spirit animals. You're the one who made me laugh when my heart ached for my family. You're the boy who gave me my first kiss. And the man who fights with me. You gave me my first tribe outside of my family. You're an essential in my life. You always will be. But you're never going to love me. I'm always going to love you. You know that. It's not the same. No, it's not. But it's real and deep and true. I thought maybe there was a chance. He looked away from her. Out over the misted water. Now I know there's not. He turned back, met her eyes, but kept a wall between them. I'll fight with my last breath for the one. But I can't be around Fallon right now. Malik will get me back to the beach, and we'll be ready to strike New York when you say. You could pass any orders through Jojo for now. All right. If you and what you feel didn't matter, I wouldn't have come. If you and what you feel didn't matter, I wouldn't go. Blessed be Mick. She didn't go directly home, but called to Layak. She took an hour for herself to clear her head. And her heart. She flew over fields, some fallow with winter, others overgrown with neglect. And over roads and highways with cars and trucks long since abandoned, bridges crumbling into rivers. Herds of deer and wild horses roamed freely. A hawk soared nearby, then dived with an echoing cry to claim its prey. After that small death, silence. A world of silence. Here and there she spotted signs of humans, small camps and communities, and the glint of solar panels on roofs as the winter sun beamed down. And the ash and smoke left in another by a raid. As a matter of course more than hope, she turned Layok toward the smoke to check for any survivors. She heard screams, engines, and through the smoke saw a man sprawled on the ground while raiders circled a woman on their bikes. 3 bikes, 2 with double riders, she noted. And all of them armed. In even better way, she thought, to clear the mind and heart. Like the hawk, she dived on Layok. As she leaped from her mount, sword flashing, she sent the first bike and its 2 riders flying. Spun and used her shield to block a peppering of bullets before decapitating the lone rider. The last whipped a tight circle, the male riding pillion jumping off to try to take her from behind while the female driver, dozens of braids streaming, shrieked, eyes mad with the kill, and barreled straight toward her. Idiot! Fallon thought, leaped aside, flipped, and slammed her shield into the woman's face. Spun again, planted a kick in the belly of the one trying to take her flank. He stumbled back, but regained his balance. The female, blood spilling down her face, got to her feet, drew a knife. One of the first riders limped forward while he shouldered the rifle he'd had slung over his back. Just like fighting ghosts at Magicks' cottage, she thought. You still have a chance to live, she said as they circled her. Put down your weapons and surrender. In answer, the female let out a war cry and leaped. The gunman fired, and the third slashed down with a blade. She downed the woman with a sweep of her sword at the knees, flung the bullets back at the shooter with a punch of magic. Even as she blocked the slashing sword with her own, more shots rang out. His body jerked in place as blood bloomed on his chest. And he fell. The woman they'd circled knelt, the gun of the headless rider clutched in both hands. Her face, gray with shock, dark eyes wide with it, held frozen in a grimace of fury. You won't need that now, Fallon said gently. It's over now. The woman dropped it as if it burned. Johnny! She scrambled up, ran to the man who lay sprawled in the ash-covered dirt. They killed my Johnny. Let me see. She had to push the woman's hands away to search for a heartbeat for light. He's alive. Let me help. He'd been shot, but the wound wasn't mortal. He'd been beaten unmercifully, and those injuries could be if she didn't heal enough to bring him back. Help him. Please help him. I am. I will. He's Johnny. Yes, yes, Johnny. She cradled his head, kissed his battered face. What's your name? I'm Lucia. Lucy. Talk to him, Lucy. Let him know you're all right. While Lucy murmured, wept, stroked. Fallon opened to the most serious injuries, began, as she'd been taught, to heal slowly, layer by layer. The skull, fractured. Her own head roared with pain, forced her to back off even more. Slow. So careful, mending, easing. Jaw broken, and the nose, cheekbones. Wrist, arm, ribs. When he moaned, stirred, Fallon eased back. It's enough. No, please. Help him. I did. Trust me. He's stable enough now. I can get you to a doctor, to healers. He'll do better there. You're hurt, too. Just a little. It's Johnny. I know a place where you'll both get help, both be safe. Layok. He trotted over, and at her signal lowered himself. Get on. Fallon read fear in Lucy's eyes, but she climbed onto Layaka's back. Carefully, Fallon lifted Johnny, stirring the air to bring him up so he lay over Layaka's back. You're of the uncanny. That's right. Fallon glanced back at the bodies. No life left. Their choice. But still she wouldn't leave them for the crows and vultures. With a flick of her head, she set them to flame, then mounted. I'm Fallon. Johnny told stories, but I didn't believe in them. I didn't think you were real. Now you know. Don't be afraid. I won't let you fall. As they rose up, Lucy leaned over, wrapped her arms around Johnny, to protect him, Fallon thought. As much as herself. He wanted to come to you, to fight with you, but I begged him to stay with me. And now, he'll be all right. You were brave. You could have run when I fought them. You stayed. And fought back. When they came, Johnny told me to run, to hide, but I wouldn't leave him. He wouldn't leave me. He could have left me when they came. He can run so fast, but he stayed. He tried to fight. He's of the uncanny, like you. An elf, yes. We ran away. My grandmother, she lived through the doom. I was only a baby, and she protected me when everyone died. She's very strict and doesn't believe magic can be good, like Johnny. She isn't bad. She wouldn't hurt anyone, but I understand. You have to stick with your own kind, Lucia, she'd say. Even though once she helped hide a family from the PWs and the little boy had wings. She says they're evil, the PWs, but the uncannies aren't like us. We have to stick with our own kind. One day she might see differently. That's what Johnny says. She landed outside the clinic in New Hope. Wait here. I'll get a doctor. Fallon ran inside, spotted Hannah. You're bleeding. Not me. Maybe a little, she realized. I have a man outside. Gunshot wound, severe beating. I need help getting him in. I'll get a gurney. Jonah, she shouted as she dashed for the gurney. Fallon has wounded outside. GSW. He came on the run, headed straight out with Fallon. He had a fractured skull, and I did what I could. I hesitated to do more. The GSW's not fatal. But he lost a lot of blood. She rattled off the other injuries she'd found. Hannah maneuvered the gurney while Jonah and Fallon lifted him down and onto it. Please, don't let him die. Jonah secured Johnny on the gurney, searched for life or death, then looked up at Lucy. He's not going to die. Let's get him inside, Hannah. They're doctors? With the awkwardness of someone unused to riding, Lucy struggled to dismount. They're medicals and really good ones. Believe me, if Jonah looked you in the eye and said Johnny wasn't going to die, he's not going to die. Go on in. You're not coming? You're okay now. I'll see you both tomorrow. Thank you. I need to thank you, she said again as she ran inside. Because Leok wanted a run. Fallon rode home at a steady gallop. Fields, she thought, as she had when she'd flown, but while some rested for winter, horses, cattle, goats, sheep roamed. And mists curled out from the tropics, where summer never ended. The maintenance committee plowed the roads and would again, she knew, as she smelled snow in the air. And smoke from chimneys, growing things in greenhouses. She could feel the pulse of life here, not just in the trees and grasses that slept, in the spruce and pine, but inside the scatter of houses where people cooked or crafted, tended children, read books, where they argued or laughed. So different, she thought, from the emptiness she'd flown over. So different from the mindless violence that roamed that emptiness looking for prey, not like the hawk for food and survival, but for sport. It lifted her mood, that pulse. And lifted it higher when Tabe swooped overhead and fail bands streaked out of the trees to run alongside her. She pulled up outside the stables, slid off the ollie corn to give the wolf a rub. We'll hunt tomorrow. She looked over at the owl when he perched on a branch. In the morning, we'll go on a hunt together, for fun. But tonight, we'll go on a different sort of hunt. And thinking of it, she took Leok into the stable so he could rest and feed. She found her father inside, grooming Grace. I took her out for a while. He continued to brush, his back to Fallon. As he spoke, we both needed a ride. Me too. Well, a flight. Head-clearing time. So much talk. Fighting's a hell of a lot easier than talking about it. Maybe. But there's still some talking to do. You and me, he said as he stepped over to the stall where she rubbed down Leok with a cloth. I need to. Whose blood is that? What happened? She looked down. Saw the blood on her jacket, her pants. Crap. Raiders. 5 of them about 200 miles west of here. I spotted them after they'd burned out a couple, young male elf and his NM mate. They're at the clinic. She's not seriously injured, but he'd been shot and beaten. Are you hurt? No. Might have picked up a couple of bruises. They were stupid. Now they're dead. She rubbed her cheek against Leok's. I gave them a choice, they chose death. You saved 2 lives. Yes. Lives taken, lives saved. She went back to the rubdown. I saved 2 lives. They're in love, those 2 lives. Her grandmother doesn't approve of mixed relationships, so they ran off together. I think they'll be fine now. He set a hand on her shoulder. We need to talk. Is something wrong? She set the cloth aside. I wasn't gone that long. I saw you leave. I was about to come out, happened to see you and Duncan. Oh! Then it hit her. Oh, she repeated. Dad. Hold on. Just hold on. Like Duncan, so like Duncan, she realized in a moment. He shoved his hands in his pockets, paced away, paced back. You're grown up, he began. A war clear in those changeable hazel eyes she loved. More. You're a warrior, a leader. You're not an idiot. You've never been, I don't know, flighty or careless, and... He stopped. And with his face covered in frustration, stared at her. You're still my baby, damn it. You're still my girl, so I've got things to say. You disapprove. And his disapproval. His more than anything or anyone would cut her to the bone. No. Yes. Shit. Yes, on a general level, because my baby, damn it. Specifically Duncan? No. I'm not an idiot either. You're not making sense. Why the hell should I have to make sense? His hands flew out of his pockets into the air. Sense, my ass, when I look out and see and realize. I thought Mom had, prepared you. Yeah. Hands back in pockets, more pacing. She reminded me, but I didn't really. I just figured, okay, a little puppy love. It doesn't matter, I knew better somewhere in my head. It was a nice buffer until I look out and see his hands on you, and the 2 of you. My baby. Buffer. He took his hands out again. Mimed an explosion. And I get, on some level, why you talked to your mom about it and not me, but you didn't, so it smacks me in the face. And I've got about 30 seconds to adjust before I grill Duncan. You grilled Duncan? It's my fucking job, Fallon. My goddamn job. Yes. Touched, amused, a little horrified. She got an apple out of the bin, carefully cut it in half for Layok and Grace. It is. How'd he do? He did all right, Simon replied. He's not an asshole. Good to know. Maybe I knew this was coming. I've seen the way he looks at you, from the time we got here, when you're not looking. I know that look because I used to look at your mother when she wasn't looking the same damn way. But, really? I'm not going there, adding to the damn stars in your eyes. It's too much for me. I know he's a good soldier. I know he's a good son, a good man. I know when he tells me he loves you, he believes it. So do I. I love him. I had feelings for him pulling at me since the first time I saw him in a dream. The reality's stronger. I know he's loyal to the one to the light. There's no question of it. But he sees me, Dad. He sees Fallon Swift, and he loves her. She stepped to him. You were the first one to hold me. You were the first man to love me. To love Fallon, just Fallon. You showed me, all my life, what it was to be a man with strength and heart and courage. I couldn't love a man who didn't pass the bar you set. I could want, but I couldn't love. So I know, with all that's asked of me, all that's happened before, all that's to come, I've been blessed. You're the love of my life, Dad. And now I've been given another. She put her arms around him, nestled her head on his shoulder. 2 loves of my life. He wrapped around her hard. You're still my baby. I was born in the lightning, in the storm, as it was foretold, and your hands were there to bring me into the world. He eased back to look into her eyes, into the visions. You were there for the mother, there for the child, and you loved without demands or restrictions. That is love pure. It is light beyond power. And with the sun of that morning, after the storm, while the mother slept, you held me on your heart, and I knew you. You are the father given me, a gift from the gods. She came back, let out a breath, smiled at him. Daddy. And like Duncan, he just lowered his forehead to hers. With Simon. Lana stood in the cold with the first snowflakes drifting while Fallon called Tabes to her arm. Are you sure about this? We could come with you. It has to be the 3 of us. Well, 6. She laid a hand on Layaka's neck while Failban sat at her feet. Maybe you could have Mom and Hannah over for a while, Tonia suggested. I think Mom's having some sad because of where we're going. Of course. Thinking of her friend, Lana pushed at the hair spilling loose over her shoulders. I should have thought of it. Are you going to be warm enough? It's bound to be colder there. And probably damp. We're fine. Fallon already wore the knit cap and scarf at her mother's insistence. It's really a scouting mission. With a black dragon in the mix, Simon added. If we're lucky, we'll be back as soon as we can. Don't worry more than you can help it. Ready? She caught the look her father sent Duncan, nearly laughed before they flashed. And there the dark held deep, the wind sliced like angry blades, cutting through the trees that bowed and creaked, throwing up the snow lying thick on the fields so it flew in ragged curtains. There. Things breathed in the night, in the dark, that watched. That waited. There the circle stood, its center black and slick as oil. My gods, Tonia uttered. Feel that? It's like a black heart beating. I want to say we can close it, we could try, but with the wind blowing, streaming through his hair, Duncan stared into that heart and shook his head. We'd fail. I don't know why it can't be done now and over. I just know we'd fail if we tried now. Fallon glanced toward the woods. And if we fail, we wouldn't be able to try again. It lives here. There are some animal tracks. After tugging her own cap down on her head, Tonia gestured. But not nearly as many as you'd expect. And not one sign of a human. The crows came to circle and scream. On Fallon's arm, Tabes, his great eyes golden flames, stirred restlessly. Not yet, she told him. Their day will come, but not yet. It's in there. Tonia looked toward the woods where Duncan stared. Then let's go say hello. Yeah. Fallon circled a hand, conjured a bright ball that illuminated the snow, tossed the dark woods into relief. Let's see how it likes a little light. Stay together, she said as they trudged through knee-deep snow. Separating us would be a win. It's not going to win. Duncan drew his sword when they reached the edge between light and dark. With the next step, the air dropped from blustery cold to biting and bitter. Ice coated the trees in lizard scales that cracked and reformed with a sound like gunshots through the deadening silence. No tracks. The thickness, the fog unrolling over the snow, turned Tonia's voice into a muffled murmur. No life, Fallon responded. She pressed her hand to the trunk of a tree, found no beat. She gestured to Duncan. When he pierced the trunk with his sword, a black liquid bubbled out of the wound. The air stank with sulfur. It's taken these woods. Calmly, he cleaned his sword with snow. Whatever's unlucky enough to wander in here doesn't wander out again. Fallon guided the light left, right. We'll pick a direction and... The wolf picked for them, moved left. She urged the owl to lay Aka's saddle so she could have her sword in hand. So they followed the white wolf through a world of dead trees that shivered in their scaled coats of ice, through brambles crawling with thorns hidden under mounds of snow and creeping fog, through silence that echoed with the hollow breath of the dark. There's something. Neck prickling. Fallon gestured to the dark stain on the snow, a scatter of entrails. Frozen solid, but they can't have been here very long. There's no snow over them, no snow over the blood. And where's the rest of it? Duncan wondered. It's not enough, more like another animal dragged a few bits here. And the bits are too big for a rabbit or fox. More like human, a girl. Fallon fumbled out a hand for Duncan's as Tonia's came to her shoulder. And with their power joined with hers, she saw clearly. 16, only 16. Lured away in the night. Pretty music. Pretty lights. The hair on Failban's nape rose up as he let out a growl. Fallon snapped back from the vision, scanned the woods. We're being stalked, Tonia whispered, and knocked an arrow. The wolf, black as the night, slunk out of the dark. Then another and another. 13, Fallon counted, that surrounded them with bared fangs and mad eyes ringed with red. They're not real. Those aren't illusions, Duncan said. No, they'll rip us to shreds, but they're born of blood magics. If magic created them, magic can destroy them. I've got a quiver full of bespelled arrows ready to prove that theory. Get ready, Fallon advised, and Duncan inflamed his sword. When the first wolf sprang, Tonia's arrow struck its heart. Fail Van, gold collar burning bright, leaped at another's throat. Guarding Duncan's back, Fallon impaled another, heard the scream of one more trampled under Leaka's hooves. The air seemed to howl. Fetid with smoke as, like the tree, black ooze bubbled from the wounds until only that black pool remained. Duncan set to burning. While they writhed and howled, he spun to protect his sister from another, and was spared the effort as Tabes tore it open with talons. Fallon struck down the last, then stroked a hand down Fail Van's fur. They took a beautiful animal and twisted it into something evil. They? Duncan repeated. Whoever lured the girl. There. That's what they were guarding. Someone broke a trail. Tonia moved closer. Magically, right? It might as well have been plowed. Why? To make it easier for the victim to get where they wanted her to go. One set of prints, human. Fallon looked to Tonia, the best woodsman among them, for confirmation. Yeah, and, Jesus, she was barefoot. Maybe she's still alive. He would always think first of rescue, Fallon thought. Though he had to know no one lived in this place now but the 6 of them. We'll follow the trail. They lured her from her bed, Fallon continued as they walked. Out of the window. In a trance. And she dreamed she flew like a fairy. Why have her walk once she was in here? Tonia wondered. For sport. Grim, because he did know. Duncan watched for a new attack. For sport, Fallon agreed. And so as they let her wake from the trance, she'd be afraid and confused. Fear adds power to the ritual. As they moved deeper, they saw symbols hanging from branches or carved into trees. Now she felt a beat, heavy and deep. The pulse of black Magicks. What holds this place doesn't perform rituals. With a lash of temper, Duncan sliced down symbols, sent them burning. It has rituals performed for it. They brought the girl here, offered her. Fallon touched his arm, felt the ripple of tensed muscle nothing would soothe. You brought me to the stones the first time so I'd make my choice. I chose to fight to stop this. We will stop it. I know it. Though far from soothed, he took her hand in his. I know it. We need more light. Tonia added hers to Fallon's. In the glow they saw the circle ahead, one burned deep into the floor of the forest, and the rough altar of stone in its center. What remained of the girl lay splayed over it. We couldn't save her, but we can destroy this. Duncan drew his hand from Fallon's. We're not leaving her in this fucking place. I'll get her. Duncan. He whirled on Fallon. I said I'll get her. Because she understood his fury, she didn't flinch from it. I have a blanket in the saddlebags. You could wrap her in it. Give her to Leak. We'll take her out with us. Okay. Sorry. I'm sorry. Fallon just shook her head, turned to Tonia. We'll destroy the symbols with fire, then the circle. There's salt in my bag, too. And a thame. Some fresh water, some crystals. Blood magic did this, and blood magics, ours, blood of the light, will destroy it. We can do what we need to do. Her own heart sick with helpless rage. Tonia watched Duncan begin to wrap the remains in the blanket. He's always hated seeing innocents hurt. It's harder yet since Denzel. I ask myself why wasn't I pulled here before this happened? And there's no answer. She shot out a hand, released her own rage to send symbols flaming. There's no damn answer. When they joined hands, mixed the blood of the Tuatha De Danann, said the words. Brought the light, something roared through the woods. Not in pain, but fury. They didn't hurt it, not yet, Fallon thought as their joined powers poured through her. Only angered it. But they would hurt it. They would. And here the light burns through the dark. And no more will the earth carry its mark. By our blood, by our power we cleanse the space. The altar broke, crumbled. And the earth they opened swallowed its curling dust. So from this day, from this hour, no innocent life can be taken in this place. Hear the voices of we three. As we will, so mote it be. And they salted the earth. Its powers less. Not gone, Tonia said, sniffing the air like a wolf. Not gone, but less. We need to find out who or what did this. We shouldn't take her back to New Hope. His eyes drenched in sorrow now that his wrath had dissolved. Duncan looked at the body. She's probably got family around here. We can't just take her. And I want to go to the house, the farmhouse. I want to see it before we go back. So do I. Maybe it's stupid, but there might be something in there we could take back to Mom. Just something she could have. I don't think it's stupid. It's loving, Fallon said. We need loving after this. Something loving, she thought, to take away the sorrow. We'll go to the house. And after, we'll try to find some people. Someone who knows about the girl. And about any DUs in the area, Duncan added. It won't be the last time we come here. So we should get the lay of the land before we come again. Yeah, we should know our battleground. Fallon looked around. The dead wood, the ice-slicked trees, the salted ground. It'll gather again. And someone will find a way to feed it again. But for now, we're done here. Again, she put a hand on Duncan's arm. If we can't find anyone who knows her, we'll bury her at your family's farm.